Hi, happy weekend. It's Cryptomaria, and I am so sorry for the late. I keep delaying it just because, holy shit, X is exploding right now. There is a whole incident with the BC government and some awkward checks. I might go into it. Wow, I couldn't believe it. If you're not familiar with me, I'm Cryptomaria, and I'm an artist out of British Columbia, Canada. And I just got this thread on my ex, and I was like, oh, I don't even know if I want to unpack this. I already have my blog and my script stuck together, but oh my god, I might pull this up just because I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to because also I've once you lay into it a bit on X, you kind of got to get into it. But not really. I don't I'm just okay, I was dumb on both sides. I'm just going to do my own thing. But it just, I couldn't believe this. No, like, and this is why, if you're in government, you write your own shit. Write your own shit. Oh, we need writers. And yeah, it's great. But at the same time, if you can't make a speech without it, and also if you do not if you are trusting staff to use your social media in your name, then you aren't actually representing yourself in government. And this is what happened today in the BC government. It was, or just, I mean, it's dealing with, yeah, this is awkward. Oh boy. It's awkward. It's not going to go well. No, it's not going to go well. There we go. So hope everyone is well. I'm going to pull up my blog. I don't know. I'm pull up my blog or pull up X. I think I'm going to pull up one of my animations. Let's just start out with something happy, and that way I can have a smoke before we start, because once I get into this one, I probably won't want to leave the screen. And, just because it's oh man. Sweetheart, bitter heart, now I can't tell you apart. Cozy and cold, put the horse. I'll be back in a minute. I have a lot to unpack today. What do you even say to this? Know who you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back all the bad days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back all the love that days. Oh, you're changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, it's changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, yeah. Before the teenage boys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Next time you get right in your heart. before the teenage boys, the breaking your heart, for the teenage boys. No, I'm gonna find another one. I know which one I'm gonna do. I know which one I'm gonna play. I shouldn't get a strike on YouTube because I had it on YouTube before. I lost all my videos, but hey, it's no problem. We still have them, just not in the same way. Some I have to recreate. Which one do I want to do? This one. This one was awesome. You want me, I want you, baby. Let's shake a boo. We're hesitating. Yeah. Got you all my starlight in you. All night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. They fight hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Need someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you want me, I want you, baby. I'm sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you. I love that one. I'm gonna do one more. Before I start my blog. And I forgot to set up Rumble. Even though I'm playing on Rumble, it's just, I'm finding it hard to organize live streaming on Rumble, but using my videos from Rumble. So, what's the other one? Just do this. There we go. This one I like. God, I love that one. Oh, I just love that one. Some of them just turned out so well. And like when I was a kid, to draw all this out to get an animation, it was like almost like 2 years to get a movie. And it's still going to be 2 years to get a movie together, the amount of work it is. But I know I can combine all of this into something bigger. So I will be recycling a lot of my animations. I've just done so many over a year. Like when you're almost doing it daily, it you get a lot. It's like, oh my god, I think I've done probably 15,000 photos, like animation, just still frame photos over the past year to be able to do a lot of these videos. And I'm, you know, it's fun. It's like painting with your brain. And there's probably better ways I could be doing it, but it's, there's probably better ways any painter could paint or but sometimes you get a process together and it's like, okay, this isn't the best way to do art, but I'm sticking to it because it's what I know. And I'm going to pull up my blog. Just give me a second. Got to get screens organized. Yeah, I kind of oh man, do I want to okay, that one needs to go to the background. That one sorry, I just have so many screens up right now. I'm like, yeah. Oh god, did I publish today? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I actually didn't even finish my blog today. Well, okay. Crap. Did I lose that one? Okay, let's just move. Sorry, I lost something. No. No. Okay. No. Oh, I shut down the wrong one. Oh no. I lost where I was on my blog with the truckers' protest. Well, I'm just going to pull up my blog without the other artwork. Oh, boy. Oh, wrecking fail. Yeah, let's just publish this. I have some artwork up. No, I didn't. I'll put it up later or during this stream just to finish it off. And then I can always refresh it. Oh, boy. Epic fail. Emotional damage. I'm like, oh god. Sorry, I'm just you have a lot I have a lot going on. And then it's like, you know, and some of it is just I don't that whole thing I just I don't need this. Oh well. Yeah, I had a lot more artwork and I thought it loaded, but apparently nothing is loading. I have a few. I have some, but we'll go through. I'm going to pretty much talk anyways tonight. I might open up the panel, I don't know. Like if people inside chat want to come up, you can let me know. Um, but otherwise, like I'm just gonna go through kind of my usual routine of the weird news articles I found, and I had, like you can see. Oh God, I gotta pull this up. Like this artwork turned out beautiful. It didn't all load. Oh no, wait. Did I save it? Yes, I still have it. But I have another tab up. I might still have. Oh God, please let me still have. Because to lose where I was and. Okay. No, this is good. This is good. Okay, except my screens are backwards now. If you're familiar with my channel, you know I swear at my computer a lot. I think it runs more efficiently when you give it firm directions. Oh boy, there we go. Now it's better. And this was awesome. We're going to start out with a little Tom McDonald. Oh God, come on.
They can't cancel my message cause I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't wanna talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke, no hope is pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put into upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets, you defunding the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would band do. Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Liz and my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a whack. Dog is a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You go into prison. I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. You hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make raps off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this, let's get a Billboard #1.
This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put into upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets, you defunding the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would band do. Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you. You mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim. Well, I'ma be the man. You sad. You just try to get attention, being triggered's all you have. You mad. You blame everybody else for every problem that you can. You sad. I will never say I'm sorry, I ain't taking nothing back. I don't care if I offend you. I was put into upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets, you defunding the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would band do. Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
Oh my God, that was brilliant. Oh, that was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I love this, like, some of the comments, like, Ben, I've never rapped before. Tom, just talk slower. You'll be fine. It's like, it's a Yarmulke, homie, no cap. It's like, Ben definitely has a dad tone when he raps, and I'm kind of here for it. Like, it's the best troll ever. Like, oh, God, this. Oh, yeah. Who remembers Snow White?
That way, ever since I've known you, I know how you're there. It's
Whatever.
so beautiful. No, it's really remarkable, girl. It's Miss Snow White. It's so amazing, and I'm so
Like,
excited to see that.
who is
I'm,
coming
like,
up with
counting down
this
the
shit?
days.
Because
And I saw
like,
Hunger Games, which was so
Like,
amazing. Thank
you ruined
Yesterday, I was
Snow
watching the film,
White.
and I was in tears every time you open your mouth.
It's like, I'm
literally.
sorry, like,
Just
it
pure emotion
actually is going to be a
voice.
cult classic
It's so
because
beautiful.
it's so
And thank you.
bad, and
Vocals
Disney will
is
still never release
huge
it.
honor coming from the side of the room. No,
Like, this chick is
cannot
so
do any wrong
unhinged.
vocally. You open
Like,
your mouth and the heavens just go. Yes. That was so beautiful. But to me, it was like,
you know, it's like. Oh no, I watched the full interview.
What's going on, everyone?
Yeah,
Jeremy
I know.
from
We're
the
all
Clothing
like
Effort,
in
an absolutely
PTSD
wonderful
mode
day.
after.
Rachel Zegler's mad at you. And
Oh,
Halle
yeah.
Bailey's also mad at you. You know why? Because you're toxic.
You don't
and
like-
they're beautiful and stunning and just so amazing at everything they do. You want to know how I know this?
Like,
They
she
said it about
basically,
800
like, they
times
took away
about
the
each other
happy
in a
ending
new
from
interview
Snow
in which
White.
they, I don't know why.
I'm sorry, but the whole
I
point
don't
of
know the
it
website
was
that
the
does it.
romance
This
over
actors on actors
the
interview
rescue
series
from
where
the prince, or the, like,
every single time.
it's like,
these
I'm sorry,
actors,
no, that's
come off
not how
as
the story is. You're
completely out of
ruining
touch,
childhood for me.
completely moronic, self-absorbed.
Absolutely.
We shouldn't hear
Actors should
from them
act,
outside of that.
and
In the social media era / age or whatever, it's inevitable. It's unstoppable. But
they are
this
being
is exactly,
elevated to this
point if people were
that
sticking
they are
a microphone
like
in front of Rachel Zegler,
godlike
and
and
her
better
saying,
than the rest of us.
Weird.
And
Snow
we
White
just
probably had a
worship
chance.
them. It's
This
like,
is a movie
hey,
that,
I'm
has
special. Give me
$400
money.
million in
Yes,
cost already.
actually,
It
give
has
me
zero
money.
chance of
My
of,
PayPal is
of
in my
making
description.
money, but now we have Rachel
Hey,
Zegler
everyone
and Halle
else
Bailey
on
comparing
YouTube says
notes
it.
about
I'm going to start saying
surviving
it.
online
Please,
harassment from
my
toxic
power bill is
fans.
outrageous right now for winter.
Good grief. I don't really understand why these idiots want us to all think they're victims. Every one of these people, Halle Bailey, Rachel Zegler, extremely irrelevant in 99.999% of everything in life. They got extremely lucky. They're in this position. They should be humble. They should be thankful. And yet, while they're worth $100 million or whatever, they want us to also feel bad for them. It's absolutely absurd. And I'm glad that they opened their mouth and shared this interview. By the way, link down below for the Coffee Brand Coffee gift boxes. Just a few days left to get your order in to make sure you get it in time for Christmas. Only about a week or so left. So if you have some people you need to check off your list, we have a couple of pre-built boxes and make it really easy. And then we also have this gift box customizer tool where you can pick and choose 20, 25 different coffees, 15 organic teas, 4 real cacao cocos, 15 different kinds of premium snacks, all sorts of stuff to really make it personalized. A lot of people are picking up a couple of them at a time so they can make sure they knock out a few people on their list. If you know someone who likes coffee, tea, cocoa, or even just snacks, it's a perfect gift. Promo code best gift, and you're going to save on it too. Link in the description. Rachel Zegler and Halle Bailey compare notes on surviving online harassment. It's pretty grim that this is what young women in Hollywood can bond over. I bet you they can bond over on how they are worth $10 to $50 million and they'll never have to work again in their life, and that the working class made them that way. Well, they also tucked down their nose on them. Variety's, oh, that's who does it. Variety Actors on Actors Conversation series is designed to create fun, viral, friendly moments. It never does. And it's actually quite good at it. No, it isn't. Just putting Cillian Murphy and Margot Robbie in the room together will get some clicks, even without the two of them bonding over Barbenheimer. Robert Downey Jr. and Mark Ruffalo also had fun in their recent chat. Never saw a clip from it. So it's depressing that a portion of the Actors on Actors conversation between Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes loser Rachel Zegler and Little Mermaid's Halle Bailey had to be spent with the two of them comparing notes on how they dealt with online harassment. Look, I actually, I want to point out, until now, Halle Bailey has not said anything inflammatory about, people, toxic incel fans or whatever. And also, I said from Jump Street, it's not Halle Bailey's fault that Disney wanted a black Little Mermaid. And I 100% do not condone anyone, going on her Instagram and saying terrible things. And just like I did
I know,
with,
it's like...
Kelly Marie Tran.
Well, and she kind of
it's
brought
not
it.
her fault the script
I
was
hate
terrible.
to say it, but she
it's not
brought
Halle
it.
Bailey's fault that Disney wanted to make the white, redheaded, well-established character black. And quite frankly,
Nobody
if people
cared,
were going after Rachel Zegler
it
for
was
simply
the whole...
being brown-white, I don't think that's okay either. Fortunately, Rachel Zegler opened her stupid mouth and, called Prince Charming a stalker and said that
all of this
weird,
sort of
and outdated.
Okay,
and
can I just... I'm going to pause this for a second.
Of it, even.
She said she hated Snow White as a kid. She only halfway watched it, and then, well, I guess I had to watch it because I was going to be in the movie. So, I'm sorry, I don't care what race you are, but you got to respect the project. And so having someone come in just like this, why? Why did they cast her? Why would you cast... that should be part of a project, because honestly, I'm really into method acting, and I really believe, unless you genuinely believe it's an actor, your character, you are, and so, and what you were doing. I think a lot of times people take on projects just for the, money, 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 but you're selling your soul, and then also because you're just, it's like a marriage. If you're just in it for the money, it's hollow. So having an actress in Snow White who hates Snow White, as watched it once as a kid, not like my grandpa took me. I remember they would have the old, at the church, they would have weekends where there were movies. So it was the old school projector, film reels of Disney movies. God, those must be worth a huge coin now, if they're even still around. But that's how I grew up. I didn't grow up with the internet. I grew up with film reels, and so when you see something like Pinocchio or see Snow White, and even though it's just a little basement church hall, it feels like a theater. You're a kid. You don't care. You're being treated like special, and you're amused. And it's special time with your grandpa. And so when this bitch comes along and wants to take that away from me, oh yeah, oh my God, I'm sorry you're upset because you got millions of dollars. The movie's not even getting released, but she still got paid. She can cry all she wants. And you know what? If she wasn't such a little bitch, and this is like she's like a fake feminist. Like this whole new generation, they do not understand the roots of feminism. Like eventually, we just wanted to vote and own property. And now it's like it's gone the other way. Like it's gone way too far where, you know, if you say men are oppressed, you are like gonna probably get like lynched or like, oh, that's a hate crime. You can't say that. Men are not oppressed. They are the patriarchy and we need to shut them down. Yeah. Yeah. And so as men, we're going to start dressing as women and we're just going to, you know, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I know I'm on a tangent. I'm going to go back to this.
Even though she wasn't, all this kind of stuff. The two have good attitudes about it, but it's just such a grim indictment of the entertainment industry and society in general. The Variety gets two young women together, and one of the things they can both relate to is the fact that people say terrible stuff about them on the internet.
Well, she's a terrible person. I'm sorry.
About,
like, you destroyed childhood for me.
I don't love that at all.
Like,
you can see at least the conversation itself is positive. Both Zegler and Bailey are impressed with how the other handles harassment.
We all have these moments with Disney, and then
someone
this comes along, and it's
someone
like,
to see you next Tuesday or whatever, like that.
Like,
you know, Zegler was saying that Bailey proved them wrong with grace. She was so inspired by the way Bailey handled anyone who had anything bad to say about it. Did she even mention it? Was she reacting to people online? I didn't see any of that. The It being a black person playing Ariel in The Little Mermaid. Bailey
I had no problem with that. I thought that was
learning how to shut
beautiful.
Out the
I thought the Little Mermaid adaptation, people were mad about it, but
thankfulness and gratefulness.
I thought that was
engaging with people who just wanted to be cruel,
and it was a similar analogy to the class lines with the original.
Day. I mean,
and it was a beautiful movie.
Halle Bailey seems fine to me. You know, I'm sure
I thought that was a beautiful, and so many little girls were like,
it. But
like they finally felt like it looks like me.
They couldn't possibly have
and even as a little white girl, I'd still feel like a mermaid. Like
kind of thing.
I grew up with Splash.
Saying,
oh my god, I should do a movie review of Splash.
Which brought the duo around talking about
it was one of my favorite movies as a kid.
The videos of black kids seeing Bailey in the Little Mermaid trailers and going nuts. Never really saw any of them. I saw most of them saying, that's not Ariel. I saw that one.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like...
I think that, interesting. Right on
but then you get
these posts are quickly filled
one
with
little
exactly
video
what we all expected. Good job, Internet.
That goes viral.
I don't really see anything negative in here. Apparently there's...
this isn't
I won against the root. This site has become a pathetic...
The Little Mermaid stuck to this original story.
On this side of the Facebook.
Where Snow White was trying to be diversified, and she basically told the prince that she didn't need him. And I'm just like...
Are you, though?
Are you a dumb dyke? Like,
your job could be done
seriously?
By a million other people. This idea that actors think that they have really anything unique to offer.
You don't believe in love.
To me.
Like the whole
all
point
doing,
of it
all
is
Disney's
love.
Doing is just picking a different,
and
wide-set-eyed, interchangeable person and putting them in these movies. They're completely interchangeable.
I can't even believe the politics that would be interceded into that movie.
Both of their eyes are really far apart.
Like I'll be really curious when they unshelve it, but I think they're going to try and bury it in cement, old school, and then dump it in a river somewhere.
But
hopefully,
it
never will be found.
Zegler came across like she didn't really care for the character of her story. Thankfully, Zegler doesn't seem to be letting the trolls get to her. Although she does acknowledge that it can be difficult to reason with certain people.
First off, why would a studio hire someone who didn't like the script? And then why would someone
massive damage control?
You know,
see
if
this
you're an
in
actor,
this
why
clip.
would you take on a
Rachel
script?
Zegler facing
Just
online hate.
because,
As much as you'd like to remind
like-
people verbally,
like, this
that
is
being
why
spotlight
Hollywood is
doesn't
corrupt, because
absolve you
it's
from
gone to
humanity.
the money,
it doesn't
not the
necessarily
art.
do what you want it to do.
Some
and it
people
fuels
just
them
generally want to
maybe
express themselves,
you see
make
the
people
comments on here.
happy,
Finally, pure retardium.
play make-believe.
you know,
Unfortunately,
They deserve the world at the end of the day. They're the ones winning. So proud of them. These are all Stan accounts.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
because these are all Stan accounts that are fake,
Mm-hmm.
like Palestinian bot accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Zegler acting like the hate crime.
Oh, there's
from
a
nowhere.
lot. Oh, there's a lot
the hate
on.
came from nowhere.
They.
I mean, this chick is insufferable. Step 1, make crass comments that you know will offend people. Step 2, cry about online hate because people didn't want to consume your crass nonsense.
If you
By the
don't
way,
want to watch
2.9
me, don't
million
watch
followers
me.
of this particular X page.
I don't want to watch her, so I don't watch her, but I want to critique it.
2,000 likes. Enough said.
You know?
Grow up.
And
Pathetic Snow
you
White.
know, I'm sure
I mean,
because
I think ultimately,
this came out a while ago. Now it's like I'm
yeah,
sure
don't ask
she's.
Hallie about her racist past. I hope that's not true.
Whoa.
And I think that these weirdos, they just live in this world where they're the victims, and they're really just like in the ruling class, the elitism. I'm sorry, but she low-key deserved it. Her spoiled rear attitude was unbearable. I still don't get what she's doing.
It's like you can't take it
really,
with
nobody's
you.
really dunking on Halle
the
Bailey.
more people like this
Rachel
perpetuate
Zegler.
this,
and she's just an insufferable
the more
brat. I'm making a movie, and you're just
regular
dating.
people are disadvantaged
Snow White
because
already has
it
been
sells them
delayed.
a
I think
false
that
sense
ultimately,
of hope.
this movie
and
will be a massive
it puts
financial failure.
things in.
People just really.
I do
don't
have
like
my
this
Bible
woman.
next
They
to
don't
me.
want
I'm
give
not
them
trying
their
to get
money.
on the sermon,
Instead,
but
they're
just,
going out and getting those sweet
it is
coffee brand coffee gift boxes for all of the people they have last minute gifts to purchase for, and I'm 100% with that. Not with the time and energy, they said. Everybody who ever criticized them is a troll. Did it ever affect you at all?
Yeah, I am a
Yes,
troll,
definitely
but
did
she's
publicly.
a dumbass.
Of course, Bailey conceded. I mean, we're sensitive. We're human beings. I get my feelings hurt if my cat doesn't want to sit next to me.
I am too.
I'm
and
the
you
same
ruined
way, Zegler
you
said.
ruined Snow White for me as a kid.
I don't really understand
those church
how these people think that this is
those were awesome movies.
People think this
and
is
now
awesome.
it's ruined.
I don't
I'll
even
get
really
over
understand it. But we'll see how the box office does on their Damage Control tour. Looks like it's begun.
My grandpa would be so proud of me
soon.
just for saying something, because I swear he would be like, I went to Amsterdam. I believe in free speech, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, no. And my other grandpa was on the homestead making the food for the Canadians. So, gotta love both sides, regardless. Oh, yeah. Speaking of farmers, I didn't plan this. I actually don't script out what I say when I pull these up. And we have the flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pleb is back. In this special Saturday report, we are going to cover everything that is happening in France,
Happy Saturday.
Germany, with the farmers protesting their governments. The protests are intensifying. Things are getting crazy, and I have all the updates
I'm
for
sorry,
you.
was the
So
sheep
you won't want to miss
Scottish
tonight's story.
protest
Stick
or
around.
the French one? I'm confused. Bad jokes. I shouldn't rag, because you know what?
Before we
wouldn't
this
have
special
Velcro.
report, I just want
If
to
you're
say
Scottish,
thank
you
to
get the
everyone
joke.
for resubscribing to my channel. YouTube has been censoring this channel.
Oh yeah,
and unsubscribing.
they are.
You guys,
I didn't get
and
notifications.
the amount of you that have
And I'm
supported me
a
and
member,
resubscribed
so
to the channel
like
absolutely warms my heart.
I'm not getting
We will
notifications
defeat
as
this
a
censorship
member.
together. So if you want to hear the news that the mainstream media is definitely not showing you, smash the subscribe button and let's start today's report. Welcome to your special Saturday report. As we have been covering on this channel, there is a massive farmer protest going on right now
It
in
is
Europe that the mainstream
amazing.
media seems to be ignoring
Oh,
and
yeah.
definitely does
Yeah.
not want you to see.
Yeah,
But on
it
this
is
channel, I will bring
like
you guys the stories. You guys love the French farmers, so I am dedicating
French
this
know
whole
how to
episode
protest
to
after
updating
like
you guys to what's
almost
happening in France.
like how long did the
Tonight's
Yellow
report
Vests
will
go
start
on?
with the French
They know how to
farmers
protest,
sending
and now
an
the
SOS
farmers
to the entire
with these
world.
new
The
restrictions,
farmers appear
it's
to
like
be sending
we're
a
not
message
fucking
to the
around.
world here. With
This
a
is
giant
amazing.
SOS,
Like,
telling
this
the world
isn't
to
AI.
wake up
This
and
is
support
real
the French
farmers. This is
Now,
real,
in these French
this is
farmer
real.
protests,
And they
the
are that
farmers appear
organized
to have recruited
to
new
do
talent
this.
to join the protest. And it's not who you think it is.
I'm sorry.
What does that sign say? Des aides pour la transition. We want help
At least
for
the sheep are coming,
ecological
and I'm not
transition.
going to cry.
Look behind these tractors
Sorry.
here, guys.
Kids.
Oh my God! They have recruited the sheep.
Oh,
They're
God.
bringing their livestock to the protests.
Oh,
How
God.
funny. How
And
funny is
those,
that?
that's
Wow, the farmers
organized.
brought an entire herd of sheep into the city. Honestly, I did not think the
that
Liberals supported
that is
this
so
protest, but it's good to
beautiful.
see. Here's what it looked like on the ground with the sheep.
Oh my! I would be. Oh my God! This is so cool. It doesn't even look real, but it's real, yeah. And even the cops and security guards are like,
So, yes,
I don't know what we
farmers
do with
have
this
brought
one.
Their livestock into the town to join this protest, but they were not done doing one thing that they've been doing since the start, which is apparently spreading manure on government buildings.
Holy crap! No pun intended. Holy crap!
Oh my God!
Yeah, like, oh my God, we had prayer circles and bouncy
Piling garbage in
castles,
front of the
but
building wasn't enough for these French farmers. They literally need to spray all over the building. They
yeah.
are absolutely savage, for the record.
Oh, should I start a Rumble stream?
Wow.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'll start a Rumble stream. I think after this, I better just as a backup. Yeah, okay. Let's see if this reloads.
Unbelievable.
I was trying to set one up before. Okay. There we go.
Oh. And it's not just government buildings that the farmers are spreading manure on. They're also doing it on police vans?
Oh, holy shit.
Oh my God.
Holy
Oh my God.
Holy shit. Like, okay.
That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. So those are the manure scenes out of the French protests. But the farmers started rolling into a town called Rennes. Rennes. And here's what it looked like on the ground.
Wow.
Look at the amount of
Holy
tractors here.
crap.
It's not a small amount of tractors.
No. Okay.
So they arrived into the town. They did a slow roll through the city.
This
and
is
I'm going
sorry. I'm
to
trying
attempt
to set up my
translate some of
Rumble
these
stream,
signs
but
for you, as the pleb
that
speaks perfect French.
I didn't watch
So
all of
sign
this
here
before.
says,
Like,
agricultures
this
are
is
angry. We want a fair price.
like, you think
Stop
truckers
with your
don't fuck with
useless
farmers?
administration.
Oh
On
yeah,
the
yeah.
left here, it
Imagine,
says, "Save our
like, can you imagine
businesses
what Trudeau
and
would have
our
done?
salaries."
Like,
gather
he would have nuked
all
us. He
the
would have
French
asked,
drivers.
like, whatever, like, country had nukes to nuke, actually, our parliament just to get rid of the manure, because he's
Sign there.
not good with
And
shit.
within that town, it appears that the
He is
regular,
shitty, but
everyday French
Trudeau's
people
just-
are joining in. And
He's so
showing
full
their
of it, he
support for
wouldn't
the
know what to
farmers.
do with it. Like, this is insane. And I don't condone
Wow.
destruction of public properties. But
And
when
within the cities,
we
it
had
appears that the
martial
regular,
law,
everyday French
and we
people
were
have
throwing
joined
boo,
the farmers
you
in
know,
their
just
protests, and it
saying.
appears that
We
they are
had prayer
starting a
circles and
bonfire.
bouncy castles,
Oh
and
boy.
we tried to keep the
Look at
sidewalks
that.
clean.
Look at
Like,
that.
we were not, like this is, like, out of, like, Les Miserables. Like, but this is real. This is, like, out of fucking Les Miserables. But this is... Wow, they're even dumping plastic. Like, hey.
And it's not just in the city center where they are starting fires. It appears that the protesters are now
Well,
starting
this
fires
is just
in
how
front
the
of
French
government buildings.
protest
Oh my
in
God.
Paris. Like, yeah.
This freeze frame's already pretty insane.
Yeah, no, they are, like, fucking... Oh. And the flub knows French. I understand what they're saying. I just... Oh, you better throw some more on. Oh, yeah. And there's a lot of swearing in here. It's probably better it's in French than English, so I'm not getting strikes. Like, oh yeah.
So they pour garbage in front of the buildings, then they spray
Yeah.
it with manure, but you know, that wasn't enough. We also need to start a fire.
Holy. No. It's just
Crazy stuff. Oh my God.
this is like, I cannot condone like
Do you guys
protests like
remember
this,
the
but
time
at
that
the same
Justin
time,
Trudeau
it ain't my
used
country.
wartime measures on some people who
It
were
ain't
having
my
a dance
country.
party
This
in
is
the
just how
streets
they
of Ottawa?
protest in France.
I don't see the military here in France. It really puts things in perspective.
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
it?
exactly.
And
It's
apparently here,
just-
the French
it's
farmers
just
are dumping
how they
waste in front of the mobile
protest,
police
like-
stations that have been set up to block them. Look at that. Wow.
No, like,
Wow. Just pouring hay in front of the cop cars, you know, no big deal.
how many of these farmers
No
are from
Emergencies Act
vineyards?
over here, but in Canada, if you
Put it
dance
in
the streets,
perspective.
you know, you're going to go
You
to
shut
jail.
out
Now,
Savino.
after
You're
causing
shutting
traffic chaos
off
and setting fire
France.
to lorries, French farmers are now intending on blockading the main routes to the city for 5 days, demanding better pay, less red tape, protection from cheap imports.
And
The
these
government
are
has addressed
private
some of their
citizens.
concerns, but hasn't done
Farmers
enough to
are
end the
private
protests.
citizens.
Roll this.
Okay, what did my mom say to me today?
No way.
It was on another topic, but it related to this.
Oh. Yo, play that again. Play that again.
You have to take care of your...
So they're dumping out
Number
trucks
one,
that have imported
yourself.
fruits and vegetables.
You
I
don't
imagine.
owe
And
anyone
not
a
only
piece
that,
of
are they
yourself,
emptying the
especially
products
the
over, they're
government.
flipping the trucks
She
over?
didn't say especially the government, but, you know,
And setting them on fire.
this is
Holy
big.
shit, dude.
This is huge.
And you know things are getting bad in France when they are dumping out wine.
Oh, holy fuck. No. Now, like I said, now it's getting real. Now it's fucking getting real.
So the guy's saying there's wine bottles and champagne bottles everywhere. Quand donc de ce rond-point, donc le rond-point de la proximité du péage
Well,
de gare.
we have to do that in Canada with milk.
Donc direction
We
Lille.
dump out anyways. Might as well save it up for a protest because farmers have to dump it out anyways.
Look at that wine.
Oh my god, just stick me under. Just stick me under. Oh my
This
god,
protest
like
is
can I put my
absolutely
cup
wild.
up and
Oh my god. And it doesn't end just there because the French
Yeah.
farmers have apparently blocked the A7 highway in France as well.
Like this is insane. This is
Look at them with the beautiful French flag. Look at that. I love patriotism. It's beautiful.
yeah. Sorry, just give me a second. I need to
The
fix
truckers have
something
joined them,
on
guys.
my
Look
computer.
at that. The truckers have joined the farmers in blocking the highway. That's wild.
Okay, no. Why aren't you working? It's not scrolling down. I think it's just off balance. Maybe. Come on, computer.
We love the honking. I love the honking. So that's the latest out of France. Absolutely crazy
I'm getting
footage.
like.
They are the world champions of protesting
Oh,
by far. And anyone who
Oh,
gives
well.
these Frenchmen crap saying they wave the white flag, how about you
Let's just scroll
watch
back.
this footage? The
Yes,
French
leave.
are awesome and put everyone else's protesting to shame.
Yes.
And before I
There we go.
forget, I want to tell you guys, they are trying to censor these protests in Germany, but the German farmers are still going strong as well.
Wahnsinn.
I don't understand Deutsch.
Ja, Leute, abonniert, kommentieren. Was hält ihr davon? Was sagt ihr dazu? Schmeckt mal so ein bisschen rum hier.
Sorry, it's just gonna take me a second. It's
There's a lot
all
of tractors
new
there.
program.
That's a lot of tractors, a lot of people.
Better do it this way. Who appears? Me. Where is this? Victoria, BC. Nope.
Wie geht's hier?
Nope. Submit.
So that's the latest out of Europe with the
Okay.
farmers and the truckers. And apparently in America,
Yes.
there is
Okay.
a convoy starting
Now
right
I
now
know.
that is headed to the
Okay,
U.S.
I've
border
done this before.
that is starting on February 3rd. It's still developing, but I'm going to report this next week as the news starts coming in. And heck, I may even go to the border myself. So that's
I will
for
get
today's
this
report.
eventually.
But let me ask you this question, okay?
Oh, boy,
If
please
there is a
work.
convoy heading
Okay.
to the Texas border, do you guys want to see me head down there and cover it? Would you guys support me financially with, I don't know, a Give Sengo or whatever to get me down
Well,
to Texas?
sure, if you
let me know
buy me
in the
coffee
comments
or
down below.
beer.
And before I go, what do you guys think of these new
No.
decorations
Okay.
here behind me? The Trump and Trudeau, the Jack Pierre picture. What do you guys think of the new additions to the studio? And also, let me apologize to you guys. I know I sound nasally. I'm still sick. I'm fighting through this, guys, because you know what? I am a fighter. Just like you, just like Trump, just like Pierre, we fight, okay? No days off.
Okay.
We're not liberal.
This is
If you guys
promising.
want to support this
Okay,
channel,
now
support
I need to do
independent
the next
journalism,
step.
like this video
And I got
so
the next
YouTube
step.
pushes this out to more people.
What do we do with the
Share it
next
with your
step?
friends. Subscribe to my channel. Buy a membership for
Okay.
$5. That helps me out a lot too. My name is The Pleb. This was your special Saturday report. And I'll see you at the next one. Peace.
Oh god, no, that's not the one I want. Okay. No. Oh, fuck. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm so close. I keep forgetting what I'm supposed to be doing with this program. Oh. Why is that not scrolling down? Sorry, just come on. Scroll down. There we go. There we go.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
Okay, no. Go back.
What a great honor to be able to introduce.
Small fringe minority holding unacceptable views.
Yes. That is the code I wanted. Yes. That's the droid I'm looking for.
Well, Lametti is a former MP
Fuck.
for the Liberal Party.
Sorry, I'm not
Parliament.
trying to swear. I just forget what
until a
I'm
couple
doing
days ago.
sometimes.
Prior to that,
Because,
when he was a member, he also
I'm
had the
dealing with
designation
so
of
much
being the
stuff.
Justice Minister. And this was all
No,
during
that
the
is
truckers'
not
convoy.
it.
So
Why is that
important? Well, we're
doing
going to
it?
get to that. Earlier in the week, he
No,
nuked his
you
Twitter
behave.
account, and that may not be a big deal.
Okay.
In most cases, because whatever, right? But he used that Twitter account for a lot of his government correspondence, and I guess to discuss, or announce government things and all that kind of stuff. So he kind of nuked it. He deleted it.
Okay.
It's gone. And even though, like I said, it was a personal account, he used it for government business. And then, shortly after that, he resigned. He just, resigned from the Liberal Party, resigned from as a member of Parliament, and is deciding to get into private practice.
Sorry, this shouldn't
So
be.
the big question is why is that? And that's what we're going to talk about today, because we all know the judgment came down saying that it was unjustified to use the Emergencies Act. Not that that necessarily means a whole lot, but
Why is this doing this? Or maybe it's this one.
If I don't got a coffee.
Let's try this one.
What's going on now is that people are suspicious that the reason he deleted his Twitter and he resigned is because the ship is sinking. The ship is going down, and as you know, when the ship goes down, the rats start scrambling. Is that what's happening? Let's find out. So first, we're going to start out with this story. So the feds use fake intelligence to frame the Freedom Convoy as violent extremists. David Lametti was the Justice
I
Minister
don't
at this
know.
time.
I might
So,
just have to do
from the onset of the 2022
like
Freedom Convoy
another
that January, the
stream
Trudeau Liberals
on
did not
Rumble just
recognize their right to
exclusively
legitimate protests. They falsely
because
accused the
I'm going
anti-lockdown
through a lot
protesters
of my
being
old
far-right,
footage trying to
courtesy of
clear up some
fabricated
storage,
intelligence revealed to some
and
public.
I'm just
So
thinking
there's exposing, I guess. It's being said here that another scandal brews in
maybe I
aftermath
should
of the
just
Emergencies
do a
Act
new
ruling,
stream
as intelligence
on
agencies
because also
reportedly
I got a
fabricated
request
information to
from
indict
Tom
supporters of the
because
Freedom
I
Convoy.
lost a lot
And
of
we're going to get to some
like
text
my
messages
footage,
that were
and I did
exchanged
one
that somebody
on
received
Twin
through the Freedom of
Peaks,
Information
or
Act.
not Twin
And
Peaks,
you'll get there's not a
Wild
lot of
Palms.
things
Sorry,
posted
I
exactly
want to
posted
do one
everything,
in
which
Twin
is just
Peaks,
typical of a government.
but I
But you'll
actually
see that there
want
was
to
a
go to
lot of
Washington
different things there that they were
State
kind of trying to
and
pump it up into being
do a
something that it
tour
really
of it.
wasn't.
Like you can do tours
They falsely
of
accuse the anti-lockdown
where
convoy
they
of being
filmed
part
Twin
of the far
Peaks.
right. And what is
And
the
I would
far
love
right
to do it
anyways?
just
That's an
because
American term. So they're just, when they say far right, that's not something that was used in Canada for before. So they're trying to lump those people that are more conservative,
it's so close
that
to
believe in
home.
Canadian values and freedoms, into the MAGA chuds and the U.S.
And
I'm
I'm
not saying
gonna
that's a
let
bad
her
thing,
talk
but
for a minute.
for a Canadian, most
And
Canadians,
just give me a
especially the
second.
liberal
I
kind,
gotta I
the worst
can't
thing is
figure
to
out
be
this Rumble
labeled an
thing.
American.
I
That's like the biggest
I
insult,
know
which
I
don't
will.
know
I've
why.
done
I
it
would rather be
before. I
American
did
than
it,
Canadian,
but
that's just me.
what the
That's
hell
because of
did I
the state of
do?
the country right now.
I'm sorry.
So they began repressing them with the help of allied media. We all know that during the truckers' convoy, all that time, not even just that, but you were being suppressed, things were getting canceled, you were getting deleted.
Yeah.
All
oh yeah, we're
things.
still. I could go to jail
Central
for some of
Trudeau's
this shit, and I'm not even doing
invocation
anything.
of the act was the alleged threat of right-wing extremism and violence, but new documents that podcaster Jeremy Mackenzie obtained through Canada's Freedom of Information law shows that this drastic measure was based on fabricated intelligence. Government-approved media pushed that narrative soon after Trudeau accused Conservatives of reporting a fringe group with unacceptable views. they effectively branded the protesters as radicals. And that's the danger of the media now, too, because they don't report on actual truth. They report on what they're being fed and what they're being told. They're just basically reporters. That's it. Like, they're not journalists. They don't investigate stories. They just repeat what is being told. Social media, especially Twitter, X now, has a huge influence on this kind of stuff, as you can see here. Michael Schellenberg put out this week, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau froze the bank accounts of the 2022 Freedom Convoy protesters, claiming it was an emergency. But it wasn't. And now the public has proof that his government used fake intelligence to illegally frame protesting truckers as violent extremists. And that's, a bad thing to be labeled with. These people probably had their lives, not just the bank accounts that were frozen, but they probably had their lives affected negatively in many ways. On February 14, 2022, Trudeau, alongside the witch Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, invoked the Emergencies Act. We've gone over this before, to dispel the protests in Ottawa. Convoy organizer Tamara Leach spent 49 days in prison on one count of mischief, and yet we have murderers, robbers, car thieves, all being let go on their own recognizance or whatever, or because they're a certain demographic and we don't want the numbers to look bad. Supreme Court Chief Justice Richard Wagner, in an April 9th, 2022 interview with the Quebec La Devoix, likened protesters to anarchists and hostage takers. Step it back there a little bit, Richard. You're a little dramatic there. Put on a helmet. Life is hard. What we saw on Wellington Street here was the beginning of anarchy, where certain people decided to take other citizens hostage, to take the law into their own hands. So locking down the country, forcing people to lose their jobs, close their businesses, stay in their homes, not go see their loved ones in long-term care, not have family over for holidays, that wasn't considered hostage taking either, over a glorified cold that in the end was a huge nothing burger. So that's the story about the intelligence that was found. So now we know not only was it unjustified, but the intelligence they got was made up and phony, which, again, shouldn't surprise anybody because knowing this government, they will go to any lengths. Okay, we're going to start with the text messages. Again, they're not going to make sense because they didn't give the whole context. They obviously redacted a lot of stuff, but we're trying to kind of surmise what was going on. So, and I put them in order of the dates, but we'll see what we can figure out through them. But I think you can tell just by basically what has been released that it was totally unnecessary, that they were catastrophizing and all that kind of stuff. And basically, they were looking for an excuse. You can see that this could have been managed, and you'll see when we get through the messages. Try to come down here and record, and you got everybody wanting to ask you something. Okay, so first we have David Lemay. This is on Sunday, January the 30th. And this, I'm not sure if he's the person sending it, I think, but regardless. Do we have a contingency for these trucks to be removed tomorrow or Tuesday? If they were Black or Indigenous, in brackets. I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean. What normative authority do we have, or is some order needed? EA. I'm not sure if he means Emergency Act. Probably. Here, if you want to chat. And then this person who's responding, make sure to use Michael to get in tomorrow. I've set it up so that he's working with security. Most seem to be leaving from what I see. We have not been told of any contingency planning to remove anyone, but would need to be done with the City of Ottawa and Ontario. There's still a lot on King Edward. Took hours to get back from me. Have contacted Michael. So this was on the 30th. Then we have on the 2nd. I labeled this one tanks because it's kind of funny. You need the police to move and the CAF if necessary. Too many people are being seriously adversely impacted by what is an occupation. I am getting out as soon as I can. People are looking to us, you, for leadership, and not stupid people. People like Carney, Kath, my team. This is Marco Mendocino. And then the best part, my favorite part, how many tanks are you asking for? I just want to ask Anita how many we've got on hand. So they're referring to Anita Anand, who's, I think, the defense minister. I reckon one will do. Just one. You know what? You didn't even need one because you just used the horses to trample people. So, ooh. Then we have police have all, this is Marco Mendocino again, police have all the legal authority they need to enforce the law. They just need to exercise it and do their job. This is accurate. They had all of, they needed, they did not need the Emergencies Act. They had all the power they needed. And other than in Ottawa, it was all under control. The police had managed it fine. I was stunned by the lack of a multi-layered plan. Slowly is incompetent. So Peter Slowly was the police chief of Ottawa during the convoy. And, I don't know that he was incompetent. I think he was kind of stuck by his ethics and his values, probably, knowing that, what they were doing was against the Constitution, or the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, even though really it doesn't mean a whole lot in Canada. But I think, he might have been a little bit kind of stuck on that too, right? He wasn't in an easy position. So then the fifth, Ottawa stuff. Hi, Doug. It is David. Do you have a moment for a call? So I'm not sure if he's referring to Doug Ford, the fat fuck premier of the Ontario, or if he's referring to another Doug, like maybe an assistant of somebody. I'm not sure. So he says, hi, Doug. It is David. This is David Lametti. Do you have a moment for a call? And then he's like, hi, Doug.
This
need
is
you to press
so,
Sylvia. So Sylvia
like,
Jones is the
he had no right to delete his ex, but we're going to get Elon on that.
None of them know what they're doing anyway.
Because Elon has the record. He can delete it, but it's still
Ontario Provincial Police
property of X.
And Ottawa. RCMP,
and I think Elon, as a Canadian passport holder,
we can't make operational decisions.
And citizen would be interested in,
can make government priorities clear in these situations as per the IPRWASH report.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It may be gone from public view, but it ain't gone.
It was with the Indigenous people.
Like, how dumb are these guys? Like, really? You're fucking around with the wrong people. You don't delete your ex, but you did. It's still on record.
I believe Angle,
and I hope that is help for any Canadian citizen worried about this.
The angle is going to be this. Doesn't seem like they did a whole lot to figure it out outside of the Emergencies Act. Sorry to be missing your min DM. I need to sort this out. Who fucking knows? And then this part is redacted.
I love her. I love it, when hosts do comments like that. It's like, this is a real person.
I think we are on an inexorable march to the EA. Not enough happening in Windsor. So at this time, the Windsor Bridge was closed. It was being closed by protesters on the Windsor side. So that is one of the biggest trade routes in Canada, the Detroit-Windsor border, for ground anyways. So they were concerned about it being held up as far as goods being moved across the border. I thought NWS Action Bridge was still blocked. From what I've seen on Twitter, the road is cleared entirely, the bridge not yet open. Okay?
He's in so much shit for this.
Against Canadian security, or it was a risk to Canadian security, because the bridges were being blocked by the protesters. Here we have, trying to see what I can arrange. Department will call me back with hopefully some options. Thanks, Alex. Can you find out exactly if the bridge in Windsor is open, if there's an approved plan for Ottawa? I assume not yet in both cases, but this is what I will be asking. This is Greg Fergus. Marco keeps talking about meeting with the caucus as integrated command, the best we can offer. Fuck! Our only other legal option is the Emergencies Act. This is exactly where people are at. It's where I'm at and me. Blah, blah, blah. So the consensus from the call, use the Emergencies Act, close down Coventry and Baseline bases of operation, put a solid RCMP or CAF spokesman before the press, since we politicians have pissed away our credibility. And whoever Greg Fergus is right. No solid RCMP spokesperson. They didn't have anybody. Nobody trusted anybody at that point in time because the police had been putting the jackboots on, and during the scandemic to prevent people from gathering especially out in
they're
the
like
Ottawa
joking
area,
around it like
that.
fucking
really
frat boys. Like, are you kidding
me? Of course,
me?
the agreement, but they don't get a veto.
Like, go fuck yourselves.
There is no plan at the moment to bring in the RCMP.
Bon voyage.
Before doing so, there will be consultations. And this is a theoretical fight about Constitution. Gus spoke with the other.
Oh, yeah. And Canadians should be fighting about our Constitution.
So this here.
With bouncy castles and prayer circles, or like in peaceful ways.
Bank account
but most Canadians don't even know this is an issue. And this is the biggest issue
it was tracked
regarding all of these other issues going on in Canada.
This, of course, went viral on
like
Twitter,
who
and
has
so
the right over our Constitution. And when you have someone
wanted to flag,
like Trudeau,
can we get lucky? So Brenda Lucky was the head of the RCMP. Say the bank's rule of thumb is over 500 or over 1,000. That gets us May, whatever that means. So they did actually do this. So he's admitting here,
they actually
basically
froze
admitting
people's
that they
bank
did do
accounts. I almost want to show up like MMA. It's just like, oh, thank you. There is a God. It's like, yeah, finally people are paying attention to this. I'm going to finish pulling her up.
the freezing accounts of people who just donated,
Yeah.
not people who were participating.
They weren't even
And then I'm
participating.
glad
They
we
just
ended the year. This is
donated like
after. But it would have
one
been more
mom.
appropriate if we waited
She
until
donated
Friday, 44
like
hours
$20
after the vote seems
and her
unseemly.
bank account
So
was
why
frozen.
he did this? So why Trudeau ended
Like
it so soon?
a single
because
mom,
it would have had to go
and
before the
for
Senate,
what?
and it would never have passed in the
Like,
Senate. This is what people
hey,
believe.
how about we go
So,
into
although I'm not,
everyone
you know what I mean, with the
who
way things are in
donated
the political
to
system, the courts, and that, I don't
some
necessarily
of
think that they
the
would shoot it down.
recent protests?
But people smarter than me do. So
Me
he
included.
ended it
I
so
will
it wouldn't go in
fully
front of them and he would suffer
disclose
the embarrassment
all of
the
my
Senate saying, this is not
financials.
allowed. So he's, this Greg
Because
Fergus is saying,
I
we look
know.
like idiots because 44 hours after
Sorry.
voting it in, we're shutting it down. Like, what kind of emergency is it? I'm guessing this is Lametti replying, no, we need to stay ahead of the NDP and senators. We're saying that they would vote against based on their view that there was no longer emergency.
Yeah,
so that's why.
You
They're doing
know,
it. So that's the text messages that were released with the Freedom of Information. Nothing really,
them first.
shocking there or explosive.
Why?
So this is why everybody's wondering, well, why did David Lametti,
as Canadian
nuke
citizens,
his Twitter? Why did he resign? So a lot of people are speculating,
he resigned
again, that
because
maybe
he's like
he
the
had
rats
some
are
private DMs
jumping
in there
ship
that,
right now.
could possibly be subpoenaed that might say something. I think you'd have to be a
he
pretty
will
big
be.
moron
He
to
will be.
send that kind of information through Twitter DMs, but I mean,
No,
we're not exactly
because
dealing with the best
actually
here.
his
So
action,
that was
and I can
that was
understand
the whole
now.
Lametti thing about the thing. So people are wondering if he's jumping ship because the Liberal Party's going down. More than likely,
It was
because
a
that's what
personal
happens.
count,
But further, we
on
have some
a
other
government,
news on the Liberal Party, new scandals that have broken out
code.
since this. So Brian Lilly wrote an opinion. He's a columnist for the Toronto Sun. Trudeau Liberals reaching at straws as desperation grows.
Yeah, they are.
Liberals are lashing out in all directions. Assigned
speaking of rats jumping ship,
we already knew this.
No, Brian Lilly is good.
On the
He's
Langdon
just
block, home of the
there's sometimes I'm just like,
you can see it in how they act.
We can agree to disagree.
And what
right
they
now,
I
do.
They try to convince that they are relevant. So
you know,
flailing so badly
but
that
I'm not a journalist. I do satire. I'm allowed to say he's
organized. They're now accusing him of Quebec bashing. For daring to criticize politicians in Montreal and Quebec City for getting in the way.
Because, also, I have other this isn't all going to be Canadian politics, but I really did kind of plan it in. Just because we have pretty soon Monday, they all got to go back to school in the House of Commons. I hope they brought their crayons and notebooks.
I'm not sure what that means,
books.
But
okay, there's really not going to be much done in the House of Commons.
So, the usual kind of shit. So they got upset with the Tucker Carlson thing. So in my last podcast, I talked about
I know. That's like they got their panty. And Tucker's like,
Danielle Smith,
he would never do
Alberta,
anything mean to anyone.
Joke about, Tucker, you need to put
but at the same time, it's like he's going to troll our government because it's so ridiculous. Because and also seeing like all the bots and trolls
So now
on X, it's been priceless. Oh my god, it's like they're getting their little panties in a twist, and it's beautiful. It really is.
Or what they said, both of them, and Tucker Carlson as being a far-right conservative Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah. It's like, why? Why do I have to denounce that? So
I don't see a problem.
They're grasping at straws. His popularity is at an all-time low, which is exactly why they're lashing out. After spending months comparing Poilievre to Donald Trump, which is laughable, this week they're demanding Poilievre condemn an appearance by Tucker Carlson in Alberta. Carlson, the former Fox News host turned independent media
Poilievre is actually just like a hometown boy, and he's doing good.
And in my last podcast, if you watch it, I put the clip in there where he called, Trudeau's office.
My family's from Calgary. I'm gonna
it's all fucking jokes and shit, right? The crowd ate up
Hometown's a hometown.
Bothered the thin-skinned Liberals.
Or Cowtown.
After Alberta Premier Daniel Smith suggested figuratively that Carlson Tucker Carlson.
Like,
but
I love
Environment Minister
Alberta. I
Stephen
love
Guilbeault
Alberta so
in his
much. I just
crosshairs, the Liberal minister and his
cannot
colleagues took
deal
the
with
words
your
literally.
winters. And
Guilbeault
I
and
don't
his fellow
care.
ministers
It's
accused
you.
Carlson
How
of putting
many
a target on
times
my
I
back.
hear it's a dry
This increases
cold.
political violence against everyone who runs for office in this country, which is an utter load of crap, which is what Brian Lewis
Yeah,
said.
it is a load.
Terms like
Yeah.
targets, crosshairs are common in political discourse, and they are used by both sides.
Well, no,
although,
it's like
the Liberals
become.
probably don't
It's
because they're
not
not really
even
exactly the best,
crosshairs.
like I
It's
said.
become
They didn't send the
cancel.
best.
It
Liberals
maybe
just act as
that
if they are
is the
literal cause to
definition of
violence when they are just-
crosshairs,
when
but
they are desperate for
and
a
I've been
distraction
guilty
from
of
all of
that
their
a
failures.
lot of
So
times,
you're
even
already
with
upset.
friends. Like,
Then
but it's
we have our
like.
friend
Okay,
David
the only
Lametti,
the
who
only
we
last
just spoke
channel
about
I
earlier,
actually
saying that he would not
gave
be
a
afraid of
report
pending
on, other
update to
than
assisted dying
one
eligibility.
from
So
the Liberal
there
Party
was an update,
or
as you
on
know, we talked about
YouTube
this
was
before.
the Weather Network,
Canada
because
is, they assist
it,
people in
it was
suicide.
just
So
so poorly written,
there's a
and
case
I
that's
was
going on, and I've
just
been
like,
complaining about this. There's a case in Canada,
this
a
is why I
guy
want to
that
send
sold
crayons. Like,
a
they have better
chemical,
things to do.
sodium nitrate,
Like,
I think it
let's
was,
just.
to people
Oh
in
my
large
God,
doses,
I
and
just.
told them how they can mix it up basically to
And I
unalive
like
themselves.
the Weather
And now
Network.
he's being charged with
I've
murder. So it's funny that the
watched
government
them
isn't allowed
like
to do it and even
decades,
encourage
and then
it.
all of a sudden
But
it's like, go
somebody
woke,
that
go
like
broke.
and I don't agree with it either
Oh
way.
my
But like I
God,
said,
it's
somebody
really
private
bad
citizens
when a
and go to jail for life
Canadian
for it. So
is
it's
like,
funny. Anyways, so
oh,
David Lametti was
okay, I'm
responsible
not
for
going
all
to
this,
cancel you.
MAID stuff,
I
and
am
they were
going
going to
to
expand it
file a
to people with
report on this
mental
one
health. Their
because it
sole
is
reason being just mental
misinformation.
health issues, right? They put
Like,
it on
why am I
pause,
seeing
and
a climate change
I
warning
believe it's still on pause, but it's
when
that
this
they
is
might be looking
so
at
poorly
this year, later
written?
this year, possibly. So the
It
former
has
Justice Minister
nothing
said
to
he's not
do with
afraid of
the
moving ahead
topic
with the
it's
expansion
going
of
on.
eligibility for medical assistance in dying. He shepherded the
Oh my
legislation
God,
through
I am
Parliament last year
getting
that
old.
postponed the
I'm
scheduled
writing
change at
into
the
news
last minute.
stations. I'm turning into
Access to the program is
Gomez
now set to expand in
Adams.
March to people whose, it is in March, sole medical
Oh
condition
God.
is mental illness.
Oh God, I
So
really do
again, the
need
government
estrogen
has no problem
therapy.
killing you. They want to expand it to people who have solely mental illness. Now, I'm on the fence because I believe that a person should be able to choose to do what they want with
I don't
themselves.
agree
However, I
with the
don't believe that the
mental
government should be
illness
assisting
one.
you, especially
Like,
if
this
they're going to
is.
let somebody, a regular public person who's trying to help somebody. And the people that this
This
guy,
is
as
going
far
to
as
go
I know,
bad. It's like
sent the
Soylent
chemicals
Green.
to
It
were,
really is. It is.
or at least they said
And that
that they
was
were
like a
in
couple
a
years
condition
ago.
where they weren't going
Like,
to recover. So
since
it's
that
just
time,
very
since
critical of the government.
2022, in
Very
Canada,
hypocritical. Sorry, let me
we
speak
have
English.
killed 10,000 people.
And in more scandals, another corrupt game.
California,
The Trudeau Liberals,
just to put it
Canada,
in
destroying
context,
the documents of the
just to put it in context, California at the same time, and California, obviously, I pulled up San Francisco last night. That's going bad. No, we in Canada and California, we had similar laws on medical assisted suicide at the same time. They did 1,000 people. We did 10,000 people. Like, really. And this is California. This is like, but apparently, and we have less population. So what is going on that this is our best option? No, it's like, I'm like, hey, if like nobody wants to be hooked to machines, and if you've seen the BC hospitals, they are like, I feel like I'm in the dark ages sometimes. They do their best, but at the same time, like, it's, wow, I'm actually alive because I was so scared of dying there, and it wasn't just dying like in a shameful way. Kind of like, well, Japanese have a culture where, if you're depressed, like, you just take the honorable way out, but it kind of like went the other way. It's like, well, I'm still here, and like, Sorry, that's a tangent. Let's go back to
discriminatory tool.
Normally that would be offensive
spoke about
on
this before,
YouTube,
how the
but
ArriveCan
you know
app,
what?
it was a big scam, and also the contract misconduct.
We have
so
legal.
Canada's chief technology officer
Anyone
accused of
can.
manipulating and
Oh,
destroying
I just want
files
to kill
at the
myself.
CBSA,
Okay, you can
which is
sign
the
right up.
Canadian
It's
Border
like
Security Agency, and I tried to click it. Well, I have the article. You won't be able to click this because it's behind a fucking paywall because the Globe and Mail sucks. But I was able to grab an archive.
Well, they didn't always suck. They had their moments where they were good. It just they suck now.
Min Doan, a central figure in the hearings related to the ArriveCan app and contracting misconduct allegations, faces accusations of taking unusual steps that led to a destruction of emails at the Canadian Border Services Agency, a claim that he strongly denies. Of course he is. Why would he want to admit it? So according to an internal complaint filed by CBSA IT employee and obtained by the Globe and Mail, Mr. Doan is accused of moving data files around in a way that led to the permanent destruction of emails and other documents that may have been relevant to an access to information requested about the agency's interactions with GC Strategies.
No. Okay, I gotta.
It was a big
disaster. What the fuck did she just say? I'm sorry, I was going out for a smoke. I didn't really watch this clip. Usually I can have some of these clips up and I kind of know what I've already watched them before, but I didn't watch this. This is espionage. How the fuck is this going on? And also, if this is when they got busted, how long was it going on before? How bloody long was... hey, no wonder we doubled our national debt in Canada. It took 150 years. I keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying this. We had a certain amount of debt as a country. Every country does. I'm sure everyone has those bills you need to get to. But when Trudeau has literally doubled our national debt, doubled in 8 years, that took 150 years to create. So it takes you 150 years to get to this baseline. And in 8 years, this little fraction of time, this man has doubled that number and sold off our gold reserves. Who's a fucking Nazi? Wow, I said that. I'm still getting a strike on YouTube tonight, but I don't care. I don't care.
They took $59 million.
Those gold reserves were not his to sell off. And with the Emergencies Act, you watch it. He is unhinged. He is...
Nice way to
someone has something
Mr. Doan said
bad on him,
and the allegations against him appear to be part of an effort by others
the
in
country to hide
try
it.
to falsely pin blame on him for their
how
own
bad
actions. So
is
it's the Spider-Man
this?
meme. We're pointing at each other. He denies any wrongdoing.
What can you say?
Again, yet another day, yet another scandal, and of course nothing will happen
I'm
with
sorry.
This
It
either.
just...
And if you remember, they also before the
people
election,
don't
I
want
think
to
the
even
interference part,
it's so big to unpack, and a lot of people don't even want to talk about it.
Interference in the election, and he ignored it because he knew.
I don't even want to talk about this. I'd rather... No, really. I'd really rather be doing a sewing stream. But I think this is so... it hurts me so much. Not just as a taxpayer, all the waste and corruption, but also my family fought in World War I and II, and I feel like it's being sold off. And when Edmonton City Hall gets shot up and it's not being taken seriously as a terrorist attack, no, we got a problem. We got a problem in Canada. Absolutely. But, it's like I'm the bad guy for saying it. This is nuts. Wow. I try and pull up like recent posts with
today.
older
ignores
ones.
A deadline set by the Biden administration, which is today. Instead, Abbott is installing more razor wire following a Supreme Court order allowing federal agencies to start removing it.
Fuck, I love you, Texas.
25 Republican
Hell
governors,
yeah.
all backing
Hell yeah.
Governor Abbott's
Love you,
border
Texas.
actions,
Thank
blaming
you.
the Biden administration for the crisis.
Yes.
Former President Trump wants to take it one step further. He's now encouraging these states to deploy their National Guard troops to Texas to prevent illegal crossings. Trump's spelling that
hell yeah.
he becomes
Oh my
president
God,
again.
oh my God.
He's going to work
But
with
can
Abbott to
you
seal
let, like,
the border, writing, quote, those Biden...
like-
Biden says let in those should
Well,
not
see,
get
that's the
comfortable
thing.
because they will be going
I've,
home.
I've,
I wanna bring in
if
Texas
things
Congressman
get
Lieutenant
bad,
Colonel Keith
I'll
Self.
come in a
Congressman, good
legal
morning.
way.
Governor
I don't need to
Cuomo
sneak
already
across
saying,
the border.
Yes, I would send
I have a
National Guard
passport.
troops.
I have
Is that
nothing
something
to
that you
hide.
think that Texas is
And
open to? And is that
if
a
it
move
gets
that needs
bad
to be made
with
now?
Trudeau, I'm sure they would
Well, that will
understand.
be up to Governor Abbott. But I think the border has now reached the boiling point that you now see governors getting involved. We have a trucker convoy coming down to the border. The American people are going to have to
Like,
get
just
involved.
thinking about my options, like,
support Governor Abbott.
I just don't
And,
trust
yeah,
Trudeau,
think
but
we're
I
going to
think
have to
he
be
is
aware
going down.
that the
I think
president
there's
can
just
federalize the
more of
National
us
Guard, but it would be much harder
than,
if 25 governors sent their National
and
Guard troops to the border to support Texans.
Karine Jean-Pierre has been asked about this, and of course she's defending
Michelle,
her boss, President
I
Biden.
think
But
you
her
got
response is always
vindication.
interesting. It still seems to be a gaslighting type of response from her. The border is secure. We're working on the border. Secretary Mayorkas,
Oh my
they're very
God,
aware
no,
of the
okay,
issues
no,
down
you
there.
ain't.
But their goal is
No,
to
you ain't.
process migrants, not to stop the flow of migrants across the border.
I'm sorry, like, you shouldn't even have
Sure,
to
I was
do
on the
this
border
to the
just
American
3 weeks
border.
ago,
And if this
that's exactly
isn't
what the
like
Border
a
Patrol
Cold
is doing.
War,
They have 72
I don't know
hours
what
to
is.
process the illegal
Like, I
immigrants, turn
never
them
would
over to
have
ICE or a
imagined
nonprofit to move
this.
them into the interior
Like,
of the
it
United
was like
States.
a joke,
They are
but it was
not
always
there
peaceful.
to stop the invasion.
But this is
And that's
so
perfectly clear to anyone
big
that's been
right
on the
now,
border,
and
anyone
every
that sees the
country
videos.
has
At
the
one point,
legal
during the
right to
tsunami, probably a
defend
month
their
ago,
borders.
there were no Border Patrol agents actually in the field. They were
Okay,
all
like,
in the office
and
processing
Russia, like, I know
paperwork
you're up there,
during
but
that tsunami.
Let's talk
you
about this
already, like,
trucker
just be
convoy. You
gentle,
brought this
just
up
be
just a moment
gentle,
ago. So this
okay?
is called Take Our
Like,
Border Back. It kicks off Monday. So you've got multiple starts. You've got trucks leaving
can
from
we
Virginia Beach. They're
negotiate?
going to go through Texas, Arizona, California.
Comrades,
On the
hey,
website, it
can we,
describes the event as a
can we,
peaceful
like, have
assembly,
instead of
encouraging
war,
all
can we
freedom
have
loving
a
and law-abiding
vodka
Americans to
competition
attend.
with
I saw
Eastern
that you posted on
Europeans?
X
Like,
to raise awareness
you
about that.
know,
You obviously
like,
just mentioned it
instead
a
of
moment ago. I understand that you're going to be
Ukraine
speaking once they
or
get to
Russia,
Eagle
like,
Pass.
let's
I also
let's
see
just
that
settle
it's
it
going to go
with
through Yuma.
vodka.
It's going to go through San Ysidro, California as
Why?
well.
Let's do it. Let's
700,000
do it.
vehicles? That's the prediction here. How do you keep that
Vodka nut
well
bombs.
peaceful and on
Sorry.
track? That's a lot of trucks.
That's as hippie as I get.
Well, the people
No,
that have organized
well,
this are
if
the
you
same
saw
people
my
that went
bedroom.
from California to D.C. with the truckers. I understand what you're supported by Canadian truckers. So these people are committed to a peaceful demonstration
Yeah.
that we've had enough. The American
Yeah.
people have had enough. We're
Amen.
demanding that the Biden administration do its
Amen.
job, enforce the laws on the books,
And if
secure our
truckers
border.
are
8
willing to
million
risk
people
it
during the Biden administration.
to protect the
That's more than
border,
the population of Ohio.
like, holy
This is
fuck,
the time
it's
for us
like
to
it's gotten
rise up
real
as the American
months
people
ago,
and
and it
demand
keeps
that
getting
our president
like half
do
of
his
Canada
job.
doesn't
Well,
even
I
know
hope, again, I do
how
hope that on board
bad it is down
peaceful
there.
and organized and doesn't kind
They
of,
don't
you
even
you
know
worry
how
about
bad it is
large
at the
movements like
southern
this. I mean,
border.
obviously, the Canadian
Like, that
trucker
wall
convoy you
should have
just
gone
mentioned
up.
ended up creating a lot of issues and a supply chain issues.
No,
of
it
course, for the
should have
Business
gone up.
Network. I had to ask that, but I do want to bring
Sorry.
in Carol Ross. She's got a question for you. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, Congressman, I love the fact that people are standing up and using their voices peacefully. But we know that bad actors in the past have co-opted these types of events and done everything they can to make the peace-loving Americans look bad. Are you concerned that there might be some sort of co-opting of this convoy?
Sorry, this is different. This is different. They shouldn't have to put razor wire on their border. It shouldn't have to look like a fucking thing out of Mad Max. People should be able to understand laws and legal immigration.
They want to come. This is the Canadian farmer trucker. This is the German farmers. This is the French farmers.
Yeah.
This is the Dutch farmers.
He actually swore when he said, "Yeah, we were there."
Tired of the overreach of their
we
federal
are.
governments, and we're
We are.
back.
How is this bad? How is this bad?
We continue,
Where does your food
obviously,
come
these
from?
proceedings against
Where does your food
Someone's
come
Community
from?
Secretary Mayorkas. Where are we with that right now? Before we go, where are you with that?
Wants to impeach.
I want to pull
the
up my
secretary,
grandma
and
again.
it failed
Like,
because of Republican
I
votes.
keep
I
her
think that we will
photo
try
by
again in the
my
very near
like
future. I thought
out,
we were going to do
and
it last week, but I think
I know
we're
at
close to
times
doing it, and
she's
this time,
like
I fully expect
she passed
that
away
impeachment to
when I
pass
was
and
in
have to be
university.
impeached,
So
pass it to the Senate for an actual trial.
like, there's been
All right. We are,
times
of course,
like,
following
and
that
she
story as
wasn't
well.
happy
Congressman Keith
about
Self. Congressman, thank you
women
for being
going
here.
to university, but you know, because we got all those hips for breeding. No, really. Like, that's... Oh, gotta love her. Like, good old farm girl. It's like, well, that one. No, we need the babies. We need the babies for the you know, the farming. You know, like, why you girls go to university? You know. She would smack me for that, but also like she would laugh at it. Like she would, because I think like her younger self was so rebellious and like, you know, you didn't get divorced at that time. And so, but she was like, my mom always says like, my mom always says like, you guys are so much alike. And if you look at photos like of us when we're 16, like my grad photo and her grad photo from, you know, the 1930s, 40s, we look almost exactly the same. It's so freaky. It is the freakiest thing I've ever... Oh boy. Speaking of happy news, I'm not going to pull all of this one up, but...
Early 2025, US Treasuries yielding well over 10%. And what is that going to do to a highly leveraged financial system?
Oh, I don't know, because it wasn't 2008 fun. I remember that. Canada survived it. We're not going to survive it this time, so you better be
which will probably
thinking
last
ahead.
about 7 years.
And it's going to be scary.
And will be accompanied
And I don't
by
even know how to get through it
conflicts
myself.
within
Like, I
countries,
don't. It's...
if not civil wars, and wars between countries.
Welcome to Thoughtful Money. I'm its founder and your host, Adam Taggart. The last time today's guest expert was on this channel, he predicted a rocky road ahead for the global economy that will eventually culminate in the massive pile of trillions in global unserviceable debt going into default, causing a worldwide depression, not recession, depression by 2025. Since his last appearance, though, the markets have become a lot more optimistic. US GDP hit 4.9%, and inflation has been marching downwards all the way to 3%. Those are all positives. On the negative side, US deficits and debt balances have soared, leading economic indicators have fallen to recessionary levels, and the Middle East has been plunged into war. Today, we'll ask commodities expert and geopolitical analyst Simon Hunt how any of this impacts his dire forecast for 2024-2025. Simon, thank you so much for joining us today, all the way from Dubai.
Well, my pleasure to be here, particularly with Adam being independent.
Well, thank you so much. You've been a great supporter of that decision, and I very much appreciate, Simon, you being one of the early great guests that are appearing on this program. Thank you for coming and joining us. Again, like I said, I know it's late your time. Look, lots of questions, most of which are coming from a recent piece you wrote called The Global Chessboard. And at the end of this discussion, we'll tell people how they can sign up for your newsletters because they're excellent. So I definitely want to get into the geopolitical side of things with you. But if we can, let's start with a question I like to ask you at the beginning of all of these discussions. What's your current assessment of the global economy and financial markets?
Very simply, by April next year, America and certainly all of the G7 countries will be in recession. Employment is changing. Credit is getting tighter. Consumer loans are becoming problematic. And certainly if you look at Europe, it's pretty dire. And Japan is basically flatlining. I think a cushion's probably been put under the economy, but growth is going to be very muted. So all of that is happening at a time when political tensions are rising. Certainly in the Ukraine, but more in the Middle East with the situation over Gaza. And I think there is a common thread between what Russia has been imposed on it by NATO and what Israel sees. It is both survivability as a sovereign state. And that therefore means look for any quick solutions. So that's the short term. The next bit is that probably by April, the Fed is forced to change its tack and the other G7 central banks by dropping interest rates and putting their feet on the That then will lead to the dollar falling sharply, inflation resurging, magnified by both food and energy prices soaring. So that as we get into 2025, we will see global inflation probably over 13%. The market will hate it. And having seen in the second quarter a drop in long term in the 10-year treasuries, we will see by the end of 2024, if not early 2025, US treasuries yielding well over 10%. And what is that going to do to a highly leveraged financial system globally? It will be a crash, which will result in either 7 years of rolling recessions or depression, which will probably last about 7 years and will be accompanied by conflicts within different countries, if not civil wars, and wars between countries. And really, the bottom line is pretty simple, and that is that since at least 1991, and perhaps even at the end of World War II, America's primary objective has been to dismember Russia and thus gain control of Russia's huge natural resources. And secondly, the development of BRICS produces risks to the dollar's domination of the world and thus America's hegemonic status. So is America going to give up that powerful status?
Hi, Steve.
Or is it prepared to go to war to retain that situation? And that is really where we stand today.
Okay, but other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how do you enjoy the play?
Depends on the play, doesn't it?
Oh, man. Well, Simon, you just hit us with a bunch of really heavy, really dire predictions here. Let me just make sure I got this right.
Well, no, actually, I'm going to just pause this for a second because what he's saying about the 7-year gap, that is not to go all nerd on you, but like certain sectors of our country in our economy operate on different timelines. Some are on like a 10-year cycle, some are on like a 7-year cycle, some are on shorter cycles or longer cycles. So when he says a 7-year cycle, it's actually like, this is a real thing. Like, this is just kind of the ebb and flow of how our economy works. And we're facing a perfect storm right now. I hate to say it. And this time, I don't think Canada, like 2008, we were... Yes, that is, Steve. Yes, that is. Well, okay, for cocaine, maybe. Like, why would... Okay, I love you, dude, but... Oh, boy. Yeah, thank you for making me smile. Yeah, let's go back to the program.
April.
Correct.
This will force the central banks to pivot. That's going to bring the U.S. dollar down.
Oh, okay.
That's going to bring inflation up.
I forgot you need, like, some people actually have, like, health things. I didn't mean, like, detox things. Sorry. I'm in a mood.
Global inflation by
it's just been a long weekend.
To be around 13%.
And I don't mean it in
globally,
a party way. It's just
not what people want to hear after
dealing with
the past 2 years.
Friend issues.
A substantial downward correction in market prices. Call it a big market correction, market crash, one of the two. Along the way here, it sounds like when the central banks pivot, you expect things like U.S. Treasuries to go down in yield, meaning the prices will go up, but then that's going to be short-lived. And because of all the inflation, we're going to see yields start getting pushed back up by the bond vigilantes who want to be compensated for the loss of purchasing power.
No, the last time I did cocaine was on the 20-year anniversary
on
of
Treasuries, meaning that other debt is yielding even higher. That incredibly painful cost of capital.
In Victoria, BC, you basically can have any kind of drug you want, so I can actually openly say that without worrying about legal ramifications.
Or just a general depression.
I think I did. Well, I know that's familiar, but
the populace is not going to be very happy. They're not going to feel like their leaders have done right by them with high inflation.
Did you want to come up, Steve?
Crash markets.
But you're just kind of, you're good about just letting me go through my clips.
Food and energy, diminished economic prospects. So you expect to see civil strife and countries basically increasingly competing versus cooperating, maybe even going into war.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. No,
just to add one thing from
I have, but I go through so many channels sometimes. It's just like
what I call the last hurrah, which is that asset prices, equities, and commodities will soar.
Thank you.
In fact, from
Well, some people are like, "Why are you letting me on
we
panel?"
see
And
by
it's
April, they will virtually
and it's like because
of
I
the
have
commodity complex, the
I
metals
have
in
my
particular,
script
they will double
and I
in
want to
price,
stick to it.
and the same for equity.
You
So that's
know.
the last hurrah. That's the time to make money, to survive.
I actually
the
lost track of
oncoming
time
difficult
today,
periods.
just trying to do
Okay, so this,
artwork.
and I remember talking about this
Yeah,
last
this
time.
one's boring. No, I actually lost track of time today trying to do animation. And I'm thinking I can pull it into it. I'm just trying to calculate, like, it's gonna be probably, oh god, it's gonna be so expensive to do, but I'm gonna do it. Like, and it's not even like I don't even know what music I'm doing it to or anything. And eventually one day I'll put them all together, everything I've done, and remix it. So you can kind of, with like a script. So like, you kind of get a context. Because right now it just seems like I'm doing random stuff, but it does go into a bigger story. I don't want to share the bigger story right now. Like, it's still, oh, this one. Come on, why is this always like doing this right now? It is Toronto. No offense, it is Ontario. Okay, I love you, Steve, but yeah, apparently everyone's gay now. Oh, wow.
Beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this.
In Americans. Oh god, this was hilarious. This next one, okay, this is pretty bad. Just trigger warning. Yeah. This is. Why are all my volumes going down?
Biden.
Biden? Why?
Why? God, how many things can you list about Trump?
So it's fair to say you vote for Biden because Trump's like extremely evil and bad, right?
He wasn't, he couldn't be a leader. He didn't take into consideration all the different views and perspectives of people that live in the U.S. He's racist. He just did not need to be a president. I would have voted for anyone but Trump.
Extremely, yeah. Like the fact he said, if you have to choose between me or Biden, you're not black. Like that's crazy.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
He can't like speak coherent. Like
I have more charms. I should put them, like, make a total charm necklace.
The fact that he just falls over.
Old school style.
Right. Yeah. No. Absolutely.
It used to be a thing where if you were traveling, you get a little charm from somewhere. And then it was easy to pack away. You know, you didn't need a lot on your suitcase. Why are these? Okay, I'm screwing up something. And I'm going to have to find that last. I remembered the day. Sorry, blood moment. Just the last one of the truckers' protest. And this is interesting. I'm actually surprised even the CBC would cover this.
humanitarian crisis in Gaza could further worsen. The reason the withdrawal of funding to the United Nations Agency for Palestinian
I'm surprised
Refugees,
they're even reporting
Britain, Italy,
this.
and Finland are the latest countries to put a pause on payments. Canada did so yesterday following allegations that UNRWA employees were involved in the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th. The UN is investigating.
The Secretary General is horrified by this news and asked Mr. Lazzarini to investigate this
and I
matter
don't think
swiftly and to
Canada
ensure
should
that
be
any
involved.
UNRWA employee shown to have participated or abetted in what transpired on October 7th or in any other criminal activity be terminated immediately and referred for potential criminal prosecution.
The UN has already fired several staffers at the refugee agency over the allegations. The evidence for the probe was provided by Israel. Journalist Iris Mackler is on the story in Jerusalem. I asked her earlier if she
Saw
knew
this
what
coming.
that evidence was.
I'm sorry, but
Only in general terms, Linda. Unusually, I would say, for Israel, actually, they haven't put out the evidence that they have widely.
neither side is right with this conflict.
But what we know, or what's been
Neither
reported,
side is
sourced to
right with
Israeli
this conflict.
officials, is that it came from interrogations. Part of the information came from interrogations of Hamas militants who
Give me
came
a
across,
second.
took part in the October the 7th attacks, and were taken captive. They weren't killed in the fighting. And so from their interrogations, some of the information is intel from that, and it includes evidence or information that UNRWA equipment was also used, as well as people taking part in the attack who were UNRWA employees. And I think the evidence must be compelling, and I say that, not having seen it, because of the UNRWA response. You know, during this conflict, we have seen the IDF making allegations that they've found tunnels underneath UNRWA buildings and saying that these tunnels were being used by Hamas, and there was very little UNRWA response. A returned hostage said that initially she was held by someone who told her he was an UNRWA teacher, and there was very little UNRWA response. So the fact of this instantaneous response, the firing, the suspending and investigating, and I think actually firing of 12 UNRWA employees suggests to me that the evidence, if we could see it, would be compelling.
Yeah. And what reaction are you hearing to all of this from the Palestinians?
Palestinian reaction in broad terms that we've heard from the PLO, from Hussein al-Sheikh, saying that calling on the nations that have now paused their funding to change their minds because of the implications for relief right now in the Gaza Strip. And we've heard from Hamas, who call on all these nations, call on UNRWA not to give in, and I quote on their Telegram channel, to threats and blackmail, to Israeli threats and blackmail. And they went on to say elsewhere that what they think the UN should do is simply look after Palestinian people. And I think this is, it goes to the nature of UNRWA, because what we see is it's not a classic United Nations organisation, despite having UN in the title. It's funded by UN member states, but they give that funding independently, depending on how they feel and what their budgets are. And it's been running since 1950. It has offices in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Jordan, in Lebanon and in Syria, and its job is to look after Palestinian refugees. So it's a different kind of creature. In some ways, it's been a second government, particularly in the West Bank, and at times when there hasn't been another functioning government or organisation or authority, UNRWA has been it. And I think that means they've got a huge local hire, 13,000 employees just in Gaza. And what that means is that the local hire have local opinions. And in Gaza, I guess that means Hamas opinions. But there's a difference between having Hamas opinions and taking part in a brutal attack such as that on October the 7th. And I think it's because of that, because of the implications of UN employees, which is what they are, UN-funded organisation taking part in this. It's such a serious allegation that it's massive, and that's why we've seen this response.
That is Iris Mackler reporting from Jerusalem.
Yeah. I pull up a bunch. Some are old clips, some are new clips. Oh God. I know, eh? I know it is gonna be a crazy year. Sorry, I'm just making a bit of dinner. Or like, I don't know if it's like dinner or is there like something in between dinner and a midnight snack? Like whatever like after lunch, like it wouldn't be brunch. Okay, that's disabled. Okay, yeah. And Australia did the same thing. Just to pull up a different perspective.
Emerged staff members were involved in the October 7 attacks.
I don't know why it's doing it this tonight.
Works Agency for Palestine Refugees said several employees were allegedly involved in the Hamas attacks on Israel. The agency's Commissioner General said to protect the agency's ability to deliver humanitarian assistance, I've taken the decision to immediately terminate the contracts of these staff members and launch an investigation in order to establish the truth without delay. These shocking allegations come as more than 2 million people in Gaza depend on life-saving assistance that the agency has been providing since the war began. Anyone who betrays the fundamental values of the UN also portrays those whom we serve in Gaza. Today, Foreign Minister Penny Wong released a statement saying the allegations were deeply concerning and funding for the agency would be temporarily paused. We welcome the agency's immediate response, including terminating contracts and launching an investigation, as well as its recent announcement of a full investigation into allegations against the organisation.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this one was nuts. Like, oh God, why is he even in government? Like, this guy is such a dick.
I don't know that by heart. We could provide
Stevie,
that
like,
to you by
you're good, Steve. You ain't like,
let me get
oh
this
God.
straight. This is the guy that is doing the
I have
carbon
to
tax,
say,
making all these changes.
he is our current environmental minister is an assault to all Steves
This guy
out
doesn't know
there.
a simple number that you could go and
It
Google.
is bad.
It takes 6 seconds to figure it out.
Because he's
I'll tell you
so
what the
bad at
price
math
is.
and
Here's the
everything.
price.
It's like
A
this
little
man
over
is
$100,000, and to find the price,
crazy. Like, he's an eco-terrorist. He shouldn't even be in government.
Dealer. So that's the price, $100,000. That's how much
Or
it costs
making
for an electric
rules,
car that he's pushing,
like,
that he doesn't
no,
have any idea what
get
it
him
costs
out of there.
Mr. Finance guy. Let's keep going. Listen to Stephen.
So you're going to be
Oh,
mandating Canadians to buy electric vehicles and you don't know the cost of them. Again, 50% by 2030, 100% by 2035. Most experts agree that by 2024, 2025, there will be no cost difference between internal combustion engine and electric vehicles. So,
welcome to the future. It's 2024. Stephen did that like 3 years ago, that interview. Let's look at what if the gas car and the electric car are the same price. Experts say, remember, experts. This is like that reporter saying, some people say that you're this. People say that you're Trump or whatever. Well, he has some people that says gas and electrics are the same. So let's have a look. Now we know that the electric was a little over $100,000. And now let's look at a comparable car, a Honda Accord, 2023, about the same number of kilometers, so 36,000. So according to me, that's about maybe a little over 3 times the cost. So that didn't happen. The electric vehicle and a gas vehicle are the same price. And remember, Tesla is the top of the line electric car. Honda Accord, I mean, we're not talking here Lexus or Porsche or anything here. It's just a run-of-the-mill car. It's here.
Oh, I'd take the Honda.
The kilometer difference that it can do. Now, as far as he's not mandating, 3 years ago, oh, don't worry, there's no mandating. And you hear the voice on him. Well, he is mandating.
I ain't fancy.
So 3 years
I'd
later,
take the Honda.
He did do that. So,
I'd prefer a Toyota, but,
triple
beggars
tax.
can't
No,
be choosers.
They do it. They say whatever is at the moment to make you relax, and then a year later, then all of a sudden, boom, it hits you. That's exactly his entire plan. You know when they say carbon tax will be over $1,000 a ton? Oh, no. Well, yeah, it is. It is. That is the whole plan. They just won't say it because it'll freak everybody out. Let's keep watching Guilbeault here.
Today, though, Canadians are concerned about today. But we're not mandating anything today, sir.
Okay. You're confident electric vehicles can survive minus 45 degrees going across the prairies with 5 charging stations?
I don't own an electric vehicle. I don't own a vehicle, full stop, but my service vehicle is a fully electric, is 100%.
So he doesn't even own a car. Yet he's trying to regulate the rest of Canada on cars? Oh my God, I'll take his car. I'd love a fucking car. I have a parking spot.
Driving you around.
I'll get a license.
That doesn't cut it.
I have no restrictions.
He's a chauffeur driving him.
It's a money thing.
Him quite handsomely. So
no wonder why.
The train back and forth from Toronto to Montreal. Why doesn't he talk about his carbon tax on his plane trips that he flies to China to talk about energy? And also the other point here, in the winter,
he's flying to China. That's a bad sign right now.
Get stranded on there too. So everything coming out of his mouth is untrue. You notice that. Let's keep watching.
Yep. Norway, as you may know, is a coal country.
We're not talking about Norway.
50% of vehicles sold in the coal country that is Norway are electric vehicles today. It can be done.
Not the size of Canada, though. So they're right now.
We're encouraging.
Toyota was in front of the committee here a while back, and they said that basically the average cost of a zero emissions vehicle is $56,000, double the price of a gas powered vehicle. So, Minister, the average median household income in my riding is just below $50,000. Not all Canadians make $270,000 like you, Minister.
No, we don't.
Do you believe these vehicles are affordable?
I fucking wish I did.
First, as I said, most experts agree that by 2024, 2035, there will be no cost difference between electric vehicle and internal combustion engine.
It was a great question, and from what I see, it's 2.5 times, so nearly 3.
Yeah, I know math is hard for our current government.
Still double, even now. So
I'm bad at math, but I'm not. I'm not
stuff up in the future
this bad at math.
How something's going to be affordable or not. He's not a scientist or anything. He's not a wacko scientist or anything like that. He's just a politician. And once you're finished your term, and because he's not going to be around for 2035 anyways, at the end of it, no one can call you a liar or anything because you're gone out of it. Like, you can say anything you want in the future, but when that future comes up and you did not hit that target, and even what is it called, a 1.5 centigrade temperature change.
That's a good sign.
From now with.
I don't think I think apparently we need gas stations.
He should be actually predicting stuff in his 4 years.
I think this.
Looking at this information that he's presented, it is inaccurate.
We still need oil.
Totally inaccurate. He can sit in a little committee there and talk to some people and maybe get some hardball questions, but that's it. Like, the rest of it is sitting in a bubble and
I'm going to be doing
limiting media accreditation, paying the CBC and everyone to ask them.
This is totally off topic, but I'm going to be doing Tom, who came on, and I lost one of my streams on a movie review. So I'm going to replay it on Rumble, but it's only going to be on Rumble. Just because, I recorded it once. I don't want to lose it again. And on Rumble, everyone on X is going to be like, oh my God, she's playing it again. Twitch is like, who the fuck is this chick? YouTube is like, I won't even be posting it on YouTube because I do not want to strike again. Sorry, I don't want to stay in jail again just for a movie review. Fuck. I spent so much time in YouTube jail last year. It was well, I am actually streaming on X right now and on Twitch. like I was on Twitch like for years, but it was just gaming stuff. Like, you know, I know you do. Sorry. I'm going to go back to this.
Ask the questions like, what shampoo do you use?
Also, I want my dinner.
Whatever. And that's it. You don't need to go or talk to actual real people. And that's really
I have
sad.
spring rolls, so
keep going.
And our mandate comes years after that. The first part of the mandate comes in 2030. So way before the cost difference between
I gotta get
the
those spring rolls in.
Vehicles,
the soup wasn't enough.
And you have to remember that right now EVs are more expensive to buy. They're way cheaper to operate. And if you look at the full life cycle cost.
Well, let's look at the full life cycle cost, and they're way cheaper to operate. Well, how come Hertz, who is a company that doesn't get corporate welfare, they are getting rid of a third of them because they are too much cost to operate? So how is that possible? How is Stephen saying that it's way cheaper and look at the full life cycle? And what about the life cycle? Say the car does make it to 10 years or whatever. What happens with that battery? He's not even taking into the cost of what do they do with all these chemicals after, because he's not even thinking about that, Stephen, and that's something he doesn't want to think about because he just cares about more taxes and pushing something through. This guy's a lot of experience, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care about it. He only looks at what his view is, and that's it. Let's keep watching, Stephen.
Of owning and operating a vehicle, there are substantial my apologies. Savings, thank you, Mr. Chair, that can be done. So simply looking at the cost of purchasing the vehicle is only looking at half of the equation.
Okay.
10 seconds.
Oh, my. So you're...
Time flies when we're having fun.
10 seconds. That's right. I'm done. Yeah.
Well, the other half of the equation was the production of the car, getting the cobalt and the lithium out of the ground from Africa and how they do it. So he doesn't even look at what the cost is to get the car, get the minerals out of the ground in the first place. So anyway, that's the end of Stephen's time in the committee, and I hope you find this informative.
Oh, come on, Indy Frost. Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to do spring rolls. You have a good night, Steve. I'm kind of doing my... Sorry, I'm distracted. It's 2 hours in and I'm kind of hungry. Oh, wow, this is... What the hell is that one?
Alright, so we got multiple calls that just showed up. Hey, Daniel. Yeah? Daniel. Yep. You got a Shoot. Alright, so Danny's getting arrested for something. I don't know what it is for. Hey, so right now we're heading down to the sheriff's department. We're trying to figure out how much Danny's bail is going to be. Hey, what's up?
Pretty much they saying it's going to be $10,000, but if they're not going to extradite me to Cali, it's going to be $1,000.
That's
completely wrong. You know, you're out here trying to turn in evidence that you guys have found, and then it just completely goes back on him. You know, I don't think that's right.
No, probably not. But actually, Danny got, they figured it out with him and the department, from what I remember. I think that's an old clip, but some people just do, stuff, prospecting and stuff, and he got unlucky that day. Okay, sorry, he heard dinner. Oh, God. This is like important because, okay, like farmers in Saskatchewan were finding stuff on their property. And, this is an interesting one because I need to look into like the legislation between Canada and the States, because this poor man, like in the States, is like, I have this land. This is my land. It is my farm, like hunting land. That's why I have 400 acres of it. Nobody else wants it. Nobody else like comes out here. Like, and all of a sudden I'm finding video cameras taped to trees in my private property without my consent. Like, if they were like, hey, we want to do a nature documentary, they probably could have hidden those cameras, but they're basically sneaking onto people's private properties. And I'm only pulling up this clip because they were doing this to farmers in Saskatchewan and Alberta and Manitoba. Like, people were like farmers know their land. They might not get to it right away, but all of a sudden they're like, what the hell is this on my property? And then the government comes in and says, well, it's not actually your property. You might think you own it and you pay. A lot of people have already paid off the mortgage or have for, generations. But the government's coming in and telling you, oh, no. We have every right to set up video cameras on your private property. It's like, no, hell no. This is where we got to start drawing the line. And this clip, like, I pulled it up, like, even though what's going on in Saskatchewan was probably even more insidious because it's trying to destroy the food production line. This is like, oh, well, like, he probably hunts for his family. And it's like, they don't waste things. People don't waste things. But, this is creepy. And I think actually even like, if they can do this to him with a two-way, can you only imagine what they're already doing to Canadians?
Tennessee man stumbled upon a hidden camera on his property. He found that it included pictures of himself and TWRA officers. A 3-judge panel voted on the case out of Benton County earlier this year, exploring privacy issues and private property. In the first of a multi-part story, Chris O'Brien takes us inside this case.
If you found cameras on your property,
I'd be pissed off.
It was right here on that, out of those two little scrub oaks. It's on the one on the right, kind of right where that hole is, right in there. 10 feet up or so.
Hunter Hollingsworth has lived in the small city of Camden his entire life. Hunting and fishing aren't hobbies in these parts. To him, they're practically a religion.
Since I was in pull-ups.
While out hunting one day in early 2018, Hollingsworth noticed something odd in one of the trees on his hunting property.
As we came around the curve, my headlight caught something shining in the tree, and I thought it was a coon or a possum, some kind of animal in the tree. So I grabbed a flashlight out of my truck and shined in the tree to see what it was. And I saw that it was a camera with an antenna.
He took the camera down and found pictures of TWRA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife agents on them, as well as himself. Hollingsworth put it in his gun safe and essentially forgot about it until that fall. That's when law enforcement came knocking with a search warrant saying he stole the camera.
They had on bulletproof vest, first aid kits, extra magazines, like they were a SWAT team to come get this camera that I stole that was on my property illegally. And they searched my whole house.
Officers handcuffed Hollingsworth, but he didn't go to jail or receive a citation that day. Months later, U.S. Fish and Wildlife charged him with several violations, including illegal baiting and theft of government property. Hollingsworth took a plea deal to drop most of the charges, which resulted in suspension of his license. He then filed a lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of the cameras. Federal court threw that lawsuit out. With legal fees adding up, Hollingsworth was running out of options.
You're playing against a loaded deck to start with, and your average person doesn't have the funds or the time to fight them because they'll just drag you out and run you out of money.
That's when the Institute for Justice, a nonprofit public law firm, stepped in. As Hollingsworth came to find out, he wasn't the only one the TWRA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife were watching. For now, in Camden, Chris O'Brien.
Now, of course, we recognize this story is not one-sided. It is a complex case with complex issues and complex litigation. And although TWRA says it cannot
This is
comment
scary.
specifically on the case
This is
itself,
like
Chris
people
did
should
sit
be
down with
fucking
leadership to
scared
learn
of
more about
this.
the actual process of unannounced checks and patrols. We'll bring you that story right here on WATE over the next few days.
Oh, wow. What is it doing this?
25-year-old Alexis McNeely didn't have much to say to our ABC 13 camera as she left the Harris County Jail this morning, trying to hide her face and also denying her identity. The woman posted a $30,000 bond for 3 charges of diversion of a controlled substance. The allegations go back to April and May when McNeely was a nurse at Houston Methodist, and investigators say was caught on camera multiple times swapping out hydromorphone and fentanyl, both pain narcotics, for saline while on the job. Documents state during one incident she can be seen injecting a drug into her hand. The pages also state she was fired from Baylor University Medical Center in Dallas after failing a drug.
Okay, we'll try that one. Seems to be a happy balance. Is it going to play even now? Oh my god, come on. Why is it not? There we go. It had to think about. Okay. Come on, play. Okay, that one isn't going to play anymore. Let's go into something different. If it's... Oh, I started my microwave. That's what it is. Sorry. Sometimes it takes a minute, like... I love living in the hood. No, there's nothing wrong with the powers. Oh god, I might have to restart this. Always an adventure. Nope. See if it scrolls up. No, it's not loading. What the fuck? Okay, I'm loading. Obviously, I'm loading, but my blog isn't loading anymore. Like, soon as you mention anything... Okay, now it's loading. It's just really slow. That one might not load, but let's see if the next one loads. Because as soon as you mention anything with the C word, you're kind of getting strikes these days. So, you know. I'll save those ones for a Rumble. Is this going to load? No, this is going to load. Is it going to load? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, this is a total new one for me. Oh my fucking lord. Okay, give me a... That's why. Microwave. Oh god. I don't know how it screws up my internet, but... I'm gonna be back in a minute just so I can get my food out of there. Check on it. Oh boy, this is like dumb. And also, let's just see if I can refresh this. Okay. Is it gonna refresh? Yeah. Just... Oh, oh, oh. I don't know what it's. Oh dear, I don't know what's gonna fucking do it. Like, oh dear. Why are you doing this? No, do not do this to me. We were all getting along as friends. We all loved each other, and now you're just disappointing me. Okay, like, oh, shitty. Okay, exit pages. Let's just try it a different way. No, I think just, okay, no, we're gonna stop that. And we're gonna try it a different way. Okay, not that one. Oh my goodness, just give me a second. Sorry, I didn't think throwing on my microwave would throw off my stream so bad. Like, oopsie daisy. Like, it's just dinner time, or it's not quite dinner time. It's past dinner time, but it's like, I wasn't hungry before. Mm. Yeah, we don't. Okay, this one. Okay, we're back on track.
This metal beam wedged precariously. The force of the collision so strong.
I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
This happened around 12:15 Thursday afternoon in the southbound lanes of Highway 99 between Ladner Trunk Road and Highway 91, causing traffic chaos. The company in question is Chohan Freight Forwarders.
Oh God, and that crawl.
Company director Carly Hunter doesn't mince
If you have driven there, it is awful.
On the driver.
It is awful.
It is absolutely the driver's fault. He was
it's
not
bad
told
enough
to move
as
ahead.
it is
He was
without
not
like
told
this
to
little,
proceed with
like wow.
any sort of permit.
Hunter says the driver had measured the load and was waiting to get a permit, but started driving without one.
The driver could not wait 8 minutes, and he drove, and he had the collision.
This marks the 17th bridge strike this year. Over the last 2 years, Chohan Freight Forwarders had been involved in 5 other overpass collisions. The Ministry of Transportation has taken swift action, suspending the company's safety certificates, meaning the entire fleet of 65 commercial vehicles will not be able to operate starting Friday afternoon.
We have extensive safety and training protocols in place, screening, and quite frankly, I think it just boils down to driver lack of common sense.
She says all drivers will go through safety retraining immediately.
Make sure that you understand what you're doing. If you're not sure, please don't move, because you're going to end up in a position that could honestly injure people or worse for yourself.
In this case, another vehicle was damaged in this collision. BC Emergency Health Services says a patient was taken to hospital in stable condition. Angela Jung, Global News.
Wow, eh? Spring rolls. I should have done them in the oven, but I was hungry over fussy. There it is. Just shut that one off. That one. I need up. Okay, sorry, I just had so many tabs up. And this one was nice. This Claremont Lagoon. It's beautiful there. good spring rolls. Sorry, I was hungry. I needed a minute.
More Chicago suburbs are taking action to prevent buses full of migrants from arriving on their doorsteps without adequate notice.
West suburban Broadview is one of several communities implementing new regulations. WGN's Dana Rebick has more.
The mayor here signed an executive order because the next village board meeting isn't for more than 2 weeks, and she was worried that migrant buses could start arriving here before then. In another south suburb tonight, an emergency meeting was called and action taken there.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve an ordinance to establish regulations for unscheduled intercity buses and discharge of passengers.
A resolution unanimously passed by the Matson Village Board tonight, requiring a 5-day advance notice and application process for any bus planning to drop migrants off here.
During the approval process, if you approve, there's a list of individuals that would be on the bus that would be coming into the community. There would have to be a background check.
Violators would face a $750 fine. Similar regulations other suburbs are adopting.
We're going to suffer from something that we can have a conversation about. It's not that we don't want them here. It's just we have to plan for it.
While migrant buses haven't arrived in Broadview yet, Mayor Thompson anticipates it could happen soon, as we have seen in other Chicago suburbs.
How do you
she
plan
recently
for
signed
an
an executive
invasion?
order setting rules in place.
If a bus should appear here, I would need the resources of the fire department.
Yeah,
Because we don't know the
exactly.
condition
Like,
of these
I
people as
think
they travel
they
across
just,
country to get here. There may be sick people,
Yeah.
so we would need the fire department to help triage.
Today, the Village of Oak Lawn announced it will consider
we need
requiring
to know
a
who
local
these
license
people
to operate a
are.
bus within the village after already putting measures in place to restrict extended stays at motels for migrants. Since the city of Chicago passed an ordinance requiring advance notice for incoming buses, fining those who don't comply, we have seen buses dropping migrants off in suburbs. The city of Chicago reports 15 of them yesterday alone.
By them taking it upon themselves to circumvent the rules that's already in place by, say, Chicago, who's requesting
like 15
applications,
buses. This is
putting
insane. This is like
the migrants in danger.
this is
There were reports
this
this
is
afternoon of a bus holding
this
nearly
reminds
70
me
migrants,
of
dropping them
Europe.
off in Glen Ellen near the Metro
And we
stop.
know what's
In
happening
Broadview
over
tonight,
there.
Dana Rebick, WGN News.
Why are we letting it happen here? Like, I am all for immigration, but legal immigration. What is happening at the southern border is disgusting. And the fact it's going, like, I'm sorry, but, instead of, Biden saying, oh no, we need to, like, take down the razor wire, he should be like, no, we need to protect this. Like, it's like any other generation would have been like, what are you doing? Letting this happen at your border. But apparently it's just someone's getting rich off of this. And when you have this happen and all this illegal trafficking on for drugs and people, someone's getting rich off of it. And, if Biden's letting it happen, like, what really is going on? Because this shouldn't be happening. And I feel so bad for people in the States, like, especially in Texas. Like, they didn't need this.
Hello, my name is Greta, and welcome to my oil company. I will show you around. Already at a young age, I had a love for oil. I love how it is pumped out of the ground. So I started my own oil
I'm
company
like Greta.
called Greta Greatest Oil.
I love oil.
I fly around the world in my own private jet to get the best deals around the world. When the deal is finalized, I will send my own oil container ship to fetch the oil and deliver it to ports, where the trucks are ready to take the oil to storage places. We always do a test, so that we always deliver the highest quality to our customers. We sell it all over the world because we believe that everyone has right to oil. And that is why you can fill your car every day. So I can eat my sweets.
I just wish that one was funny because she does. If you actually look into where she comes from, she's not just this like girl who came from nowhere. She actually like she's from big families, like. And why are we letting a high school graduate like drop out because she didn't really graduate? Let's be fair. Dictate like world politics when she knows nothing. She's just like this little like plant. It's like even Jim Rose wasn't that much of a sideshow. Oh God, this was hilarious.
Good morning, folks. Let me tell you about the smartest person in my life. As you probably guessed, I'm talking about my son, Hunter, the magician. Sometimes he wanders
Oh God, this is
going
gonna be cringe.
and waves his
I didn't
magic
pull
wand
this
around in the
all the
air
way
a
up.
few times. Then he does a little spin and abracadabra. All of this wonderful magic powder appears on my desk. I then said out loud, "Holy smokes, all of that powder belongs up my nose, doesn't it?" Hunter then looked at me with a twinkle in his eye and smiled. He said, "It sure does, Papa. It sure does." So to make my son proud, I gave the magic powder a good sniff. Then I gave it 2 or 3 more sniffs, and a 4th. Before I knew it, the Oval Office was transformed into this beautiful, dreamlike fantasy land. I was then surrounded by warm neon lights, and my friends, the Corn Pops, arrived to dance with me and drink hot cocoa. Then they all tickled me until I giggled like a schoolgirl.
Oh
It was
God.
everything I ever wanted and more. I realized that not everyone can have a magician for a son, but I'm grateful that I do. Hunter is the smartest man alive, and I'm the luckiest papa there is, folks.
Oh God. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I like their channel. I ask AI for stuff, but some of it I just haven't wanted to go down the rabbit hole.
In my kitchen, every dish is a bloody masterpiece. Nothing less than culinary perfection. But when it comes to our furry mates, why the hell do we accept anything less? Get ready to toss that rubbish pet food you've been using. Welcome to Ramsay's Perfect Cuisine. It's bloody Michelin star worthy, but it's for your pets. I've made these recipes with the same level of incredible passion I use in my top restaurants. Look at this rubbish. It's the leading pet food brand. Let's have a taste. Oh God, I wouldn't hesitate to serve this at Hell's Kitchen. It tastes like a damn dry-aged placenta. Revolting. Awful. Absolutely disgusting. Get that out of my face. Ramsay's Perfect Cuisine, though, we're built different, vet-approved, nutrient-packed, and I swear they'll wolf it down faster than one of my customers slobbing on my beef Wellington. Brilliant. Whether it's my kitchen or their feeding bowl, you know Papa Gordon delivers the best. Bon appetit, mates.
Oh God.
What's the matter? Nothing. I just wish I could have some pizza. I wish I could help you, but there's nothing I can do. No, there is not. My dog. Do you ever wish you could get out there and see the world? What do you mean? I'm faithful to this couch. As am I, dog. But what if you could bring the couch with you? What if you could see the world from the glorious comfort of your couch? 1 mile at a time. Would you like that? Does the Pope shit in the woods? Introducing the all-new Ford Mundo, the first all-comfort, full-sized roadster. Engineered for maximum relaxation, on and off the road. Life's a journey, so why not ride it in total comfort? The Ford Mundo. It's not just a car, it's a lifestyle. The Mundo is yours.
Okay, that was a funny one. Oh, God. I pulled up a lot of them this time.
Grab that Bud Light. Hormones wear off in 5 minutes.
What planet are you baddies from?
Planet Bud Light, where the doctors get your gender right.
So, do you use the men's or women's bathroom?
Neither. I have a litter box.
Oh, God. Okay, there's one more, or maybe two. I'm sorry. I pulled this one up. I thought it was a private playlist, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay, there's like two more. Okay, see if this one works.
Howdy, folks. Are your kids tired of the same old toys for Christmas? Well, buckle up, because we've got something out of this world for you. Introducing the Plutonium Playset, the toy that'll have an atomic reaction. Kids can even make their own mini nuclear reactors.
Look, Mom, I made Peanut into a hamster that glows in the dark. That's great, honey.
But that's not all. We'll even throw in a free Geiger counter for every purchase. Monitor the radiation levels in your home while your kids embark on their atomic adventures.
Honey, what's that sound?
Oh, just the Johnsons testing out the Plutonium Playset again.
T-minus 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Mom, I'm making nuclear lemonade.
Concerned about safety? Fret not. The Plutonium Playset includes safety goggles, hazmat suits, and a manual on how to avoid creating a real-life Godzilla.
Back in my day, we just had stick horses and tin cans. Now it's all atomic this and radioactive that.
Oh my God, Steve, is it supposed to be doing that?
I'm sure everything's fine, dear. They're just having fun. Leave them alone.
My mom said I can't come over anymore unless you promise not to turn our sandbox into a fallout zone again.
Oh, fine, I promise.
So grab your Plutonium Playset today and let the atomic adventures begin. Because in the 1950s, the only thing more explosive than science is fun. Not responsible for glowing pets, mini mushroom cloud rashes, superpowers, damage to property, or radiation poisoning. Batteries not included. Iodine tablets sold separately.
This is a quarantine zone. Go back to your homes.
Oh, God. It's only going to get more real, folks. Wow, this one wasn't... the stream I thought, like, I wasn't supposed to publish this one. It was supposed to be in my draft.
The wonder of Pookie Park.
Oh,
At
dear.
Pookie Park,
I
you'll enter
totally,
a world of
like...
imagination and adventure like never before. And oh, what a magical place it is. Meet our friendly puppet pals. Our colossal howdy-doody type puppets roam freely and are here to make your visit unforgettable. You can play with them, have a chat, and they'll even sit with you while you enjoy a tasty treat. But beware, when the park siren sounds, it's time to run for your lives. The chase is on. Excitement is at a whole new level when the puppets start chasing you. Stay on your toes, because if they catch you, you might just become one of them forever. Frozen in puppet glory, living an eternal life of strings and wooden whimsy. It's a transformation like no other. But don't let that frighten you. It's all in the spirit of fun. Just look at the joy on their faces as they run for dear life from these massive marionettes. You can hear the laughter and the screams of sheer terror. Oh yes, they're big. They're a tad bit intimidating, but that's the magic of Pookie Park. Our customers can't help but return, no matter how frightened they may be. It's a unique experience that brings families closer together. Quite literally, we've had countless customers confess that they've never felt so attached. Join the puppet parade and become part of the spectacle that draws thousands of visitors from far and wide. But folks, be ready, because when that siren wails, it's time to move. Can you outrun the lively puppets and escape their magic? It's a one-of-a-kind adventure that'll have your heart racing, but don't let the fear deter you. The thrill of escape is what makes Pookie Park so memorable. Pookie Park isn't just about puppets. We've got thrilling rides, delicious snacks, and fun games for the kids, ensuring endless laughter and joy. And when you're thirsty, our top-notch soda jerks are ready to serve you the finest refreshments, perfect for quenching your thirst after a day of excitement. There's something for everyone. Embrace the adventure and face your fears. It could be a lifetime of strings attached, but who could resist such a captivating adventure? Gather your family and join us at Pookie Park, where the magic of imagination meets the thrill of escape. Make memories you'll cherish for a lifetime.
That one's only funny because it's true. Yeah, I might I might open up my panel later on. I'm just waiting to go through everything and aw.
My pet tortoise Tinkerbell laid 5 eggs. All 4 eggs hatched within a few weeks of each other, except one egg. 1 month and 2 weeks after all the other tortoises hatched, this happened. I noticed something was wrong.
You have a severe deformity. Look at the shell. This is not good.
The shell was severely deformed. It looked like someone had smashed him.
The egg yolk is still attached.
So I soaked the baby tortoise in lukewarm water in hopes that the egg yolk sac would detach. When the egg yolk sac finally detached, you could tell it was irritated and bleeding. Without human intervention, this baby tortoise would not have survived. I named him number 5 because he was the 5th egg to hatch, and he was a fighter. He was smaller than all of his brothers and sisters, but that didn't stop number 5. He continued to persevere. Now number 5 is as big as his brothers and sisters. He even has his own merchandise. Number 5 is our miracle of 2022.
Aww. That's cute. I had a friends who had turtles growing up, and my mom said they were so protective over those things, they would never let anyone else touch them except for me and my sister. The guys would just show off, and they introduced me and my sister to the Fat Boys, which if you grew up in the 80s, you understand it was hilarious but totally offensive. Whatever. Oh God, we were bad kids, but it was fun. I thought that one was cute. Okay, your body on cannabis. Speaking of cannabis, I think I need some body on cannabis. Yeah.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Which è famoso aici? La Paris aici. Paris, nu vezi? Unde suntem aici, mă? În Paris, nu?
Bothering all these people, just leave. Good. Just leave. Please just go. This is really unacceptable. This is unacceptable, man. You're bothering everyone. Do you want my headphones? I'll give you headphones. Do you want my headphones? What? No one's doing anything to you, man.
No, you recorded me. I'm recording you.
Because you are really bothering all these people, okay? And
I ain't say nothing to your ass. Well, you don't like my music? There's music playing. That's what the goddamn speakers is for. So you don't hear music playing, motherfucker? Alright, then shut the up.
No one did anything to you.
I ain't do nothing to you, bitch.
You're playing music and you're bothering people. You're making threatening gestures.
There's music playing.
It's unacceptable, man.
Threatening gestures. You put that goddamn camera out as a threatening gesture.
I took the camera out. I took the camera out because you're unacceptable behavior.
You're the one that said to me, what? It's cool, excuse me. No, you see, everyone else says excuse me. Why can't you say excuse me? That's what
Yo, Toronto is not real. Toronto is not real. Oh my goodness. Toronto is not
Okay, it is
real.
Toronto.
Who are these guys?
Yeah, creepy, eh? Oh, wow. I forgot about this one.
Sarah Harris, a former pageant contestant, weighed only 83 pounds when she was found dead of an overdose in the home of her then-boyfriend, oral surgeon James Ryan, 23 years her senior. Among the drugs Ryan is convicted of giving her were ketamine, the drug that killed actor Matthew Perry in October, and propofol, the drug that killed Michael Jackson in 2009.
Why is it possible for a dental surgeon to prescribe psychiatric drugs
out of his field. Is there no oversight for that?
Sarah Harris was only 25 when she died almost 2 years ago. According to evidence in the case, she suffered acute anxiety, and Ryan gave her the lethal drugs and set up medical equipment in the couple's Germantown home.
Dr. Ryan repeatedly tells Harris that he is bringing her drugs, instructs her how to use the drugs.
Ryan's defense attorneys argued Harris, who was a patient and employee before the two started their relationship, either died of suicide or an accident, a scenario jurors rejected after only 3 hours of deliberations.
Oh, look, it's this guy again, wanting to have a private conversation with your child on TikTok.
Going no contact will feel worse.
Going no contact? I think that's a great idea. I think it would be wonderful if you no longer had contact with other people's children.
You go no contact with a family member, you'll feel worse.
Oh, you're trying to convince children to go no contact with their parents. Oh, yeah, nothing suspicious about that, Jeff.
And what comes in sometimes to flood that void is guilt. But eventually, the guilt subsides. You work through it. And on the other side of the no contact guilt is peace.
Actually, Jeff, peace is not at the other end of that void. In fact, the only thing at the other end of that void appears to be a strange man in makeup attempting to convince confused children to cut off communication with their parents and foster a closer relationship with someone like you. And I can promise you this, as a father, yeah, there's no peace at the other end of that void. There might be a pissed off dad, though.
Used to think iPad kids weren't actually a concern until last night. I was at this Italian restaurant with two of my friends when this family of 6 walks into the door with the most rambunctious kids. They're just screaming and crying the whole time. When I tell you they were loud, the waiter actually told the parents that a table from across the restaurant complained about the noise. After the parents hear about the complaints, the mom pulls out this bionic looking backpack and she opens it up and takes out 3 iPads for the 3 kids. One of the little rats of kids starts playing the Skippity Toilet YouTube video on full volume. And you'd think the parents would reprimand the kid for that. But no, the parents tell the nanny to give the kid headphones so he can listen to it on his own.
Oh my god. It's iPad kids and gentle parenting combined. Somebody said, why is the term iPad kids instead of iPad parents? You know, that is a really, really good point. It's not their fault. It's the way they're being raised. Like, Gen Alpha genuinely is absolutely effed.
Kinda. Just a little bit, yeah.
More anti-British hatred.
Sorry, I have to say something. Are you slagging off this country right now? What's so bad about this country? No? That's all I've heard over the last 20 minutes, is you bad mouth this country.
Oh,
yeah. You just said, but you fled a war-torn country. You fled a war-torn. You just said you're from Afghanistan.
Yeah, I'm from Afghanistan.
I'd be very grateful if I were you.
Huh?
I'd be very grateful that you've come here to this country. I wouldn't.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I know.
And really have a think.
I
You know.
I'm not saying like British people are bad people. They are really good.
No, just have a think about what you're saying.
Because
Seems silly. Very silly.
your wiener's the size of a Tic Tac.
That's why my breast smells so good.
Oh, wow. Okay, someone taught that kid that. I love that. I love doing pranks like that. Especially with Google cars, if you know they're coming through, like, you really can't go out of your way. This one's so staged. It's not like actually like really real.
His eyes were looking off into nothing.
Oh, this
I
is
knew he was
sad.
gone, but I kept going. And
Trigger
his knees
warning.
are
It's
so
sad
big,
when
and
I
his elbows
find
and his
these
face
ones.
And his ribs. He was so hungry.
It's so sad because I don't even know how this is happening to kids.
A 9-year-old little boy to the hospital. But
like
within
there's
an hour,
so many kids
he would
that
be
are going
declared
through
dead.
this right now, though.
HPD says the investigation is still very preliminary.
Like every day I
The
find
little boy
cases.
was clearly not well.
From the information and observations here on the scene, the 9-year-old was extremely thin. His stomach was in.
Like what? Like that's what, like, that's what we expect in, another country. Like, oh, well, it happens over there. But, it's happening more and more. And I know this is that was from an American station, but it's happening more and more in Canada. And it ain't right. But it's happening. And I don't know how to fight it. Oh, God, this was okay. I'm just
women and non-binary skiers. Oh God,
you can't make this shit up.
Sexism and homophobia.
There you go, Steve.
Women and non-binary skiers. I'm scared to hit the play button on that. Women and non-binary skiers to zip naked down Colorado mountain at liberating festival. Full frontal freedom.
Yeah.
Look, don't lump me in with these people. That's the part that I can't stand. It's like women and non-binary skiers. No, don't. Oh, are they completely naked? Can't you? Sexism is fixed, you guys. People skied naked. Thanks. Female and non-binary skiers. What is a woman, by the way? Female and non-binary skiers will get the chance to zip naked down a Colorado mountain as part of a festival its organizers describes as full frontal freedom. How are we going to make sure there are no kids on the ski hill that day? And no, there won't be any men sneaking glances at any unclothed ski bums, except for the guys that are saying that they're women so that they can just ski down the hill with their wang in full helicopter mode with the ladies who are completely buck naked, and this solves sexism somehow. Look at this. Solved. Guys, we've solved all the problems. We skied naked. Also, you know what? Like, it's an icy day and you wipe out. Anyways. Bhutan Festival is gearing up for its 4th year, inviting women to hit the slopes fully nude for an after-hours ski run at Sunlight Mountain Resort in Glenwood Springs on March 29th to 30th. Founder Jenny Verace, 33, said the event started unintentionally, to create a safe space for female skiers that would allow women to be free in a private place. Oh, so this started at a women's only thing? Okay, then why are you letting the dudes in? Because they claim to be non-binary. This year, again, just taking up all of our spaces, but I've never felt as a woman that I needed a place where I could be fully naked in the outdoors on an otherwise public facility. Like, I never felt that I was experiencing oppression because I didn't have that in my life. Like, go volunteer at the women's shelter. Go collecting diapers on behalf of teen moms if you want to really
I don't know
make
how
a difference in some women's
naked
lives.
in public
This is
is
just
affirming as a
privileged
female.
white lady garbage, isn't
I'm
it?
sure many men are disagreeing. They're totally in
This year,
agreement.
the founder opened up the festival to femme-presenting non-binary individuals as well. Okay. When asked if she feared men might try to sneak in under the guise of non-binary, as seen as a women's tech
as seen at a women's tech job fair, Faraci isn't worried. We've never had an issue with men or men identifying, I guess. I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you guys think of this stuff. I just, as a woman, I just think this is just so petty and nonsensical. There are real challenges facing underprivileged women, but going on an exclusive naked ski at what seems to be a very nice high-end ski resort, I'm not sure what problem that addresses. What's the problem that you're fixing for women? Mm-hmm. It's just a bunch of self-indulgent BS is what I think it is.
Do you want to start feeling like your pre-COVID self again?
We all know
You're
what
not
that
alone.
next word
The
is.
wellness company's Spike Support Formula is an all-natural supplement to help people do
Yeah,
just
I
that.
thought you
It
would
was
like
created
that
by
one, Steve.
cardiologist Peter McCullough
I thought
and
you
his
would like
expert
that. I
team
thought
of
all the
doctors.
guys
Most
in
people
chat are like,
experience
I don't see a
effects of
problem
illness,
with
and
it.
you know
Like,
why.
no, we don't want to ski with them. We just want to watch. We don't care they're dykes. Bad jokes. Bad jokes.
San Diego has long worked with grocery stores and other vendors to collect donations. SB 1383 will now require larger venues such as Snapdragon to take part. The goal is twofold: reduce food waste in our landfills.
Well, I think
all
we
while
need to
feeding
do
more
more
people
of
in
this.
need.
Like, I think,
At Feeding San
like,
Diego,
why-
food is constantly coming in and going out. 76% of what the organization distributes is rescue, meaning items that
It's
could
like
have been
Bertolt
thrown away
Brecht.
were instead
First we-
donated.
first
Senate Bill
we eat,
1383 looks
then-
to increase
then
those
we
numbers
talk.
even more. This bill, SB 1383 bill, is really a win-win. It's keeping food out of the landfill, and it's feeding people at the same time. Patty O'Connor is Feeding San Diego's chief operating officer. She explained SB 1383 first went into effect in 2022, requiring certain businesses, such as grocery stores, donate unused food to food recovery organizations. As of January 1st of this year, the law
I think this
expanded
is
to
a good
include
policy
hotels,
for all
large
the
restaurants, and
bad
big
things
venues
in
like
California.
Snapdragon and Petco Park.
This, we need better programs like this.
And when it goes to the landfill, it
Victoria's
turns into
pretty
methane
good
gas.
about
that is
having
actually
things,
the
but
main reason that this
so
bill
much
was
gets
passed.
wasted.
In fact, those small compost
You
bins
know,
the
people
city of
can't
San Diego
afford.
passed
You go
out
to the
last year
grocery
came
store, you
from
get
SB
this tiny little
1383.
bag of
But
stuff,
not all leftover
and then
food from
everything
large
gets
venues
tossed
can be
out.
donated. O'Connor says there are strict guidelines to ensure everything is safe. You can't take it out of the buffet and then donate it because there's just been too many people interacting with it. So that kind of thing. If there's food that's been hot, it needs to be chilled to a certain temperature and then ideally frozen. O'Connor admits implementing the new law takes a lot of work, something Feeding San Diego is more than willing to do. For example, they're the ones who coordinate donation pickups. We connect the food donor, the grocery store, or say the venue, with our partner, and we have that partner go directly to pick it up and bring it back to the community. That model eliminates the need for additional warehouse space since most donations are distributed immediately. Feeding San Diego already works with the San Diego Zoo as well as the Hotel del Coronado. O'Connor expects more venues will jump on board soon, saying if they need any assistance doing so, they're here to help. This is what we do day in and day out. Shanna Handy, CBS 8.
Sorry, trying to have a cigarette. I can't smoke in my place. Or I can. I mean, people do. It just... I prefer to smoke
If you're looking
outside.
for a new job, companies are still hiring. And if you're not looking for a new job, now might be a good time to start.
The U.S. economy added more than 200,000 jobs in December, capping off a solid year of hiring. Government, construction, and healthcare added the most jobs. Even better for those working, wages are now up more than 4% over the past year. Despite that bullish reading last month, the future of the American worker is less upbeat thanks to a rise in artificial intelligence. And while the robot takeover isn't imminent, some workers are more vulnerable than others. Budget analysts, data entry workers, tax preparers, and web developers all watch out. Pew Research says your jobs have the most exposure to AI takeover. On the flip side, barbers, childcare workers, firefighters, and pipe layers are all probably safe jobs. The study says those jobs are at the lowest risk for AI takeover. In total, about a fifth of U.S. workers face the prospect of losing their jobs to robots. And in one California restaurant, that risk is now a reality. News Nation's Nancy Liu is live for us tonight from the world's first restaurant run by robots. Nancy, how's the food?
The food is very good, Elizabeth. But look, the robots, the machines, they are here and ready to serve. And this new restaurant demonstrates why much of the service workforce could soon become obsolete. We're inside Cali Express by Flippy in Pasadena, which doesn't open to the public for a few weeks. But when it does, you're only going to see 1 or 2 people working here, since this is the world's first restaurant powered by AI. That is the sizzle of a Wagyu beef patty, freshly ground to order by a robot, which kicks into action as soon as orders are placed.
This patty was ground just 2 minutes ago. So as you order, and as it's input into the system, it starts to grind.
While ordering at a kiosk is now fairly commonplace, here, guests can also use Pop ID, a new payment system based on facial recognition. Then watch as robots take over, and they are very fast line cooks.
They can cook, really hundreds an hour, and they're perfectly cooked, and they come out, and because of the savings and the cost, the restaurant's actually able to offer a better quality of product.
As you might expect, it's a very limited menu, but special requests can be accommodated since the system does require a human assist to do the final prep. But with machines doing everything else, the overall operating costs are lower.
For every dollar that an individual spends at a restaurant, roughly about a third of that goes directly to cover labor costs.
According to the National Restaurant Association, 2/3 of restaurants don't have enough workers to meet demand. And it's estimated over 80% of restaurant jobs can be filled with robots. The Flippy machine can be leased for about $4,000 a month. That includes maintenance and no downtime. In California, the fast food minimum wage is $20 an hour.
I think once you see how much better the economics for a restaurant like this looks like, I think it'll be, it'll be disruptive to the existing model, and it should be something that should be easily scaled.
Now, surveys have shown that consumers want human interaction and hospitality, so the trend is leaning toward more AI robots and food production in the back, with a customer service focus out front. And Elizabeth, with AI, there's machine learning, and that means in the long run, everyone gets fresher food and there's far less food waste. And I can tell you that, it's very, very tasty, Elizabeth. I've eaten a lot of cheeseburgers for research.
For research. Okay, gotcha, Nancy.
Yes.
I think I need to research it a little bit. Yeah. Hey, if it's all robots. Well, that's the best kind. Do you
that's exactly it. Yeah.
You don't have to tip the robots, but you can tip Hannah. She's
Like who's going to have the jobs to go out to restaurants? Like,
it's going directly to the employee. It is not split.
And a lot of people, they love being in service. Like,
Nancy Liu, I never thought I'd see it.
You're replacing a whole demographic of people who are seen as unessential.
Television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I think that was pretty biased. And once again, fuck Trudeau. And if you like Trudeau, fuck you too. Because, oh yeah, here.
Don't ever allow over $850,000 to be spent.
Almost $1 million when local hunters would have done this. This woman, like, if I was there, I would have been so polite. I wouldn't have been so polite. Like almost $1 million when local hunters would have done it.
So there's a few things on that. One is they crossed BC killed. They used a helicopter. They lied to us in the media because us First Nations people thought a lot of that meat was supposed to go to the First Nations.
And it didn't. It was supposed to go to them.
They tried saying in the Vancouver Sun, oh, maybe there was 2 or 3 shots in the deer.
No,
they got hamburger. You know, like it was a hot mess. I can't believe the amount of the waste and the spending on that. And they're like ruling out our weapons, and yet they use the exact same rifle that they say that we're not allowed to possess. Like, blows my mind. So I'd like to see that OIC definitely as soon as you can, if we can get that reversed.
Thank you very much. Common sense.
Yeah.
In fact, we're going to take away the OIC power altogether so that ministers can no longer arbitrarily designate a firearm as illegal. In fact, what we're going to do is create empirical standards that determine which firearms are restricted, unrestricted, and prohibited based on what the gun does, not on how it looks. Then we're going to embed that in the law, and that law will be frozen and crystallized so that when you buy a firearm, you don't risk that the next day some political pollster or propagandist is going to tell the minister that it would be good politics to ban such and such firearm because it looks scary, which is effectively what happened. They banned a bunch of firearms for no reason, not unrelated to what the gun does, but because it looked like a Hollywood G.I. Joe gun, and therefore it looked like good politics to ban it. But what I'm going to do is we're going to create a task force, First Nations, hunters, farmers, border guards, police officers, military veterans, to define which firearms would be prohibited, like, the machine guns that have been prohibited since the 70s, which should be restricted, like handguns, which should be unrestricted. 22 rifles and other similar weapons and tools. But that's a common sense approach. We're going to put it in the law, so you don't have to worry about an OIC coming along to confiscate your value and turn your property into a worthless piece of government confiscated machinery. That's what they've done, and they've turned honest people into criminals while allowing criminals to run rampant in our street.
Like, this was horrible. Honestly, if I was there is no way I could. I don't trust him either. No, I don't. I don't trust any of them. Well, exactly. Trudeau made a lot of wonderful promises that he never followed through on. And now we have communism. So it's like, fuck you, Trudeau. Yeah, no shit, eh? If people want to come on and comment, they can, or discuss their lives, they can, but. And this guy, who knows?
If I see one more chick
with fake lips bigger than her fake tits and an iPhone when she can't even feed her kids properly.
Wow.
I might just lose what mind I got left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let this song play. I'll let you in.
Here's a little number called Ugly Chicks. Ugly Chicks. That's right. Cast off at birth with a corkscrew spine. I crawled, cried, suffered, and hurt, but I'm just fine. I met a lot of folks, and I made good grades. Well, I still got the convertible. For which I paid. Yeah. All the beautiful women that I have met. Well, I ain't never met one with a good heart yet. They'd point at the hunchback and tee-hee over there. Yeah, all covered in makeup and smiling every way. Well, all the ugly chicks that everyone teased. Yeah, the ones that lie tortured and brought to their knees. At least they're real and they don't get nipped and tucked, but they all want beauties and they all get fucked. That's right. For most of my life, well, I kept my mouth shut. I've watched all the losers marry big tits and then get cucked. Now I'm older, I grew into a hunchback man. Yeah, now I know better, and I'll tell you again. Ugly chicks won't leave you and they don't cheat. They'll sit with you in the cold when there's nothing left to eat. All those beauties with their smart cell phones ain't smart enough to even clean their own home. Yeah! Well, I was born a hunchback. You can bet that I saw more than you. I watched all the evil bodies and all the things that they do. You can keep your big ass and your bloated clown lips. You can keep your fake tits and your tied down dicks. Give me an ugly chick and I'll treat her like gold, yeah. We'll make music together as we both grow up. Take it from this hunchback. I'm this hilltop cross. Marry a beauty, and it'll be your loss. Yeah. It's a crazy world out there. Y'all lost your bloody minds. You lost your minds. Unbelievable.
Oh my god, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. Gotta love old school punks. Let's just pull this one out. There we go. Now I got two screens. Okay. Oh, no worries. No rush, Steve. No rush at all. Like, I'll be streaming for a while. I want to find the rest of, like, the truckers' protest and just sort of relive the nightmare.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 13th Annual Social Discourse Olympics, an American tradition since 2011. Let's meet our contestants. Colton Cody Mitchell from Plano, Texas. He is legally unable to work, currently boycotting Starburst fruit chews, and has been banned from Grubhub for spreading disinformation.
Grubhub's a pedo, and pedos don't like beer, so I don't like pedos, because I like beer.
Whatever you say, my friend. Our next contestant, Grace Eleanor Winthrop, also from Plano, but now living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. She is a member of Cocaine Users for Palestine. She carries to the artist origin and identifies as in between because she uses prepositions instead of pronouns.
Competition is a tool of the cis heterarchy.
I don't know what that means, and neither does she. And our final contestant, the pride of Boise, Idaho, Mr. Chet Portland. He can drink his body weight in White Claw Surge and wants to marry Renee Zellweger because he has been in a coma since August of '97.
I moshed at the Dave Matthews Band of Warped Tour.
Indeed you did. Our first event of the day is one of our favorites, greeting a coworker whose name you can't remember. First up is Cody. It appears he is not quite as outspoken in person as he is on the internet.
That's right. Walk away. Walk away.
Next up is Grace.
Hi, good to see you again.
Overly friendly, but purposefully vague. Very common in coastal social circles.
Conversations are a microaggression.
Oh for
Yes,
2.
they are.
Let's see if Chet fares any better.
Oh, hey, man. What was your name again? I was in a coma.
Can we accept that? Chet has points on the board. Now for the fan favorite, greeting a black guy. Cody is up first. I believe he is the dark horse in this event. But wait, appears he has opened his Spotify playlist to show how much hip-hop he listens to. That is overcompensation, and that will cost him. The very inappropriately named Grace is up next. That is pandering. which you would find
No.
weird.
That's just internalized racism.
Well, you would know. Now to our front runner, Chet Borland. Let's see how he does. Chet takes a commanding lead. He's only 25 years behind.
Like, what did
in
we
racial
lose?
discourse.
What
Not
did we lose in 25 years?
I didn't
Like,
consider Fresh Prince a black show. Thought it was a really good sitcom.
None of us did. Somebody get him caught up.
Ever since you went into the coma, life has been getting more and more gayer and retarded every year, okay? And then George Floyd happened, and then it all went to hell, okay? So I don't know how you're going to take this, but
This brings us to our third event, discussing transgender athletes in women's sports.
women have worked too long and hard for some man to come in and reap the benefits and rewards.
Name a female athlete.
What? Bruce Jenner? I mean, Jenny Jenner? I mean, Vagina Jenner, you know?
There is no evidence to suggest that a woman born into a male's body has any biological advantage whatsoever.
My daughter is Riley Gaines.
Oh, she did not see that one coming. If Chet can win this
That's
round,
like a
he'll
bird.
take all the marbles.
I don't even want to play anymore. I don't want to even play anymore. Like, it's gone too far. Go, Chet.
Now that Chet is walking with the Lord, it's still anyone's ballgame. When we come back, it will be sudden death overtime, where the subject will be Israel versus Palestine. This could go either way, folks. You are watching the Social Discourse Olympics.
Oh, that was dark. That was a dark one. And this one's a dumb one. Not her, but what she's talking about.
So, if you come to my city of Calgary right now and you decided to visit a fast food restaurant or a drive-through and you wanted your order to be delivered to you in something other than, let's say, your hands, there's some bad news for you. Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and one of his top lieutenants, Stephen Guilbeault, have, I guess, partnered with
once again,
members
crazy
of the Calgary
Stevie.
City Council to charge a minimum of $1 for this, and it's going up to $2 in the next year. So essentially what they're doing is that they've mandated it so that if, let's say, you are trying to pick up like a bag of cheeseburgers or something for your kids on the way home, if you want something to put those cheeseburgers in, you would have to pay up to $2 for something like this. So what does that mean for Calgarians? Well, I mean, $2 is a lot. And at a time when a lot of the people in my community are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to pay for groceries, having to pay $2 for something like this is a lot. Now, where's this money going? Well, it's according to the city itself, it's not going to any sort of environmental initiative, or it's not going to fight homelessness or affordability. No, the $2 that they want to charge for this goes directly, especially in the case of grocery stores, this also applies to grocery stores, a minimum floor for charging for one of these guys here, it's going to the owners of wealthy grocery stores who have made record profits over the last several years as food has become more unaffordable for many Canadians. The other thing is, if you do a little research on these guys here, which I know, like, be honest, I know you all have as many as I do, right? If you do research on one of these guys here, I just, it was very easy for me to find a CNN article that cited research that said that one of these might have to be used up to 7,100 times, reused up to 7,100 times for it to be considered a viable, environmentally friendly alternative to a traditional plastic bag. So the city of Calgary has decided to charge up to $2. It'll be $2 in the next year for one of these, so that you don't have to get your fast food order in your hands. With that money going directly to Loblaws, let's say, in the case of a grocery store, not to addressing any of the multiple huge issues that we see in the city and the community, for something with very questionable environmental outcomes, putting it mildly. It's this type of thinking that it actually, it doesn't advance any sort of issue, be it the environment or, health and safety in the community. It just pisses people off. And frankly, for somebody who is making minimum wage and they are trying, they might not have to, they might be working in the gig economy, and they're the way that they're going to feed their kids is to stop and get a couple of subs or something like that. If they can afford that, to add, first of all, another $2 on top of that is people need to give their head a shake. There are a lot of people in Calgary who care strongly about the environment, who do a lot of things to do their part to, reduce waste. But like a bylaw like this that does nothing to, even fund environmental initiatives, it's just, I'll put it this way. Any politician right now that is at any level of government that goes, I think I should partner with Stephen Guilbeault on something, Justin Trudeau. That alone should be cause for alarm bells, given the economic crisis that the federal Liberal government has put our country in. But here, no. Calgary City Council, yes, Stephen Guilbeault. We're going to go farther than Stephen Guilbeault. That's bananas. So my official position on this, I had a friend give this to me yesterday. I think she was charged $3 for it this year. She's not wealthy, I'll tell you that much. Great job, City Council. I sure hope that they reverse this. Share this video, subscribe, working hard for you. Have a great day.
Sorry, just I had a call coming in as well.
The three amigos, Steve, Randy, and Pablo, they have something to say about Tucker. Maybe these three should really not have an opinion about this, and this is why. Let's have a listen, and I'll explain why these are the last guys to talk about any of this. Let's have a listen.
I'm here with my colleagues, the Liberal caucus members, ministers all, to talk about what happened last night in Edmonton when the Premier of the province of Alberta, Danielle Smith, invites Tucker Carlson right into the heart of my riding.
You know, first of all, the heart of his riding is red. You see all that blue? There's not a riding around for very, very far away. So I don't know why he makes it sound like it's some invasion or something. And, you know, Randy, well, anyway, let's keep going.
You can tell a lot about a person by the company they keep.
Okay, say that's true. So what about all these pictures? Do you want more pictures? Because there are actually more pictures. And I'll let everyone go on the internet look these up themselves. So, yeah, you are the company that you keep and convicted. Okay, let's keep going.
And I have knocked those doors in Edmonton Centre. And I know how progressive a riding Edmonton Centre is. I've represented it since 2015. And for Danielle Smith to bring the mouthpiece of the MAGA conservative far right to Edmonton Centre to spew hate about LGBTQ2 people is beyond the pale. It's deplorable, and we won't stand for it. And I can tell you, it is completely unacceptable for the Premier of any province to say that she wants to put a target on the back of any Canadian politician.
I haven't heard of any of that at all, and I listened to it. And the target on the back, that's what he's saying. Nobody, as far as I know, no one ever said that. So if you can leave a comment of where you ever heard any of this, because I haven't heard any of it, to be honest. And I thought I listened to it. So.
And my friend and colleague, Stephen Guilbeault, simply for doing his job. You can have respectful discourse in this country. You can raise the issue. You can bang your fist on a table at a FedProv meeting. That's all legit. But you do not summon the dogs of MAGA conservatism to come and somehow try to scare us and to try to incite violence against politicians of any stripe.
I 100% agree, Randy, but I haven't heard any of that. There is no target on any. And for Stephen doing his job is to raise taxes because it's not lowering carbon footprint. And look at the money that he's causing. And, you know, Randy's sitting in this little room with a bubble of reporters that are all vetted and have accreditation. So if he went out in the real world and actually talked to people, I think there'd be a lot more people that disapprove of what he has to say. Let's keep going.
Right? It's not acceptable. And if she would take her job seriously, she'd actually be focused on housing, on climate change, on actually solving the issues of Albertans, like forgetting her ridiculous proposal on CPP, instead of trying to summon evil forces from the United States to try to take on one of our countries.
Isn't that what the Liberals have been doing for the last 8 years, and it's failing? Like, I don't understand why he's blaming a premier now for causing all of that. And the climate change, she has actually tried to talk to Stephen, and he won't answer. She said that he is very difficult to work with because he lives in a bubble. So I don't get what he's trying to get on here. And I agree with the target on the back there, Randy, 100%. But there is no one said anything as far as I can tell. If someone can point that out, that'd be great.
I mean, this goes beyond me and the fact that I was targeted last night at this event. This increases political violence against everyone who runs for office in this country, whether they're doing it at the municipal level, at the provincial level, or at the federal level.
I don't know what he means by political violence. And first of all, I never heard any violence. And political violence he brought up. He's actually creating this, because no one said any of that. They just wanted, because they're very frustrated that he never talks to people. He just sits in a bubble, and he surrounds himself with people that get paid a lot of money to tell him to keep raising taxes and that it's working. And if anyone says anything different, like show me the science, well, where is the science? How come he's never actually shown it? Put it on Kaggle. Put it for everyone to see it. He will not do that because he can't, because it doesn't exist. That's why he won't do it. Then do it. You're telling me of all these years, he won't do it. Just keep going.
As my friend and colleague Randy said, like we can have differences of opinion. We can bang our fist on the table when we meet. We can have strong disagreement. But to incite violence against people who disagree with you, that's not how things should be done in Canada.
Can you clarify what is the violence? What is the violence that I think Mr. also said this in French? What is the violence that they're bringing to Canada? What is the political violence that you're talking about? Just to be very clear.
Well, to put a target on someone's back.
Well, I'm glad the reporter asked the question, did be very specific about it. And, you know, it's like saying, what is a cat? And you say, a cat is something that looks like a cat. You know, I don't understand. That's all he got? Like, this is the most weakest example. Say it, then say exactly what. And he can't do it because he's just making up new words in the dictionary, which is extremely frustrating. This adds to the frustration of what people have with this guy. Tell me exactly what it is. Oh, it's exactly as is because it's specific to exactly what it is. You're like, that's it. I'm not sure if this is a language barrier or what's going on with the French. I don't know, but let's keep going.
For example,
What is evil?
To put
What is
someone
the
in
evil that you
crosshairs.
say they're bringing here?
I mean, spewing hate speech about LGBTQ people, trying to bring the kind of division that they have in the United States north of the border. MAGA-style conservatism has no place in Canada, and it's trying to reach through our borders. And as Minister Rodriguez has said, conservative premiers, instead of doing their jobs, are trying to invite this wave of populism. And I can tell you, it's making newcomers nervous and fearful. People in the LGBTQ community do not feel safe. We have people who want to run for office that take a look at what happened last night in Edmonton and say, why bother? And that is not good for the political commons. It's not good for Canadian democracy.
So I guess the big boys Randy has to step in because he knows Stephen is just falling apart because he doesn't have a reason. He doesn't have an explanation of what caused it. And Randy has to throw everything out there because he's like I think that Trudeau's will just bank. Well, maybe I'd have election 2024 just to compete with Trump. Like I really think that they're trying to do this. I mean, I agree with what he says that, you know, I don't want anyone to not run because of some reason,
Well,
but there is no reason. He never said it. He's just, I'm not sure if he's just
Anyone
making up
else who
news
wants to come in,
fill-
the link is
just to
there.
fill up a void or something. Like he's actually making division that doesn't exist. You know, like that's almost what it looks like. Let's keep going. And Randy's the most. I think he's
I'm
the
not
best con
pinning it
artist
in
out there.
YouTube.
The best.
You brought up Pierre Poilievre's name in your comments. I mean, is this going to be your strategy effectively going forward? Is tying Pierre Poilievre to Trump?
He wants to be prime minister of this country. What happened last night is not
He
acceptable.
has been so awful in the House of Commons, like
If he
all
wants
of
to
them
run
have
for
been.
prime
They
minister,
have just
he
been
should
the
have the
worst.
courage to condemn
Like the absolute
It's not
worst.
acceptable in our country.
You know, Pablo's from South America, and I really don't get it. He was the heritage minister, and he hired this guy. And I
Yeah.
can't put on what racist things that he said.
Yeah, it
You
is.
can look it up on the internet yourself.
You can find it on
You want to know
X,
what the
yeah.
definition of what that is? This guy. You should look up what he has said to every race, every orientation in the world. This guy, and he did it
And
for
our
30
taxpayers
years in
paid his
Montreal.
paycheck
there was that riot back in
to be
Montreal
insulting.
30
Like,
years ago.
can I
He
get
did
paid to be
this guy.
insulting?
And
Like,
he hired him. Pablo
I
hired
can fake
him.
being
Pablo,
racist.
I
Like,
don't even know if he ever took responsibility for it. I'm actually surprised seeing Pablo coming out of the woodwork because I thought he was resigned a long time ago, like 6 months ago, because he is the last guy to talk about any of this. And then you know what they did when it got hot? They just reshuffled Pablo. Pablo went out, and any
oh yeah,
question
they
that ever came up
reshuffled
with
him.
this guy,
I thought he'd be
Faith or
out, but
whatever his
no,
name
they
is,
just
he
reshuffled
just said,
him.
"Oh, I'm not a minister anymore." Like that's all that happened. And you know he wants to condemn and stuff. He never did anything, Pablo. as far as I know. He probably just said there's so many emails he didn't get to look at it. Even that Horsefather, Anthony Horsefather, brought it up, I think, to him. He never did anything for months, Pablo. Let's keep
But
going.
how many people attended, sir? I mean, what do you make of the fact that there is an audience for it and for their perspective?
Well, as I said in French, the extreme right politics, don't ask the question if it's coming to Canada. It's already here.
Is this
And they're bringing it.
That's funny. I thought the purpose of a politician is to represent your constituents, and how come now he's saying that he doesn't like it, what people are saying? So even Ken McDonald, his constituents said that
But
Trudeau
this
should
happened.
leave
It's not
and
like
have a review of the leader and Jagmeet Singh that it's due.
like
and it should
they
be
fuck
doing
the
because
country.
they're
What are you
tanking
going
the
to say
polls.
about it?
And they're ignoring the constituents, ignoring the people. So how come all of a sudden you pick and choose who you want to ignore? Because that Pablo, whatever he represents, somewhere
I
in
hate
Toronto or
seeing-
whatever like that, he should be representing.
he is
And
just
they're not.
awful.
It only fits whatever you think.
How do we get rid of him?
Are you not contributing to the
How do
divide?
we get rid of
Should you not have
them?
been let into the country?
Last question.
You're also
Like, how soon could we get an election? Because, like,
What? Should you have been stopped at the border?
So you know those protests in downtown
Yeah.
Toronto? How come no one stopped any of those ones
yeah.
that supported, the sea? How come no one stopped that either? Now they're supposed to stop someone because of their political beliefs and with constituents that actually want to hear it. So, this is going beyond censorship now. This is like they ban you on what you think. You don't think climate change is real? Well, you can't be in Canada. Like, is that what they're going to say? You can't travel or go on vacation anywhere. We're going to ban it. Like, this is such a weird thing. And for them to go through, they're going beyond what would happen what happens in communist China. That's what they're thinking about, Pablo.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Pablo, he knows South America. He knows
Yeah,
Brazil.
that
and
is what they're
Argentina.
thinking
He knows what
about.
they went through. And
Like,
are
hell
going
no.
through. Like, I don't understand
Hell
that.
no.
I think he would have sympathy for
It's
people,
not too late, but
and
it's
see
getting
what the
close.
communists do. This guy knows it. This guy has experience. I just don't get it. How he can come to Canada? Well, I guess he can because he gets paid very well. His tummy is full, and his mortgage is paid for, and he probably drives expensive everything. That's how he gets to be who he is. This is like the evolution of how it works, of authoritarian, how it works. This is how it works. Slowly creeps in with guys like this, and the takeaway for this is that Stephen is saying that is political violence, and he doesn't back it up. He has no idea. He's just hurtful that someone actually has a big audience that says that they want to ask questions of him. Because I never heard of any violence. Randy has to jump in because he's the biggest bulldog, and he throws everything, boom, 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 boom. This division, this. People are scared to thing. I don't know. I've never seen any proof, and I hope they do apply for office. But I haven't seen any proof. So it's all talk. And then Pablo just jumps in, and he's the last guy. He hired, if the biggest definition of R, he hired it. He didn't care. And I'm surprised he's still there. He's the one that should walk up that ship too, with the Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, the sinking ship. He should just go for now. I don't even know what he's Okay, let's hear the rest of it.
We cannot accept that in Canada. This is not us, and this will never be. This will never be us.
Are you not contributing to the divide by coming out here and comparing Poilievre to this and making this about him? Are you not contributing to the divide by doing that? If your government has been accused,
we're not comparing Poilievre to him. I think what
You're not? Have you looked at your own advertising from your Liberal Party?
I mean, this is Trudeau's plan for the next election to compare Pierre to Trump. That's his whole plan. And I'm glad the reporter actually brought this out, but this is that's what he's going to do. That's exactly what he's going to do. That's the only way he's trying to get more votes is if he compares Pierre to Trump. That's it. That's the game plan. And, Stephen's looking a little dumbfounded here because he's a little shocked that they actually brought them up. Maybe he's going to start taking away their accreditation because they're asking too many questions here. I don't like it. Right, Stephen?
What Mr. Rodriguez just said is he said, I'm asking Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition, to condemn those hateful and violent statements by Tucker Carlson.
Well, I would agree too, but I don't think Pierre is going to agree on any of that because no one has said what Tucker said. Remember with Jolie, the reporter asked and said, "Do you agree with Melanie Jolie what she said about the conflict in the Middle East?" And he goes, "Well, what is her story? Because she keeps changing it all the time." She goes to one audience, says one thing. She goes to another audience, says the opposite. So I don't even know what am I supposed to talk about because I don't know. No one's saying anything. Well, just say what it is, Stephen. And it's almost really smart for the Liberals to bring these three guys. They knew exactly. One chump messes up, the other one jumps in, the other one just throws everything out there that accuses everything, and then the next guy comes in and he's very upset about the comments here. And it can't happen in Canada. It's like you guys are like the most perfect three amigos that all stick up and help each other when none of them have any answers. That's what it looks like to me. So anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you made it to the end here. Like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video.
Let me show you this. A neighbor of mine asked me this question. He's Canadian. He says, "Can you ask Jordan Peterson this? Go to the picture with Trudeau. What can you say about this? This is your world. I don't know if this even talked about over there with the whole story of Justin Trudeau's, related to Castro because years ago, like, is this show the other picture where this other guy posted it. So apparently this is, go to the picture of Fidel, the wife, and the father. So this is a picture of them three. That's his mother. That's him.
But
that's
you
the
look
father.
at
But
you
then
look
put
at
Justin right next to
Pierre,
Castro. Can you go back to the other
and
picture on Twitter? Yeah, that one right
you
there.
can.
Looks eerily similar. Yeah. Is this even a conversation in Canada? Has anybody been telling? Because this is written about many different places.
No,
to
we
the point where
talked
they
about
tweeted
it.
about it and said, no, Castro is not Justin Trudeau's father.
No, it's a nasty bit of innuendo, and
It is.
I think it's
just Maggie
it's
was
resentment
kind of
fueled,
slutty. So.
fundamentally. Like in some sense, it's a satirical joke.
Yeah.
And fair enough, but it's not helpful. Look, one of the things that happens if you're a political leader is you're exposed to criticism of all sorts, and part of that's to stop your power from degenerating to something approximating a tyranny. So you kind of have to put up with it. This, I would say, is I wouldn't propagate the idea.
Okay.
First of all, it's speculation, clearly. It's mean-spirited speculation on the part in relationship to the behavior of Trudeau's mother. Even if it was true, then, well, what's your point? He's born a communist? That's your point? That's a stupid point. Or what, he knows that Castro is his father, and so now he's tilting hard towards the left to please him? Well, that's not helpful and clueless. Now, the Trudeaus, in some sense, set themselves up for something like this because Trudeau
obviously
played footsie with Castro in a way that was rather unique in the Western world, and I think that was ill.
No pun intended.
That was not a good decision. He was less stringent in drawing a line between the left and the radical communist left than he might have been, and so those chickens have come home to roost in some sense in terms of this assault on his son. And Justin himself doesn't do a very good job of drawing a distinction between his views and the views of the radical left. And so all of that's mangled around in this satirical attack, but I don't think it's the most effective.
But you can look at do the same thing with Pierre, and he looks the same.
Innuendo and mean-spiritedness about it. That
we need Murray.
Overwhelms
we need
whatever
Murray on
humorous satire it might also contain. So
I mean, they did this with Obama's.
Who's the
when
daddy?
Trump came out and said $5 million, prove to me your birth certificate, you're born here. These types of stories tend to do well, and they tend to go viral. But this is just, when you look at this, it looks a little too real to That's why people are giving it credibility.
So if you enjoyed this little short segment from the podcast that we did, here's another short
And this
segment
is like
to watch.
old
Or if you want to
news.
see the
Like
entire
everyone in
podcast,
Canada's
click
known
over here.
this
Take
for
care,
a
everybody.
while.
Bye-bye.
Like since the 70s, but it's like the rest of the world's like, wow, this is kind of weird. Is this real? Like, well, who knows? Yeah, speaking of Trudeau's, okay.
Kokanee Glacier Provincial Park is a Canadian provincial park located in the Selkirk Mountains in the southern interior of the province of British Columbia. The park was established in 1922 and is one of the first provincial parks established in British Columbia's history. Most of the park lies at an elevation at or above 5,940 feet in elevation and offers visitors the experience of hiking on several backcountry hiking trails, as well as camping at minimalistic camping facilities during the park's summer season, and is a popular location for backcountry skiing in the wintertime. Kokanee Glacier Provincial Park derives its name from the three voluminous glaciers contained within it: the Woodbury Glacier, the Caribou Glacier, and the Kokanee Glacier, and the glacial runoff waters from these glaciers feeds more than 30 alpine lakes that lie within the park's borders, which, in turn, spill their waters downwards, feeding the many creeks that also crisscross the park. One of
And
these
once again,
creeks,
people are
Kokanee
welcome to
Creek,
come on.
is
Like
also
I
the
can
namesake
change
of a neighboring
topics as
provincial
well.
park,
I'm
Kokanee
gonna
Creek
pull up
Provincial
another.
and the
I'm
creek
gonna
itself
try and
is fed
find
by the runoff waters of a lake bearing the
the
same name,
previous
Kokanee
truckers
Lake.
protest.
Kokanee Lake
But
itself
it almost
lies at
like
an
I have
altitude
so
of
many clips pulled up.
6,499
I'd
feet,
rather
spanning
keep it current.
3,900 feet in length and
We'll do more of the truckers
1,320
protest
feet
soon.
in width, with the lake reaching an approximated maximum depth of about 330 feet, although apparently this is only an estimate, as the depth of the lake has seemingly never been officially measured. This relatively small and altogether unassuming lake is only accessible by way of a 2.5-mile hiking trail and is stocked regularly with cutthroat trout, making it a niche fishing spot within the park. However, this unassuming lake was also host to one of the most bizarre and rather baffling backcountry deaths I've ever come across while researching topics for my channel. And if you've been a regular viewer of my channel, you know I've covered quite a few of these in the past. And remarkably, the victim of this extraordinary death at Kokanee Lake was a member of one of the most prolific political families in Canada and was the younger brother of the current Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, a man named Michel Trudeau. Michel Trudeau was born on October 2nd, 1975 in Ottawa, Ontario. Michel was the youngest son of former Prime Minister and patriarch of the Trudeau family, Pierre Trudeau, and his mother, Margaret Trudeau. His mother described his personality in an interview with a newspaper in 1977 as having the combination of both of her older son's best attributes, stating, quote, "Justin, who is 6, is a prince, a very good little boy. Sasha Alexander, who is 4, is a bit of a revolutionary, very determined and strong-willed. Michel is a happy, well-adjusted child who combined the best traits of both brothers," she described of her trio of sons. Michel would spend his early childhood living in Ottawa up until his father's retirement from politics in 1984, at which point he would relocate back to the Trudeau family's roots in Quebec, spending his teenage years living in Montreal. Upon completing high school, or secondary school as I think they call it up in Canada, hey, don't you know, buddy, Michel, who now most often went by Mike, would study microbiology at university. However, entering into his early 20s, Mike
seemingly longed for the summers of his youth he had spent in the wilderness as a camp counselor, where he could be free of the weight of his family's notoriety. And so, at age 22, Mike packed his things and relocated to Rossland, British Columbia, where he would find work at a ski resort in the area, Red Mountain Resort. Michel enjoyed the anonymity that his new location provided for him, and with his easygoing, outgoing, and generally friendly personality, he was quick to make a multitude of friends, although his rather odd and privileged views about certain things would come off as strange to some people that met him until they learned of his unique upbringing. While working at the resort, Mike, like many young men in their early 20s, was known to party hard, sometimes seemingly without the worry of legal repercussions, as once the cat was out of the bag about his true identity, he was said to boast of his father's connections while he was intoxicated. In early 1998, now aged 23, Mike would get into a notably bad car accident whilst visiting his family back home in Quebec, an accident that has been the subject of much scrutiny and many rumors over the years, suffering major injuries in the process that would take him weeks to recover from. However, a few months later, Mike, the ever-avid outdoorsman, would organize a backcountry ski trip with some of his friends, a trip to a remote cabin at Kokani Glacier Provincial Park. On November 13th, 1998, Mike and his 3 friends accompanying him on the trip enjoyed their second full day of skiing in the backcountry of Kokani Glacier Provincial Park, with the conditions prime for skiing, as the region had just been blanketed by a fresh layer of powder snow. The 4 men spent the day shredding through the fresh powder. However, by the afternoon, they were beginning to tire after a day of intense skiing and decided to begin their trek back to the cabin. As the 4 men were hiking along the trail near the shore of Kokani Lake, the trail that they had followed into the region, the men heard the horrific crack and rumble of a powerful avalanche ringing out around them. Within a matter of seconds, the rushing avalanche swept up the 4 friends, as they had almost no time to...
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about this avalanche. It wasn't an avalanche season. It wasn't prone. And of course, whenever you're out there, there's a risk. But at the same time, it wasn't the season. It was really low risk. It was about as low risk in summer. They didn't. And also, he was very experienced on the mountains. And he was also probably something this author or this channel doesn't know. He was going to come out with a tell-all book about his family. So he gets into a car accident and, then he goes back home and, well...
To evade the avalanche's powerful rush of snowy debris, 2 of Mike's friends in the party were swept downhill with the avalanche and came to a stop on the shore bank of Kokani Lake, narrowly avoiding being swept by the avalanche into the lake's frigid glacial waters. However, as they scanned the horizon for the other 2 men, they gasped in horror when they spotted Mike and their other friend, a fellow 23-year-old man named Andrew Bednars, flailing about in the icy waters of the lake. Andrew, who was closer to shore than Mike, managed to fight against the shock of the chilly water and the weight of his soaked clothing and backpack, and miraculously managed to swim his way back to shore safely. However, unfortunately, Mike, who was estimated to have been carried by the avalanche about 300 feet from shore out into the open water, was unable to do the same and soon slipped beneath the surface of the lake's waters, where he presumably drowned. In the immediate aftermath of the avalanche, another group of skiers who had witnessed the men being swept up by the avalanche hiked as fast as they could to a nearby town, where they called for the men's rescue. However, due to snowfall and the time it took for the other skiers to call for their rescue, it was dark as well, and so rescue helicopters could not be dispatched until the following morning. The next morning, rescue helicopters arrived at the scene and found the 3 surviving men and evacuated them to a nearby hospital for medical treatment. However, back at Kokani Lake, the weather again began to worsen as another snowstorm raged and the lake's surface began to thicken with a layer of sheet ice. Park officials held a press conference where they stated that they would begin a search for Michelle's body in earnest once the weather conditions had improved and they were able to lessen the dangers posed by avalanches with explosives dropped by a helicopter first. The weather conditions finally improved enough to mount a recovery effort by November 17th. However, as the team of 5 recovery divers reached the lake, they were again repelled by the harsh environment, as they found the layer of sheet ice so thick that the boat they brought had to be towed across the ice by a helicopter in order for them to reach open water. Due to the elevation of the lake and the frigid temperatures of the water, the RCMP divers were limited to 10 minutes each spent in the water and were
At least they tried to
unsuccessful in
find
their
him because
efforts
it
to
did
locate
seem like
Michelle's
they
body
didn't even
on
look for
November
him.
17th. The following day, November 18th, they instead attempted to search the lake using a small submersible. However, a foul weather system rapidly swept into the area and forced the dive team to retreat, narrowly avoiding potential catastrophe as they loaded aboard the helicopters that were beginning to struggle to stay aloft due to the intensifying weather. Later that evening, after conferring about the search efforts and the expectations of the search team with the Trudeau family, the RCMP announced the formal discontinuation of the search efforts as the further risk to the lives of the recovery team now outweighed the need to recover Michelle's body. In wake of Michelle's passing, his father Pierre was said to have been so shocked by his death that he was never quite the same man again, and the same was often said about his mother as well.
Yeah. Well,
in September of 1999, just shy of a year following Michelle's death, Pierre and Justin Trudeau made a trip to Kokani Lake to see Michelle's final resting place in person for themselves, which would be Pierre's only visit to the site over the course of his life, where he was said to have marveled at the beauty of his youngest son's final resting place. As Justin Trudeau described, quote, Michelle had been doing what he loved most when he died, backcountry skiing with friends in the southern interior of British Columbia. He recounted of his younger brother's death. Michelle Trudeau's body has never been recovered.
I actually think
Thank you all for watching.
He disappeared once. I think he disappeared again. He either disappeared or he is still in that lake. Sorry, oh man. Oh, sorry. Oh. He was a cool guy. And I'm gonna let's just do this. I just actually have so many clips, and even though it's at the 4-hour mark, I just feel like streaming more. Oh, that one got me. Like, there's some things, like, obviously it was someone not from Canada, but there was also things. It's good to have an outsider's view of a situation. Let's just go home. I don't know why this keeps coming up. It's the creepiest thing with Google. It's like, fuck trans. Like, I think they're trolling me. No. No, this is the wrong one. Oh. Stop it. Listen. Let's see if this one will work. I just published one. No. Okay. No, I published this one already. Okay. Oh, give me a second. I'll figure this out. Sorry. Okay. Now it's being really fussy. How did that one get to me? Oh my goodness. This whole thing's a mess. See, if I just stayed on it, I would have just gone to the next one because apparently it was already published. I was already ahead of myself. Like, and now it's going to take forever to load again. What's this one? Come on. Let's just see. Oh, no, wait. No. Okay, wait. Oh, man, scrolling's fun. Okay, that was yesterday's. Maybe I'm not behind on them. Where the hell is it? It's not publishing. Oh dear. I'm just gonna have to shut that one down. No, yeah. Let's just start this again. See if it's going to run. Because I just published a new one. No! Why is it not going? Okay. Oh, let me figure this out. I'm sorry. Maybe it's a sign from God. Unless people jump in from on panel, like, I'm just going to probably shut it down. Or I'm going to find one of the ones from the truckers' protests. No, it's like it's not even loading. Okay. Try this again. Oh my goodness. I was just like... Yeah. See if it shows up. Oh, yes, there. Oh, okay, I was just being fussy. I found it. I think it was just because I just published it and it... There we go. And usually I do more to it, but some of this is just so much to go through. And I wanted to kind of clear out some of them just so... it's like the truckers' protest. I like going through, having archives, going through them. You know, it's a moment in time. Sorry, I got something in my eye. It's like fluff or something. Ow. Oh. Eyelash. Okay. Yeah. And there you go.
To the nation's capital, after 8 years, former Liberal Justice Minister David Lametti is leaving politics.
Bon
He made the announcement
voyage.
with mixed emotions. He played a big part in the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act during the Ottawa protests, a decision he says he's still confident about. His
No.
departure comes just days after a federal judge ruled it was in fact unconstitutional, unreasonable, and unjustified. Now the groups that brought forward the case in the first place are preparing for the Liberals' promised appeal.
You know, bring it on. We're ready to fight.
Strong words from Christine Van Gyn, the litigation director of the Canadian Constitution Federation. The CCF was one of 2 groups that took the feds to court and emerged victorious over the use of the Emergencies Act. But as you know, the Liberals plan to appeal.
We do not want the government to appeal. We think that this is the correct decision. It will be a waste of taxpayers' money to go through this exercise all over again because we think the result will be the same.
It's been 3 days since the bombshell ruling, and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has yet to answer questions. Last night, he attended the Ottawa PWHL game.
What an amazing opportunity for us to be here.
And today, he addressed the Liberal caucus. But still no mention of the Emergencies Act drama.
We hear what Canadians need. We're there in communities, we're there listening to people, understanding their frustrations, their concerns, but also their hopes and dreams for the future.
In a shocking twist today, former Justice Minister and Montreal MP David Lametti says he is resigning from public office as of the end of this month. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau appointed him as Federal Justice Minister and Attorney General in 2019, and he closely oversaw the convoy protests in Ottawa. In the federal court decision this week, Justice Mosley credited the CCF and Civil Liberties Association for changing his mind on the matter. He found the Liberals' invocation to be unjust.
The notion that the high threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was not met, and that the regulations enacted under the Emergencies Act, that was the freezing of bank accounts and the prohibition on protest gatherings, that those measures were unconstitutional.
Aside from this federal court ruling, there was also a public inquiry led by Commissioner Paul Rouleau last year. Over 7,000 documents were submitted and more than 70 witnesses testified over 6 weeks, including Trudeau.
We were seeing things escalate, not things get under control.
The commissioner in that inquiry found that the Liberals did meet the threshold to invoke the act. So why the differing opinion now?
The federal court has the weight of binding precedent. The federal court had a lot more time to come out with a decision. The Rouleau Commission had sort of this fire hose of evidence and had to have a report done by a statutory deadline. This judge was able to take his time with the evidence and ultimately reached a different conclusion.
As for the people living downtown, the marginalized groups, the businesses that had to shut their doors, what they went through.
The police, of course, should have enforced the law and removed those protesters. That ultimately is what happened at the borders. At the borders at Coutts, the people were charged using existing criminal law. And that's what should have happened in Ottawa as well.
The review of the Act's use revealed a major policing failure in the nation's capital. And after Police Chief Slowly's resignation, the pressure was on.
The policing plan that they developed before the invocation of the Emergencies Act was the same plan that they used after the Emergencies Act was declared. And since we know that the protests were cleared using existing law, we know that it was not used as a tool of last resort, and therefore the threshold wasn't met, which makes its invocation unreasonable and unconstitutional.
We're joined tonight by University of Ottawa Professor of Criminology, Michael Kempa. Michael, I want to start by asking you about the breaking news this afternoon. What do you make of the former Justice Minister David Lamette's resignation today?
Well, that's a shock in the sense that obviously the ruling of the court seems to pin the decision of the federal government on him in the sense that he was acting as the Attorney General, which is the government's lawyer, and it was his advice principally that led to the government invoking the Emergencies Act in the sense that he sifted through everything that the government had at its disposal from CSIS, from the RCMP, from the Prime Minister, the Privy Council Office, and so forth. If in the end, though, I would say the federal government would want to pin everything on one person in David Lametti, I would simply say it is not that simple. It is a far more complicated chain of events. And although I feel badly for Mr. Lametti, I do understand him taking that responsibility.
Someone has to take the fall. Michael, you follow this legal case closely, along with the commission's report where you sat through a lot of the testimony. Do you believe the federal ruling this week vindicates the protesters?
It does not vindicate the protesters. I've come to even change my view, in fact, of victory for individual liberties, generally for all Canadians, and for process, because if the laws are going to change, it shouldn't be politicians behind the cloak of cabinet secrets reinterpreting existing laws. If they want new laws, they should write them. So what I mean by that is, if you look at Justice Rouleau, he obviously, the inquiry, they concluded that the government was in the right in invoking the Emergencies Act. Justice Mosley at the federal court has said, no, it was a legal error and overreach. But other than that final conclusion, these two men are in agreement that the original protest was perfectly legal, but spiraled out of control and was allowed to spiral out of control because the City of Ottawa and Province of Ontario sat on their hands and did not enforce the laws on the books, such that it did become an illegal occupation and what the justices themselves call an unacceptable breakdown in social order.
Going forward, this federal court decision sets a precedent. How do you think the Emergencies Act should be updated, if at all?
So yes, the federal government is now president. The government intends to appeal. I see a very small door for appeal. They have to basically argue that Mosley, the justice, has made errors of law. Mosley himself, though, I thought in very clever judicial language, he was very diplomatic, did basically come right out and say, look, I understand that you would have liked to have used the law in this way. And it even makes some sense because you did have a problem. But I simply cannot let you take an existing piece of legislation and twist it in that way. Why don't you now go off and write some better legislation? Now, I'm paraphrasing, but he more or less says that in one of his paragraphs. He said, look, when I apply the black letter law, I can't legislate. Other people might like to legislate, he says. So this is really where we're going. There needs to be major reform of the Emergencies Act. And in particular, I would argue that the government does need to untether itself from the famous Section 2 standards of the CSIS Act.
That's all the time we have tonight on this discussion. It's always great to talk with you, Professor Kempa. Thank you for joining us tonight on Trending Now.
Thank you kindly. Anytime.
Oh, no, this one's from overseas, but I think it kind of is appropriate for every country.
NCEA results are out and more students failed in 2023 than the year before.
It's the third consecutive year pass rates have fallen. And as Alexa Cook reports, COVID-19 is being blamed. It's an anxious moment as Jess Gill waits for her NCEA Level 1 results to load.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
Passing all her exams with mostly merits.
I'm quite happy with that. I didn't think I was going to pass all of them. So, yeah, I'm quite happy.
The 16-year-old is one of 160,000 secondary students checking their results online today.
I was a little bit nervous, but not really too nervous.
Although not everyone will be this pleased, as pass rates have dropped across the board due to the lingering COVID hangover when lockdowns disrupted students' learning.
So they're probably a little bit softer than we would have liked. And so this is probably the manifestation of the gaps in knowledge that occurred over that COVID period.
And if you have failed, the advice is don't be too hard on yourself.
Be kind. It can feel really hard, but know that regardless of the results, the effort that you put in, the progress that you made up until this point is huge.
The Qualifications Authority won't release details on exam fail rates as today's results are provisional and are likely to change before being finalised in April. Those figures will then include the summer school results and also students who've appealed their grades. If today's result wasn't what you were hoping,
there's plenty of options available. It's not the end of the world. And so contact your school in the first instance before you change all of your plans for 2024.
Because it might not be as bleak as you think. Alexa Cook, News Hub.
Cardi B finally nailed it. I love this clip, and it's dang.
They trying to spread this video, and if something happens to me, it's because I'm speaking truth. And here's the truth, right? In New York, there is a $120 million budget cut. There's going to be an $120 million budget cut with schools, with the libraries, and the cops, and the police department. And a $5 million budget cut in sanitation. Of a budget cut in sanitation, we're going to be drowning with rats. We're going to be drowning with rats. And here we talk about we could fund 2 wars. That's like trying to front yeah, I got the money to support 2, but you really don't. No, we cannot fund these wars. We can't. Y'all doing budget cuts on the biggest city in the United States. Celebrity drama, of course, we love it. We infuse with it. We watch it, but it's that's little of what's really going on in the world right now. That's nothing compared to what's going on in the world right now.
Oh, that's a good one. Truth right there. Oh yeah, let's just skip over that one. It's a girly one. You can find them on my blog, This one. I have a stone like this. I have a stone like this. Or I used to. I just.
People that come together, people that fall apart. No one can stop us now.
Isn't that amazing? Like some stones I have, and I
left in my mind.
That is so cool.
I sing in the reaches. We'll see what we find.
Amazing, eh? I love paleontology. What the hell is that one?
Welcome to Coin 6 News. I'm Elise Haas, and we're learning about the tragic night officers tried to transport a man from a hospital to a behavioral health center. A few weeks ago, 26-year-old Jean DeCamp was being taken by police to Unity when the Providence Milwaukee Hospital staff said that he was medically cleared and could no longer stay there. But upon arrival to Unity, he was unresponsive and died despite of CPR efforts. So tonight, Joyce Aguirre is digging deeper to all of this.
That's right, Elise. Milwaukee police released the body-worn camera footage just last night, and they tell us the officers are emotional and are trying to figure out what they could have done differently in this case. And a warning, this video may be hard to watch.
Our officers, they don't sign up to be in a situation where they can't help someone. And when they are encountered with something like this, it is troubling at the end when to have an outcome like this.
Officers were called to Providence Milwaukee Hospital on December 13th. They say a man refused to leave the ER after he received care.
He was pleasant. He was conversant the entire time until right when his discharge arrived.
As officers enter the room, 26-year-old Jean DeCamp is groaning and not responding to officers' questions.
Hey, Jean. Hey, Jean, can you hear me?
He appears not to be in good health, despite hospital staff saying there is no medical problems and he can be cleared to leave.
He's not thriving chronically, but there's no medical reason for him to be here anymore. And it's all behavioral. Yep, 100% behavioral.
Despite warrants out for his arrest, the jail wouldn't take him in his condition, and you can hear the officers, they weigh in whether to take him into a homeless shelter. The camp never responds beyond groans, and police eventually cuff him and get him into a wheelchair to take him to the police cruiser, where they decide to take him to a behavioral health center. Officers head to Unity Behavioral Health, but shortly after they arrive and talk to him, they realize he's unresponsive.
Hey, Jean. Hey, Jean.
Within seconds, officers pull DeCamp from the cruiser and remove his cuffs and start CPR.
He obviously wasn't
He was
good.
pronounced dead after 11:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Milwaukee police are looking for solutions, saying this is the first time for them.
In speaking with my peers,
Oh, and then he
we
covers
just
up
thought
the
about
cam.
different ways that we can approach these things. This is a bit of a new situation
A nice,
for us that we haven't run into.
social
So
nightmare.
it was just really a learning experience for us.
The Portland Police Bureau Majors Crimes Team is investigating DeCamp's death. 2 Milwaukee police officers are on administrative leave. Live in the studio, Joyce O'Geary, Coin 6 News.
This Grubhub driver is taking a bite out of a customer's food delivery order. This Long Beach restaurant owner confronts the driver, and it's all caught on camera.
I reviewed the cameras, and it was actually a customer's food that he was enjoying.
The restaurant owner says he called the customer to warn him and then remade the order and personally delivered it himself.
I hope he never delivers to anyone again.
Grubhub says they
what the
immediately
hell?
suspended the driver. Follow ABC7 LA for more stories like these.
You don't eat someone's food. Like, oh my goodness. Like, that's just weird. Like, that's just truly weird. But You know, you got a lot of weirdness in the world these
Tonight
days.
we're learning more about the Charlotte County elementary school teacher, Jennifer Crumrine, who was brutally stabbed by her own son in Port Charlotte. Thank you for watching NBC2. I'm Peter Bush.
I'm Christy Soto. Jennifer died at the hospital. Her son Connor is sitting in jail tonight. Jennifer was a fourth grade teacher at Sally Jones Elementary School in Punta Gorda. NBC2's Madison Adams is live and local for us tonight in Port Charlotte, showing us how the community is remembering her.
This is more than just the family hurting. The whole entire community is hurting. I've just confirmed with the Charlotte County Public School District that Jennifer Crumrine was a fourth grade teacher at Sally Jones Elementary School. Right here, this is her mailbox, and you can see a small memorial is forming with balloons and flowers. But if you take a closer look, the most touching and heartbreaking part, in this bag right here, taped to the mailbox, are handwritten letters written by children. We just met, didn't get to say goodbye. Love, Amelia. This is one of several handwritten letters left at Jennifer Crumrine's mailbox. Jennifer was a longtime teacher at Sally Jones Elementary School. On Wednesday, the elementary school sent a letter to parents letting them know about the tragedy.
It's got everybody kind of shocked and upset.
Deputies say that Jennifer Crumrine was stabbed to death in her home on Chelsea Court by her own son. This happened the morning after Christmas. Deputies say that Connor Crumrine also tried to kill one of his sisters, as the other sister called 911.
We're here by her right now. Okay, you can just come through the window, please. Come through the window? Yes, come through the window, please. Just come in. I'm trying to get inside the house. Connor, you're gonna get shot.
Investigators say Jennifer had just told Connor that he would not go on the family vacation because he needed mental health treatment.
She was such a nice lady.
Deputies arrested Connor and investigated at the home for nearly 2 days. Now they're finally gone, and all that remains is leftover crime scene tape and this memorial. The family is still grieving and not ready to talk on camera.
I want to
but
show
Jennifer's
someone
cousin
my
told
new
me
animation,
this.
but I'm
Jennifer
getting really
was one of the
close
most
on
loving and supportive
it,
family members that he's
or
ever
some
known,
of it.
and has changed his life.
I just need
He
to
says that
dream
she was
about
the
it more,
most
and
genuine
also
person.
just condense some of, because I have a lot of animations, but a lot
One
I
of
used
Connor's
at
sisters
my
was
last
stabbed in the back by
animation,
him, but we're told that she
and
will survive.
at some
Right
point
now,
in
we don't
time,
know
I'm
anything
gonna
about Jennifer's memorial services. They are still being
remix
planned. I'm
them
live
all
here in Port
into
Charlotte,
one big
Madison
one,
Adams, NBC2.
and it's gonna be cool. Like, I was hoping to do it by the end of the year, but I'm realizing it's just, if all I've made over the course of a year is like maybe half an hour's worth of content to get a full movie, I'm going to need to do a lot more. So it's going to be like a 2-year project, 3-year project, but I'll get it. You know, and a lot of movies, like, they do take 2 years for production. Like, it's not like poof, a movie. Not yet, anyways. This one was cute. I like Wally. Oh, no, don't do that. No. Because if I play him on YouTube, I get the strikes. If I play him on here, I seem to get away with stuff.
Wally is quite different. I think he's part human. We don't know why.
I just don't really feel scared. I never did this with an alligator
Like
before.
a therapy alligator.
Hey, I wonder TV.
He's actually like really cuddly.
He's very special. He's a very special alligator, and he just loves the attention. He loves people.
I'm touching this shark tooth.
Why do you think Wally's so nice?
We don't even know. I think because he was born nice.
Maybe.
Come on. Keep going. Hello, my name is Joe Henney, and I am Wally Gator, the world famous emotional sport alligator's dad. Run. That's fine.
You'll have energy to swim then. You're not going in that camper, no. No. Wally is an American alligator. He was actually rescued from Orlando, Florida from Disney World. Wally is about 5.5 feet long. He's just turned 7 years old. And
So
he
he's
has 80
actually
teeth,
like
which alligators
my
have 80 teeth.
size,
He
but
has about 3,000 pounds per square inch of bite. You want me to put my hand in your mouth, huh? Let me put my hand in your mouth, huh? Come here. Huh? Huh? Really? Really? Don't know a crocodilian you can do that with.
Yeah.
I've been handling gators for over 30 years, and they will bite you. You put your hands around their mouth, or you start messing around their food, or splash in the water, you'll get bit. Wally's quite different. He just refuses to bite. I think he thinks he's part human. I don't even think he's dog. Yeah, you are.
he's almost like a dog. He doesn't like.
You're gonna get to go
He's
swimming
like
then.
a dog. It's not like a gator. It's like.
Yeah, we're here at AOK Campground. We're at their pool. We're actually brought Wally here. He's going to swim with a bunch of kids and adults. Yeah, swimming with Wally like that there when we bring him over here and swim with the kids. The kids just love it. Wally follows him around in the pool and stuff. It's like, it's a one-of-a-time thing. It's kind of a thing. You can't
But
do it with
he's
any
so
other
gentle,
alligator.
like,
So it's an adventure
he's
for the
like a
children and
dog.
the
He's
adults
not
to
like
actually
a
see how
gator.
Wally reacts when he's around other people when he's in the pool, and how he just loves swimming.
He's
and
not
he swims
like.
in around the people and
He's.
kids, and it's awesome, and it's a great time.
Wally just lets me flip him on his back. Like this.
Wow.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Like
Emily,
a dog.
is Wally's best friend, I'd say, because he follows her around like a puppy dog. She flips him up on his back and stuff as they're in the pool swimming around, just having a good time. And then she actually helps educate the other children.
His teeth are, and he has like a little place where his little tooth goes right here.
Yeah. That's pretty incredible. You can just touch him like that.
There's no alligator will let you do it.
He must like you guys.
He does.
A lot of people ask me, what my life would be without Wally.
Aw.
I don't even want to imagine.
Aw.
Wally has put so much joy in my life. I've never been a dog or cat person. I love all animals. I can't imagine the joy he puts in my life every day.
But also,
Every
it's
day
laying
of
on
my
him
life,
like a
he
dog
does
or a
something
cat.
to put
Like,
joy
it's
in.
not
Makes
like.
me smile. But
It's
even
not
though
like
he's
an
done
alligator.
so much for
It's
me,
just like.
we get a lot of people saying,
Like
well, you
it
shouldn't do
wants
this with an
pets.
alligator. You
It
shouldn't do
wants
that.
attention.
You
It
should
does.
take him down, keep away from people. Wally has put smiles and joy in tens of thousands of people's lives every day.
He's so cute.
Yeah. He's helped one girl. She has autistic. Her name is Danny. I'll give you her name, and she was severely anxiety.
And they're both like
she
so
would literally
zenned out.
not do anything. She was terrified of everything. Her anxiety just ran her out of the water.
Like this one is the most amazing story with it.
Of all the stuff I've been dealing with lately.
So after working 3 years with Wally, she got a boyfriend. She got married. And Wally was actually her ring bearer.
Aww.
Somebody talk to Steve.
So the third year I had Wally, what happened was I lost 3 family members and I lost 4 lifelong friends in 2 weeks. The last 2, matter of fact, I was at a viewing with one of my best friends, and my very best friend since we were 10 years old. My brother called and said he was on the way to the hospital. He did not make it.
Yeah. Wow.
You never get over that. So anyhow, I normally do not shut down, and I shut down seriously. I mean, I have a wood shop. I didn't go to my wood shop, build furniture. I literally just moped and laid in the house. I went to the doctor. She wanted to give me antidepressant medicine. No, I don't take it. I don't like when I can't be me or feel me.
Mm-hmm.
So as I was laying on the couch, a lot of times he would sneak up on the couch and stick his head out from underneath the blanket. He would like grunt at me, or he'd hiss at me and then go back underneath the blanket. And fell asleep a couple times. I woke up and he was literally laying on my head. So I knew it was for a while, at least an hour or so, because I had his whole print on the side of my face. So I went back the following month, and I was cheerful. I was joy. I was making jokes with the doctor. And she said, why don't you make him your emotional support alligator? I said, Doc, are you on crack cocaine or something? I said, you done lost your mind. Nobody's going to register an alligator as an ESA. Hello? And she says, oh, yes, they will. And she actually had him certified and registered to me. He is my ESA animal, no one else's. And he has done everything that more than what they need to do. Mm-hmm. So when that happened, we started really noticing Wally gives hugs.
So sweet and such a calm presence.
I'll show you. Here. Heading. When a lot of people find out Wally is my emotional support animal, first off, I get some haters get in there say, there is no such thing as an emotional support alligator reptile. Well,
but
he
you
is legal.
see,
He does have a doctor's
obviously
certified
is.
note stating that he is a legal ESA to me, but he does
only
things
to
for other
him.
people
Like,
as well.
I mean,
This is what I needed.
like, you can't.
I get a lot of people they just don't want to accept it. Well, that's usually what it is. To me, it's people that have too much time in their hand. They don't know what else to do, so they find somebody and they pick on them. So that's fine. Pick on me all you want. We're going to continue what we do. One of the most feared animals in the world, which is an alligator, that does this. And people want to attack him for whatever reason, but that's all fine. We actually have a lot more positive and only a little bit of negative. But it's fantastic. I recommend that you get a chance. Give us a call. Come visit Wally. Yeah, I'll tickle you. Thank you for your behavior.
Hey, check this here. Before you do anything else, like, subscribe, and share. I want a TV, or I'll hit you with a nub.
What the fuck was that? And I don't even know what this one is. Oh dear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be accused of racism just for making this video, but I have to. It has to be made for you, for your own health and well-being, for your protection, for my protection, for the safety of the universe. I've gone down a deep, dark rabbit hole of reels, of YouTube shorts, of TikTok posts, and all I can say is that I'm scared, that I fear for my life. And if I don't get this knowledge out there, it could be the end of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this video is about Indian street food. It's fucking horrific. Stay with me. What the fuck is going on here? The famous Jangir Club Kachori. Can somebody get some fucking spray and wipe on everything here? Is that your shit, sir? Is that your shit, bro? Mate, fucking throw some socks on at the very least. 40 rupees? More like 40 minutes on the toilet, mate. I think this is how I need to score this particular video. Would I eat it or would I shit it? Eat it or shit. At this point, I'm sure it tastes delicious. Here's the thing about Indian food, is it is amazing, all right? There's a lot of Indian families that live around where we live, and every time you walk past their house, it smells amazing, all right? There's so many smells and it's delicious and flavors, and they use so many herbs and spices. It's fucking amazing, all right? But there's something that's happening on the streets of India that you look at and you go, that will kill me. That will kill me. I am almost dead. And I imagine this is why they have spicy food, because the fucking spice goes in there, finds all of the bacteria from old mate's feet in this video, his little choosy feet, kills it, and goes, all right, we'll eat this now. I don't know how the Indian population is surviving, because this is horrifying. What? At the very least, shave your armpits if you're going to squish fucking dumplings underneath them. All right? Just give them a bit of a trim. At the very least. What the fuck are you doing, mate? Is this a fucking advertisement for Dove? For their new Brave Femininity scented fucking candles? What are you doing, mate? Would I eat it? No. I'd shit it. like some toxic waste. Okay, that's not too bad, that one. I might have a nibble on that, but it's still terrifying. All right, old mate Scott. Why? What? Get your little fucking tongue away from the milk, mate. Fucking run it through the dishwasher, bros. There's too much. There's too much everything happening in this video. Get your fucking tongue away from me. What are you making? He's chopped a whole thing of pepper in there. That's got to be sugar, right? He must be making tea. Okay, makes sense. He's making tea. He's got some big sunglasses on. He must be doing some welding or something. He's got an earpiece from 1994 as well. That's good. Going over here to his tea towel that's been drying in the sun after he washed it in his own fucking piss, probably. No offence. Bring it out. Hasn't dried very well. Over your hair. That's good. Oh, it's pretty skillful. This is like a bit like the movie Cocktail. He's doing well. All right, he's just straining out the flies. You can probably just take the cash, mate. You don't need to fucking steal old mate's watch while you're there. All right, got hot water. No, it's brown. That's good. Straight out of the Ganges. Spin it around. And shout out to the Indian people who watch these videos, or people of Indian descent. I guarantee all of you are looking at this going, that's fucked. Right? No matter who these people are or where they're from in the world, if anyone's doing this, it's fucked. Nothing to do with race. It's just fucked. Would I taste that? Sure. Give me a straw and I'll give it a go. Okay, what's happening here? It's a big one. Oh. Gross. Gross. This is a 3-minute video. I'm gonna fucking skip through it. Alrighty.
Well, no, like the Indian grocery by my place and the Indian restaurant, like, would never, like, they would be horrified by this. Like, the Indian grocery is cleaner than the, like, major chain down the street at the mall. Like, yeah, it's a little different in Canada. No, like,
you need a fucking
they would be horrified watching this. Like they would never treat their customers like this. It's cleaner than any of the chains I've seen. It's cleaner than Walmart.
Right? Fuck, I see a fly on my food now and I want to
Okay, that says a lot about Walmart.
Jesus. This man eating it up. Why is your tit out? Thank you for pointing that out, whoever made this video. I mean, like, it's hot here in Australia, so it'd be hot in India too, and these guys are working out of a shed. So sweats, like, I've worked in kitchens before. I was a bit of a dish pig back in the day, and I used to run meals. So I imagine that it gets fucking hot, and chefs, these are chefs, right? They cook mean food. Everywhere in the world, chefs are gross. Doesn't matter their colour or their ethnicity. Chefs sweat, they stink, and they're feral, and they've all got drug addiction. So,
oh my god!
I'm just putting that out there that all chefs are gross, but these guys extra gross. Stretching it out, really stretching. Slice it down the middle. What is this? Is this some sort of pasta or some type of bread? Perhaps they're frying it. Have you heard of gutter oil? Yes, gutter oil comes out of China. It can be used to describe the illicit practice of restaurants reusing cooking oil. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not very nice. But what I've heard about is people actually taking it from the sewer. They take oil and, like, fat from the sewer and they use it to fry up whatever. Apparently that happens in China. So, fuck yeah, let's go there. No doubt that's where I want to be for my fucking holiday. Somewhere with my intestines. What is this? The flies, then. I can't deal with that many flies. That's gross. It's probably quite delicious. Here's the thing. As I said before, Indian food is delicious, but please, this is why you need to be inside. You need to be inside with this shit. Anywhere you go in the world and there's flies, they're going to be all over your fucking shit. Oh, looks like there's fucking flies in that drink.
Holy
Wanna
crap.
try it?
That is like. Good grief.
How many people are you cooking for?
That's a lot
Why
of buttered
is your fry
chicken.
pan that big?
Oh god! Oh god!
As I said, this video.
Like
for
say,
everyone
if they were
else's sake.
doing like
Go to
paint
India,
or cement or
stick to
something,
just pack a
fine.
sandwich.
But soup, it just.
He's cutting it with his nails. Hang on. There's a knife there. Why don't you just use a fucking chopping board?
Oh
You've
god!
got a
Oh
chopping
god!
board.
Oh
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to
oh
stop because this video's.
oh!
I don't want to get in trouble because I'm talking about Indian people. I'm not talking about Indian people. I'm
No,
talking about what's happening on the
it's-
streets of India. And it just so happens that
Like
some Indian
whatever's
chefs are
going
cutting
on,
up chicken
like
with their toes.
anyway,
Cut
it doesn't
out.
matter
Ladies
your
and
race.
gentlemen,
We'd agree
fucking
this is
peace and Middle East. I
this
think
is
you're doing
wrong
something
in
different,
so many ways.
for today. But I'll see you tomorrow for another video.
And no restaurant here I know
Ladies and
like
gentlemen, thank you very
would
much
do
for
that.
watching
Like
this video.
that's
Make
just
sure you hit
this is
subscribe. And
like
check out
over there.
IsaacButterfield.com
And
for
even
all my tour dates. Check out the second channel that I do with my wife.
like
Little Fun
the
and
places
the Pokemon
here,
channel as
like
well.
Cookers
My wife
is
and I
so
also have a
nice.
podcast
Like
called
they're
Mum and Dad
awesome.
Show. It is on Spotify
Day to day,
and
like
YouTube.
so
And ladies
clean.
and gentlemen, we have videos coming out
They would
almost every day
never
on this
treat
channel.
food
We'll
like
see you very
that.
soon.
Like they,
Bye.
you know. And they are very careful about what they import, you know. Oh, this is funny. This one is good. And it does feel like this.
Hey, in here, come on. Oh, great. It's a dead end. We're trapped.
Nice one, Sheriff. What's the next part of your genius plan?
Not a dead end. Not a dead end. Not a dead end. It's game over, man. It's game over. In here, quick. Come on, guys.
This handy and convenient emergency food from My Patriot Supply is a fantastic way to prepare for any disaster.
No, this is not the time for product placement. Now, I want to be sure, has no one been bit yet?
Don't worry. We can handle ourselves against the zombies.
Not this new mutation of the virus. I've never seen anything like it before. I'm going to hate to do it, but if one of you gets bit, I'm going to have to bash your brains in with a baseball bat.
Be an awful way to go.
I told you we're clean.
Well, clean from zombie bites anyway.
Things are changing.
Sophie. I told you this new one's terrible. There's no cure.
Oh, not Sophie, man. Not Sophie. We can't kill Sophie.
We must check our privilege to dismantle the heteronormative patriarchy's systemic pattern of oppression.
Okay, let's kill it.
Watch out!
She's gone. She's gone. You all right? You all right, bro?
Just as long as I don't have to die. Horribly gruesome death like guys, is Bob okay? Smash capitalism! Eat the rich! If you're white, you're the problem! You're oppressing me. See? Piece of cake. You did remember to lock the door, didn't you? He's coming out of the closet! Hurry!
Oh, no, man. Not Hudson.
You are defined entirely by your intersectional identity groups, and you're classified as good or evil based on your race, your gender, and your social class, etc.
Oh, no, this is it, Sheriff. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I'm thinking.
Oh, sorry.
Social construct. Only women can have an opinion on abortion. If your blood plays with Bobby's, He should change genders immediately. Wait, so I just said gender is a social construct, but then you said those things that imply that gender is real. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, you're right. That doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical.
Told you I'd think of something. There's got to be a cure in here, man.
Man, did you get this on my gender?
Not Kuzo, not Kuzo. I got it.
Nothing so epitomizes contemporary liberalism as unfounded mandates, in which the federal government establishes the programs and forces the states to pay for them. The very need to weigh benefits against costs, the essence of economics, is evaded by this irresponsible exercise of arrogance. It is like impulse buying and charging it to somebody else's credit card. Now that just makes sense.
I love you, man.
Man! Ah, I got you. I had you. I'm good.
You got
I'm good.
You got me.
This is good, man. This is
Good.
good. Why haven't I read this guy before?
That's good.
Let's go. Come on.
Hey, Babylon Bee fans, I have a big announcement that is not satire. We wrote an actual book that has actual drawings with actual humor, and you can actually buy it with actual money. This is the Babylon Bee Guide to Democracy. It's your guide to rigging elections, peaceful protests and insurrections, and more. Pick it up today.
Sorry, just making a snack. I just used buffalo sauce and now it's like way too spicy, so I'm trying to like tone it down a little. So good. Oh yeah, that's fun.
Trans women will never be real women. Wow, that was aggressive for no reason. What's a real woman? Well, real women can have children. I mean, there are a lot of cis women who can't give birth for a variety of reasons. Well, real women menstruate. Once again, there are lots of cis women who will not menstruate for a variety of reasons. Okay, how about this? Real women don't have facial hair. What are you talking about? A ton of cis women have facial hair. Well, real women have breasts. They don't have to put all this padding on their chest or get surgery. So first off, there are lots of cis women who are just naturally small-chested and who might choose to get some enhancements, which is totally up to them. Also, lots of women deal with things like breast cancer and have to have those removed. Are they less of a woman after those surgeries? Real women don't need stupid things like gender-affirming surgeries on their face. Many cis women will choose to have things like lip injections, Botox, rhinoplasty, which is completely their choice, and I don't see why you care if it makes them feel more confident. Well, this really seems to be like an insecure you problem. I would like you to work on that, thank you.
No matter what, a biological woman is someone who has the potential to produce eggs. If for some reason the woman can't get pregnant, can't menstruate, it doesn't make her any less of a woman biologically. Of course, women can have facial hair. Both sexes have hair all over the place. But are you honestly going to tell me that there's no difference between this and this? And are you going to claim that both pictures are including women? But overall, the fact that these people think that a woman without a uterus is the same as a biological man is so offensive.
Yeah.
Guys,
It
there
is
is a difference
offensive.
between a woman who's infertile because of a condition, a physical condition, and then a biological man. I don't care how that person identifies.
Yeah.
Biologically, they're a male. No matter what, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's the truth. And also, these women who keep hearing about trans women are women, they're exactly the same as biological women. They're not insecure. They're just offended that woke activists who are claiming to be tolerant, inclusive, and woke, progressive, are now trying to erase women.
I like my facial hair. I have gone on a journey with it. Sometimes I don't want it there and I try to shave it off, and I can't always. And other times I really like it. I mean, look at this. Look at, like, it just grows in very nicely. This is maybe just a couple of days, and I think it frames my face really. If I'm not smiling, you can see. Hold on. I think it frames my face really well. But it's, often used to invalidate my gender. And the truth is, like, every gender has body hair. Like, people say the same thing about my arm hair, my leg hair, my chest hair, like, whatever. Stop
I'm
scrutinizing my body
sorry.
and the hair that
That's
it grows,
that's
and
a
just
dude.
start being a better fucking person.
That's a dude. That's gotta be.
You're
dude.
right, your beard looks really nice. You're a handsome man. Your beard is not invalidating your gender. It's confirming it. You are a man, you're a biological male. It's the same thing. When I hear that both genders have facial hair, what I really hear is, I don't want to put any effort into my transition because I'm not gender dysphoric or trans, so I'm just spreading this bullshit narrative and see if I can get away with it. But guess what? It's not going to work because most people out there, unlike you, are not delusional. And speaking of that, let's hear about what he thinks of the term birthing person.
No one is saying you must be called a birthing person. And if anyone's saying that, I think they're really misguided. What they're saying is when we are talking about, like, the capacity for pregnancy and people who give birth, we can't just say women, since it's not just women who give birth.
No,
We
the
are
chief
including
medical
women by
officer
also
in
saying anybody
BC
with
used
capacity for
birthing
pregnancy. So no
parent.
one's saying that you as an individual should be
And
called a
I'm
birthing
just
person
like,
if that's not what you
it's
as
called
an
a
individual
mom. You
want to be
don't say
called.
that
The
on
point is
Mother's
that
Day.
it's an
That is
umbrella
like,
term
you
to
are a
include
fucking
people like
Nazi.
you and the myriad of other genders that
We
can
were
also
getting
give
into
birth.
it on
It's
X
just an
about
attempt
her.
at inclusive language. So I totally respect your hesitancy to take on that term, and you don't have to. And I hope you can see how it's rooted in not erasure, but an attempt for trans inclusivity.
Oh, I get it. You don't have to call yourself a birthing person. You just have to call other people birthing people. Otherwise, you're not inclusive. Otherwise, you're a transphobe. Otherwise, you're a bigot. Only biological women have the capacity for pregnancy, have the potential to give birth. Only biological women can do that. Let's not erase it. Let's not rephrase it. It is the truth, and it will never change. There are some trans men who give birth, but guess what? They're biological women, and guess what? They know it. I don't understand why we need to change language, change definitions, because trans men know that the only reason why it's even possible for them to give birth is because of their biology. I'm pretty sure that all trans men giving birth know that men cannot give birth, but they can because they're different. I am so sick and tired of this level of coddling. Us transsexual people have been through a lot. If we can handle gender dysphoria, we can handle literally anything. So we don't need words and definitions to change in order for us to feel better, happier, and we definitely don't need basic terms to change when it directly affects the LGBT acceptance. It negatively affects the LGBT acceptance because most people are tired of this bullshit.
Whenever I see comments like this, it really makes me wonder what you all think of non-trans women or cis women, because when people incorrectly posit that trans femmes like me are somehow cosplaying as women, what you're noticing are the features about me that you think are feminine. And people often comment on the clothes I wear, my hair, my makeup as the feminine things that make me cosplaying as a woman. So are you defining cis women by their hair and their makeup and their nail? Because every cis woman I know is a lot more than that and a lot deeper than that and deserves a lot more respect than being chalked up to what she looks like. Trans misogyny is such a crystal clear lens to understand your worldview from, because it not only shows your limitation in understanding the expansiveness of the human experience, but it just outright shows me what a misogynist you are. You learned to hate trans femmes because you started by hating women. And people who say this pretend that they're defending cis women, but really they're just using misogyny to push us all down.
Why are you not a man? Why don't you identify as a man? What makes you feminine? What about you makes you a trans feminine person? Your beard? Your broad shoulders, wide jaw, is that what makes you a trans feminine person and not a man? Look, the point of the comment is that you're cosplaying as a woman. You're not a woman. You're not anything else but a man. That's the point of the comment, which I of course agree with and you all agree with. Because no matter what makeup you put on, what dress you put on, you're still a man. You're not even a trans woman. You would never be a trans woman. You show off your beard. You're proud of your beard. You're not gender dysphoric about anything male about you.
Yeah.
You're not trans. You're a man in a dress. Good for you. That dress is pretty. That hair is pretty. But
You're still
you're
a
not
dude.
anything else but a man. Before anyone
Yeah,
gets offended
that's
by
just
me
it.
calling
Like, some
someone
guys
just
just
a
want to
man
feel
in
pretty.
a dress with long hair and makeup, is there something wrong with being that? I love
No.
how you're both agreeing.
Just
a
be
dress
honest.
doesn't equal being a woman.
Yeah.
That's what you both are saying, and it's kind of funny that you don't recognize that.
You know what? I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I am fucking tired of TERFs making a mockery of real women. Oh, what? You were born with ovaries? You bleed every month? You have XX chromosomes? Yeah, that's cute. Tell me what other external factor that doesn't apply to all of you defines you. At the end of the day, you're out here thinking that trans women are making a mockery of you when it's the exact opposite. You are pretending that you know that you are a woman when the only people here who know that for sure are the ones who have put in the work to understand themselves. The trans women. You have put zero work into actually understanding yourself. You are only a woman because everybody else around you looked at these same external factors that you look at
No,
and
no,
said, seems like
I
woman
think I
behavior to
know
me.
I'm
And
a
you went,
woman.
all right,
I guess.
the only person making a mockery of womanhood
I
is
think
you,
I put in
because
the
you do not
work.
fully
It's
understand
44 years.
what
Yeah, I
makes you
put in
woman.
a lot of work
Stop
at being a
harassing
girl.
trans women. I don't even identify as a woman, and I'm more of a woman than you. It's okay to be scared of cishet men, but don't take it out on people who aren't even a fucking threat.
Well, this is a lie. I think the essence of what she's saying is that trans women are more women than biological women
Yeah,
because they have to make
and
the effort.
this is what we're
Listen, being
getting
a
now,
woman,
and it's
being
like,
a man, it's not a spectrum. Either you are one or you're not one.
yeah, it's
Trans women are not women because they're not
trans
biological women. Biological women don't have to think about why they're women. They just are. And if you have to make any form of effort to look like a woman, to act like a woman, to live your life as a woman, it just shows that you're biologically not one.
I'm not stupid and I have a good amount of money. So if I wanted to look like a girl, I could go to classes and do cosmetology classes and get contour and makeup right so I could look exactly like a girl. However, I just want to look hot for women on the internet that aren't you. I've succeeded. Do you have the Iron Man smirking PFP? You don't look like a girl.
It's a little bit interesting because I've heard this argument more than once. I have the money to transition. I could pass more if I wanted to, but I don't. And it's like, well, then you're definitely not trans. You're admitting it yourself, actually. The point of being trans is that you want to pass. It's the essence of being a transsexual. And I know you can find
don't
fake
really want to
transsexuals
flaunt
who
it
admit that they don't have
on. You
gender
want to
dysphoria.
just
But here
live
he
your
is
life,
admitting
you know?
that he doesn't have the desire to pass. Well, okay, then you're just a man then. You're just a transvestite. Good for you. Good for you. But it's not the same as being a trans woman. Thank you all for watching. As always, remember to leave a comment down below. Sometimes your comments are better than the ones I make, so I'm a little jealous here, but I can't wait to read them all. If you want to see more content like this, hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you want to support me with a small donation, feel free to do it under Super Thanks. I'd be really grateful. It will help me out a lot.
You can find
And
the
I'll
link
see you all in my
to
next
the
video.
offensive tranny.
Peace out.
There we go. They do brilliant content. No, don't do that, computer. Oh no, no, come on, there you go. The power bar is so small.
But what makes you a more authentic representative of what your audience needs and wants, but having to finance on a more project-specific basis the work that you do? And I think that's a very revolutionary business model that doesn't need to be limited to independent journalism.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned Davos. I went there last time. I had the pleasure of hanging out with you a little bit. I'd like to show, and people have seen the videos we've done. My favorite was when we scrummed Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer. But let me show one of my favorite videos of you, because I've described this to our viewers before. You're in this small town. It's like Banff, Alberta. Like, it's a small ski town, really, in the middle of the mountains that's suddenly taken over by thousands of these VVIPs. There's John Kerry, there's Tony Blair, there's and you only have a few minutes with them as they're walking on the street. So to see them, identify them, and then think of a smart question in 60 seconds, it's tougher than it sounds, because they might be a bank president, they might be a former prime minister, they might be a health pharma CEO. Like you've got to switch gears really quick. It's tough to do. One of my favorites was when you talked to the man who would be prime minister, Mark Carney, the former Bank of Canada and then Bank of England governor, who I think wants to be the successor for Justin Trudeau. And I'll give him credit. He actually had a bit of a banter with you. Let's take a look at that right now.
Hi, Mr. Carney. Andrew Lawton with True North in Canada.
Nice to see you. I never do spontaneous.
I understand. My one question is, could the Canadian oil and gas sector survive the net zero approach that's being promoted here?
As I said, I never do. If you want an interview with me, like everybody else, you make a request and you can have it.
And will you accept that?
Like everybody else. Okay.
Well, that was and Mark Carney is a pretty clever fella, but I think my favorite one was when you actually went face to face with a banking CEO. I think it was Bank of Montreal, and you asked him a question I am certain he has never been asked before, which is namely about freezing the trucker's bank account with no judicial process. Let's take a look at that.
Minister Freeland said during the Public Order Emergency Commission that you had wanted to call the convoy protesters terrorists to deal with their financing. Why was that?
So I would never call the convoy protesters terrorists. What was said is that in order for the banks to be helpful, there are certain protocols, and those protocols include sanction where we can in fact help in that case. Otherwise, it's not our business to interfere in the affairs of anyone's finances, truckers or otherwise.
One of the other banking executives on that call had pushed back a little bit and said that they didn't want the banks to be weaponized. Was that a view you shared?
Oh, they are weaponized. Absolutely weaponized.
Any other industry. I think we have jobs to do, and we do it for Canadians, and I think generally, in fact, more than generally, we do it pretty well.
Did you support the financial measures?
You know, Andrew, you mentioned what journalists cover these things. There were a ton of journalists at Davos, but they're all, quote, on the inside.
Yeah.
They're all paying to be there. Their companies spend hundreds of thousands of dollars
it's not like
paying the World Economic Forum to be involved, to hobnob and make deals. So none of their questions are ever truly accountability oriented. I mean, Albert Bourla, the Pfizer CEO that we scrummed, he does interviews all day long if he wants to, but they're always softball scripted, gentle, loving questions. They're not uncontrolled surprise questions or critical questions. I'm looking forward to seeing you there in Davos, and I think you do good work there. Simply by being there, you're doing more work than our state broadcaster or the regime media. I think, though, that when we go to places like the World Economic Forum, you know, we're kept out of certain areas that citizen journalists aren't allowed. What's concerning me, Andrew, is as citizen journalists become more ubiquitous and bolder, and there's a bit of a community forming, is that these institutions are then saying, well, you aren't real journalists, you're not trustworthy, we're going to block you from attending by denying you accreditation, or if you manage to show up and manage to get one of our people being candid, we're going to throttle that on the internet. We're going to have it fact-checked and called disinformation. So I think some people are waking up to the threat
to the incumbents of citizen journalists. And frankly, it can be hard to find your work or our work using a Google search or YouTube search because we're not promoted like regime media sources are. And that's not a theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. We have a YouTube media handler assigned to us by YouTube. Her name's Coco Pinnell, and she, is candid with us that YouTube suppresses alternative media and boosts what they call quality or trustworthy media. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's what they tell us to our face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one thing that people need to realize is the value of discovery. And, one of the reasons that Netflix is so great is that when you're scrolling around, you'll get access to a show that you had never heard of before, and the trailer looks interesting, or you recognize someone's in it, or there's just nothing else, and you watch it and say, oh, wow, this is fantastic.
I think.
And, to use a self-indulgent example
he's not.
here,
I don't think he's actually Aussie. I think he's actually from New Zealand.
Book event at a bookstore for my book, The Freedom Convoy, which came out a year and a half ago. And I say it was the first event because many of the bookstores in Canada wouldn't carry it. Indigo wouldn't put it on its shelf. And, the book still did very well. But it was interesting that there were people that had learned of it for the first time in December of this year because they walked past the bookstore and they saw it in the window and said, oh, there's a book about the Freedom Convoy. I've heard about that. They walk in and they don't know who I am, but the subject grabs them because it was there. And that's what the government is banning. I mean, for now, yes, True North will be able to mail our list that we have, and Rebel will be able to mail its list. Now, there are still challenges there if some of these mail service providers are pressured and internet service providers are. But the issue is government trying to ban the discovery of new audiences and the ability of new audiences to discover the work that we're doing.
Like we're
and that's
fighting the algorithm.
Inevitable outcome of a government policy that by its design, it's a feature and not a bug, manipulates algorithms and manipulates homepages. And that's what's happening here. It's basically to limit the audience that can ever exist for these outlets.
And they don't hide that. I mean, that's the number one thing that scares me about Bill C-11, which is now law in this country. Bill C-11, I regard it as the foundation for Trudeau's internet censorship strategy. Step one is to put the internet under government control. That's never happened before. The CRTC was limited to radio and television, which no one really cared about anymore. Everyone's online. So C-11 gives government dominion over the internet, but they have in Section 9, and I think you know this, they have a subsection dealing with what they call discoverability. Like you say, how did you hear about this movie on Netflix? How did you hear about this book in the bookstore? Well, that discoverability, and that's what I mentioned that YouTube does, they de-boost sites they don't like and boost the ones they do. It's bad enough when YouTube is doing that, but Section 9 of C-11 gives the government, through the CRTC, the power to alter the, quote, discoverability of anything on the internet for any reason at all. Now, they list for French language reasons or Aboriginal reasons or Canadian content reasons, but those are just examples. That's not an exclusive or exhaustive list. So by giving the government the power to alter discoverability, do you doubt for a second that they will use that power, which they just gave themselves, to boost CBC, Globe and Mail, and de-boost Andrew Lawton, and completely unboost Ezra Levant?
Yeah, well, no, for sure. And I mean, the great irony is that the letter of what they're claiming is that they're trying to make Canadian content more available. Well, I mean, you can't get more Canadian than True North. I mean, our coverage is about Canada. We aren't talking about how terrible Canada is. If anything, we're being far more patriotic and talking about how great Canada is. But I don't believe for a second that True North will be the beneficiaries of this. And the reason that's very important here, and contextually why people need to realize this, is that they're going to be making these normative judgments about what type of Canadian content is available. And I've said, if I basically come out as a disabled transgender lesbian and change the Andrew Lawton show, I bet it will be C-11 compliant. Will be on all your home pages. When CBC did that one thing a while ago where Talking Tomato was lecturing the audience about colonialism, that'll be Canadian content, but anything critical of that will not be. Now, there's an easy answer to this, which is just let the companies, who are not perfect, but they have a pretty good sense of what audiences want to see, let the companies run their algorithms. If someone like you or I has an issue with the way YouTube is doing things, we can decide, hey, we want to use Rumble, or we want to start our own platform. But, I mean, again, it's going to be very interesting to see how players like Rumble are forced into this. If they don't play ball, are they going to be blocked? Will you as a Canadian not be allowed to go to Rumble because they've decided that they will not manipulate these algorithms to comply with the government?
You know, and that's a great point about Rumble. They have been banned in France. The entire country of France. You can't get Rumble precisely because they will not follow France's censorship regime. And I salute Rumble. And I'm a little bit worried for them because as Rumble grows, it intends to be a YouTube competitor. It's probably only 1% the size of YouTube, but still that's enormous. But boy, they want to squash Rumble like they want to squash Elon Musk's Twitter, or X as it's now called. Let's look ahead to 2024. We're going to see you at the World Economic Forum in 3 weeks in Davos, and I love hanging out with you. It's nice to have a friend from Canada when we're surrounded by all these jet-setting...
In the belly of the beast.
Yeah, it's quite alienating to be in those circles, and it can be a little lonely in a way because, you know, you have thousands of these people all on this World Economic Forum mission, and it's like trying to swim against a tidal wave. There are a handful of other citizen journalists there. I saw Savannah Hernandez there. There was a Japanese citizen journalist who said she was inspired by our work, and she decided to go to Davos. It was a wonderful. So there are some,
and she actually, by the way, questioned Klaus Schwab. She saw him on Masako Ganaha, and he was about to answer her question. And then he said, "Which media are you from?" And she said, "I'm an independent journalist." And his answer was, "No, thank you." And he got in his car, which tells you how afraid they are of independent journalism.
And I should tell you, Masako is about the sweetest, nicest person you ever meet. Here's a clip of her. She waited in the cold for hours to get a moment with him. She was not rude. She was as polite as you would expect a young Japanese journalist would be. So polite. But his disgust for the fact that she wasn't one of the journalists who paid to be there. And that's my point. If she would have said New York Times, Washington Post, CNBC, CNN, he would have made a moment for her because they all paid to be there. But how dare you grubby citizen journalist ask me a question. Here's Masako. I can't remember her last name off the top of my head. Trying to ask a very polite question of Klaus Schwab, and he showed his true self. Take a look.
Chairman Schwab, I'm from Japan. May I ask you for... I'm from Japan.
Yeah.
And may I ask you for a comment?
No,
we're on our way to the next thing. We're a bit late.
I can just walk with you and then ask
I think we're gonna rush actually. But thank you. Thanks very much.
Which media are you with?
I am an independent journalist from
Yeah,
Japan.
no, thank you very much.
Yes.
I have to ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, lots of big money with that one, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Our battleground state voters feeling ahead of the 2024 race.
Joe Biden took office. He shut down the oil production. Price of gasoline went up. And we know that once the gasoline goes up, everything goes up. Now, our prices have have doubled. Some items have tripled. So for a small restaurant like ours, which is what they call a mom and pop restaurant, for us it's very difficult because our bottom line is being pushed down, and we cannot afford to keep like this. And for Americans that really care about this country, they need to realize that Joe Biden, not only in 2020, his mental decline was already back. I mean, by now, 3 years later, 4 years later, the poor guy can barely walk. Yeah. I mean, how dare you, people out there who call themselves American are really, thinking of voting for someone who cannot even, walk, very let alone think, let alone lead the greatest country in the world. Come on, people, let's be real. Yep. Let's care for our kids, for our future.
Recent poll finds the president underwater on major election issues, including inflation and immigration.
Why do you think it is that you're trailing Trump in all these swing state polls?
Because you don't read the polls out from Digger. 10 polls. 8 of them I'm beating them in those states. 8 of them. You guys only do 2. CNN and New York Times. Check it out. Check it out. We'll get you a copy of all those polls.
You don't believe you're trailing in battleground states?
No, I don't.
President Biden is about as popular as herpes.
That's an insult to herpes. I think Biden is worse. Oh.
How about a drink?
It's nasty, sickening behavior. Innocent people just standing there, getting slushies thrown at them from a passing car. And you won't believe who's throwing the drinks. They're uniformed police officers patrolling the streets of Louisville, Kentucky in an unmarked car. You can hear them yucking it up the entire time. They actually recorded their cool antics and shared the video with some of their fellow cops. In this incident, a marked police car following them records a slushie hitting a pedestrian.
The outrageous attacks took place over 11 months in 2018 and 2019, but the video has only been obtained this week by the Courier-Journal newspaper following a Freedom of Information request.
Wow,
Local
they
news
take a
scandal
while.
became known as Slushygate after at least 24
Slushygate.
innocent civilians had slushies like
24?
this thrown at them.
The two officers in the undercover car were identified as Curtis Flynn, 40, and Brian Wilson, 36. They were members of an elite undercover drug task force. Both have pled guilty. Flynn was sentenced to 3 months. Wilson got 30 months. And it wasn't just slushies. The accused cops also seemed to take pleasure in driving through puddles, drenching people waiting at bus stops. The mayor of Louisville says the culture of the police department has changed, and something like this could not happen again.
We've improved focus on supervision. Incidents like that will not be tolerated.
Wow.
To protect and serve their city? Not even close.
Oh, just a few bad apples, but forces change. Oh.
I went to Sam's. Hey, I never go Sunday.
Yeah.
About 8 minutes before it opened, I went in there. I was sat in my car, and there was nobody in the lot hardly. And so many people came in a few minutes. It seemed like I was sitting there in half an hour. I waited till I wanted to see if they still had some stuff they were selling for Christmas. Look, I bought some blankets for Christmas for several people. And they're really soft. Like really soft. And they're big. Well, I got one for my nephew's wife, and she liked it. But then somebody in the family confiscated. Then the dog confiscated it. The dog stole it. She told me the dog's never done that with a blanket, never. So it's really her Christmas present. The dog got in there. So I went and bought more of those blankets. They still had some. I said, really? I should have got the dog a Christmas present.
I saw one at work I really liked. I almost want to get it, just like tuck it away for next Christmas for my sister and mom, like niece, like nephew, like.
And if I give her another blanket to replace the one the dog took, and someone confiscates that one, then I'll give her another one. If they confiscate that, then I'll give another. Fill up the whole trunk with blankets. Try to outdo me. Just try to do it.
Oh no, that dog's gonna steal the next one.
Because it's not a border crisis, it's an imperialism crisis, it's a climate crisis, it's a trade crisis.
Thank you, AOC, for explaining that what's happening at the border, it's not a border crisis, it's a climate crisis. Awesome. Welcome back to the JT Reacts channel, my beautiful freedom-loving friend, where we like to call out the lies, hypocrisy, and corruption of tyrants, as well as their useful idiots. Hello, AOC. Shine the light of awareness on woke absurdities and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters. Now, as you know, there is a situation at the border. Just the border is intentionally being held open. There is no question about that at this point. I would dare say it's a plot to weaken America. And I'll show you the latest border statistics and visuals of what's happening there. Is just shocking. Get to that in a minute. But first, AOC. I mean, if she doesn't deserve a place on Mount Rushmore, I don't know who does. So she's always had exquisitely informed takes on things. I mean, she is, talk about an intellectual, a political scholar, just a deep philosopher. That is AOC. I mean, her qualifications for being someone who helps run the country, she's a former bartender. And I don't know for sure, but my guess is she probably wasn't even a very good one. So she recently had a hot take about the border, and this is in response to Joe Biden, the Biden administration, continuing to build the border wall, allegedly, which I kind of doubt. But anyway, she was all fired up that Biden hasn't officially squashed the border wall project. She informed us of things that no other human being on earth knows, nor could they even think of them. Only her mind could. Take a look. It's pretty good.
So often people want to say...
By the way, anytime someone starts with a finger, so often, why do my insides boil when I see that?
So often people want to say, why are you talking about the border crisis? Or why are you talking about it in this way? Well, we're talking about it. They just don't like how we're talking about it. Because it's not a border crisis, it's an imperialism crisis, it's a climate crisis, it's a trade crisis. This is not absurd.
And I would suspect all of that is fact-check true. The border crisis is not a border crisis, it's an imperialism crisis. It's a climate crisis, for crying out loud. Please, AOC, keep fighting misinformation so that the truth that you speak can get out there. So if we had less carbon in the atmosphere, we would have a more secure border. Think about that.
These are children.
Are they? Why are all these children disguised as military-aged men? I don't know, but she knows.
And they are not insurgents. And we are not being invaded. Which, by the way, is a white supremacist idea, philosophy.
I love that. I love the idea that when a country's invaded and they don't like being invaded, that's a white supremacist philosophy. Just like when Nazi Germany invaded Poland thinking they were being invaded, I don't appreciate that white supremacy. Now, to learn more about AOC's deep philosophy, I'm here on Ground News, and I'm going to scroll down, which, by the way, it's awesome. It shows you you can pick articles that have a media bias left, center, or right. So I want to see what the right has to say about this. So I'm going to click here on Red State. Its media bias is right. Transparency, I want to see what they have to say. AOC shreds Joe Biden over border wall construction. The Biden administration, in a surprising turn of events, decided to channel its inner Trump and announce construction on parts of the border wall in South Texas. The move stirred a fierce response from Democrats and a chorus of "we told you so" from conservatives, which, by the way, the continued construction of the border wall, like I said earlier, I'll believe it when I see it. The administration of the Bidens, that is, invoked executive power, waiving 26 federal laws to continue construction of the wall, much to the consternation of people like AOC. What did AOC have to say in response to the administration doing that? Well, the lawmaker, aka bartender, minced absolutely no words in expressing her disapproval. The Biden administration was not required to waive several environmental laws to expedite the building of the border wall. The president needs to take responsibility for this decision and reverse course. Just imagine that being said with a waving finger in your face. Expert communication. If you want to persuade people, just do this. You'll come across so lovingly. AOC is also a physicist as well, because here we see AOC continued arguing that physical barriers are not an effective way to curb illegal immigration. So if you're not a physicist, let me explain this to you. A physical barrier, it's just not effective at inhibiting physical entry into a place. I mean, that's just like the front door to your house. if the door is closed, that physical barrier isn't going to prevent you from going in. Yeah, the door's locked, but you just walk right through it because of AOC logic. And there's more to say in a second, but first I have a question for you. Are you sick and tired of being deceived by media where they try to present something as truth when in fact they may, or oftentimes do, have an extreme political bias, where you're left either being uninformed or misinformed because you don't know exactly what the media bias is? Well, I don't know about you, but I'm someone who wants to be informed, and I'm sick and tired of the deception, and that's why I have fallen in love with Ground News. It's the answer we've been looking for because it brings transparency to the information you're looking for. Ground News is a website and app that compiles news from all around the world into one place with full transparency. Check out a couple of the things that Ground News does that nobody else is doing. Here on the topic of AOC and her border wall rant, it gives you the coverage details, the total number of articles published about a story, as well as their political bias. So instead of being deceived, like, hey, here's some information, you can see who wrote the information. It also gives you the bias distribution. So now you know the political affiliation for each source and each story. And that's based on a rating from 3 independent news monitoring organizations.
It's
it also lets you compare headlines. So let's just say you want to learn more about Nikki Haley, what she's done recently. Why does Tucker Carlson hate her, and why is Trump considering her for VP? Well, Ground News lets you sort articles based on, hey, what did the center publications say about her? What are the leftist publications saying about her? And what's the right have to say about her? Then you just click on the article and you read it on its original source. And I love this because it eliminates the guesswork. Now you know what bias the article has that you're reading. So with everyone's favorite bartender, AOC, on the border wall story, you'll see the left media places write about her very favorably. You can sort the articles and find the right-leaning sources on this story, and they'll be writing about her in a way that I probably would. So now you can be fully informed with full transparency, and Ground News makes it possible. Just go to ground.news/JPReacts to check it out. And when you subscribe through my link, you get 30% off unlimited access to the Vantage subscription, which is what I use. When you subscribe, you're not only supporting me and supporting yourself, you're supporting an independent platform that's making the news more transparent. Once again, that's ground.news/JPReacts, and enjoy a full 30% off unlimited access to the Vantage subscription. Enjoy. Back to the border and just how bad is it? Well, latest statistics published by Fox News, you can see 200,000 people entered the country illegally since December 1st alone. That's 10,000 people a day and 11,600 people in the last 24 hours. That's math. And you'll say, well, that can't be, JP. Well, take a look at this video footage showing us reality, not the distorted reality that mainstream media tries to feed you, but this is the reality of people marching towards the border. Now, how many women and children do you see? There's certainly some, but most of those fellas look like military-aged men. And here you can see what a safe and secure border looks like. This is just, I guess, according to AOC, this is what fighting climate change looks like? Yeah, that's it. We're watching climate change. But AOC is a little angry at the Biden administration. The Biden administration also says, what border crisis? So what does the White House have to say about this issue? Well, the most informed source there is, of course, Jean-Karine Pierre. Let's see what that useful idiot has to say.
And what we're seeing here at the border, the migration flow, increased migration flow, certainly it ebbs and flows. And we're at a time of the year where we're seeing more at the border. And it's
the time of year, like Christmas time, New Year's. It's just like we got 200,000 more people coming in this month because Christmas time. It's the time of the year.
Unusual. This is an immigration system that has been broken for decades, and the president has taken this very seriously to try to do more.
I bet he's doing a lot of doo-doo, but this is just normal, according to her. It's the new normal. It's great. It's the great reset. Well, my freedom-loving friend, I just missed the table when I tried to slap it. So I want you to know that. But also, hats off to AOC. I don't know if there's anyone funnier than her. So I appreciate her informing us Americans on the climate crisis that's manifesting as a lot of illegal immigration. Appreciate you watching this video. Look forward to seeing you on our next one. But before that, I want you to know, I want you to stay free.
Yeah, seeing what's at the border in the States, it's just they see what's coming in Canada. They do not want to come here. Like, they're like, we left a third world nation. We're not going to another one. We want to go to the States. Okay, that's only on YouTube. Louisiana Wendy's manager pocketed $20,000 in wages by creating a fake employee. That's horrible. How would you do that? Now, step by step, exactly how did she do that? Corporations do it. Yeah, men are stronger than women. No, I imagine this. Imagine this.
It's from a think tank called Policy Exchange. You may have heard of them. They're the biggest and I would say most influential think tank in Westminster. They're a group of people who do a lot of work, research, look into a lot of very important events, and they've got a number of backers for a very interesting report into trans in sport. We're going to talk to Lottie Moore, who is head of biology matters at Policy Exchange, in a second, but the number of sports stars are backing this. Martina Navratilova, Sharon Davies, Daley Thompson as well, someone I'd want with me on a desert island. They have joined forces to back a new Policy Exchange paper exposing how gender ideology is compromising the fairness and safety of women and girls in grassroots sport. This isn't about high-level competitive, well, it is competitive, of course, but it's not about professional sport. It's about grassroots sport. And Lottie Moore is with us. Lottie, thanks for taking the time this weekend to chat to us. This is very, very interesting. A lot of it is about gender self-ID as well within sport. There are very, very clear things in many aspects of our society, but sport is a very important one, where men and women are just different. They are differently made. They compete in different ways. You've done some analysis of all of this. Tell us your findings, Lottie.
Yeah, so
like,
the report from
obviously,
Exchange, it's sort of saying, I guess, what until very recently was not controversial at all, which is it is unremarkable scientific fact that men are physically stronger than women. And that matters in sport because performance based on physicality is what is being assessed. So sex categories exist for that reason. That's why we have age categories, disability
Nobody's
categories,
saying women can't compete in sports. It's just we will not be as good as a man in a lot of categories.
Particularly among grassroots level sport, is that men who are identifying as women are coming into our sports at grassroots level and taking medals and places and places on the podium where they otherwise would never have been because of those differences in those physical differences.
Yes, and it's interesting you've done some analysis of actually if men and women were to compete together, for example, the top male serve at Wimbledon in 2023, at least 18 miles an hour faster than the top female serve, for example. Every British long course swimming record broken by an elite female swimmer has been beaten by a teenage boy swimmer. Yeah. In county athletics, the winning male from the slowest county running in the 1500 metres this year would beat the winning female in 27 out of 33 counties. So we're in a situation, I mean, how big a problem is this really? Are there lots of people at the grassroots level who are attempting to change their, or self-ID, changing their gender and saying, look, I'm a man or I'm a woman, to game the system perhaps? Or because that is their genuinely held belief that they want to change their gender, that's a process they've been through?
So yeah, that's a really good question. And on that point, I would say it is actually entirely irrelevant whether someone wants to change their identity because sport is not played by identities, it is played by bodies. And I think the other thing is how big is
Sorry,
this
I'm
problem?
just like
It's
trying
not
to figure
necessarily
out
how big the
measurements
problem
for
is, it's
a
the
shelf,
potential
and
impact
also
of
there's like
just a tiny minority
I'm
of
watching
people doing
TV
this.
as
For
well.
example,
If you want,
you know,
if
the
you've
winning
seen my
female from
channel
the London
before, you know
Marathon
I'm
this year
actually
would
like
be
watching
would be
TV
beaten
while
by the
I'm doing
231st
stream or
ranking male. So
doing
that's one
homework,
male
like
who
I'm doing
potentially could be
something else,
230
usually
females. So that's 230
daydreaming,
females affected. And I'd also refer
talking
you to
to
the,
Fluffy.
you may have heard of what happened in Sheffield earlier this year, where a trans-identified male was playing in a open age category women's league with several 16-year-old girls in that team, managed to cause a season-ending injury to one of those females. Two of those teams subsequently pulled out and said that they're no longer going to participate in the league if they have to play against this male. And if you take the fact that there's, you know, generally there's 12 footballers in a team, you know, how many people is that affected? So I would, you know, again, another example is parkrun.
But you're giving those
Or,
examples, and that's fine, Lottie,
you know,
that's
the
fine, but
pool
is
in
there statistical
Ontario
evidence to say
where
that this really is a
there's
problem,
like
that there
a
are lots of
dude
people who are doing this in grassroots
swimming
sport? We've heard
with 13
examples, but is there evidence to
like
say, look, this
I
is
think the
actually a
youngest
percent
girl
or
was
2%
11,
of people within these sports?
like, or something
Well,
like it.
again,
Like
it's very
these
difficult to
were
work out the actual percentages
like
on
the
the
oldest
basis that
girl I
because
think
gender
was 14,
self-ID
but the
is the
youngest girl I
nature of
think
gender
was
self-ID,
11. So
and the data collection that we
and
have
he's
means that anyone can
identifying as
identify
like,
as any gender, particularly if
and
you
he
look
even
at
put
parkrun.
down
We know that
51.
this is happening every week at parkrun.
Like,
There are
that's gross.
16,000 people as of
Oh,
I
it's
think
supposed to
last
be an
year.
open
There were
age
16,000
category,
people that
but
were
it's
ticking a
actually
gender identity
like,
that was different from their biological
how come
sex.
if it's
I mean,
open
that's
age, how
16,000
come
people. That's a
there's
large
not
number.
anyone else
You know,
swimming
we
in
know
it?
that there are plenty of parkrun records
I
that are
don't see
held by
like
males,
11 or
plenty of
12-year-old
female parkrun records
boys,
held
you
by
know,
males.
like, I
Particularly,
don't,
there's one
you
who's an
know,
attempted murderer.
they're doing
Actually,
their
I
own
think convicted murderer,
categories.
Lauren
Like,
Jessica in Aberystwyth. So, you know, I think you know, there's 14 million women
and when you
girls that are
have a
active
grown man in a man,
England.
like
Most of
women's
us are not
change room,
professional athletes.
like when
You know,
there is a
and
gender
it's,
neutral
most of us are involved in,
change room,
you know, physically active, not at a professional or elite level.
like there is a,
So that's the
you
kind of
know,
numbers that we're talking
gender
about.
neutral one.
Well, Lottie, thank you very much indeed for that. Good luck with your report. That's Lottie Moore there, who is from Policy Exchange. She is the head of Biology Matters
And also,
at
like,
Policy Exchange. So that report
like,
is in regard
why
to
would
the safety
he
of women and
feel the
girls in
need
grassroots sport,
to
trans identifying people within that. Martina Navratilova, Sharon Davies, Daley Thompson, they are all endorsing that report.
you know, do this? Also, like, from what I hear, he's fully intact. You know, like, it'd be different if he was swimming against grown women. I would be totally okay. You know, and I would even call him a she if it was a matter of like competing against women my age and their age. But when it's about little girls, it's gross. It's like, this needs to end. And see, yeah, like this one, I think I have the clip from it. Yeah, like this protest has been going on in the Lower Mainland for a while. Oh, wow, this is an old one.
What up, Skylanders fam? It's Javier, and we are here in Dallas, Texas at Reunion Tower. We're setting up 500
It's
drones so that's actually
fascinating,
going to
like,
coordinate
what
with
they
Reunion
pulled
Tower.
off.
That's going to go along with the ball as well
Like
as the fireworks show.
you
So it's
watch
gonna be a
it
lot of
on
fun,
TV,
a lot of cool stuff.
but
Can't wait for you
seeing
to see it.
like all the
Right, so
setup.
let's take off. Now we're going.
We have liftoff, Captain.
We've got 500 drones in the air.
Isn't this fascinating? Like, it's fascinating to me. Like, and just wait. Just wait. It'll look like pictures in the sky. I want, like, I'd love one day, like, my AI dragons, like, floating around. You know, eventually the technology will get to the point someone like me will be able to do that, like, you know, a fireworks display. And I can make my dragons, like, actually fly around in the sky, not just in my artwork or my animations. Like, right now, this is so new. It's like, it's really cool, but at the same time, it's only gonna get bigger. Like, can you imagine what it's gonna be like in 5 years and 10 years? And to Dallas's credit, like, got a lot of Texas. Yeah, they still had the fireworks because once you get the smoke from the fireworks, it actually makes the drone animations stand out more in 3D. Just seeing all the New Year's displays, like the ones that had the fireworks, it makes them pop. They actually got a 3D effect, you know, whereas the ones without it, you can tell they're drones. Like, parts of this one, you can tell it's like they're drones, but you get like a microscopic, like, you know, you get more of a filter, you know. Like, that's amazing. And all those fireworks, like, this was amazing. Wow. I think that was one of my favorite displays of New Year's. I did save a bunch of them on my blog. You know, I tried to save as many of them as I could, as fast as, you know, every time zone I try and save them.
I think there's one thing that all men can agree that the ladies can improve on this year. Ladies, if you're going to send someone of the male species, be it your husband, your boyfriend, a significant other, whatever it may be, out to the grocery store to forage for a list of things, please make sure that you have your phone on and your ringer turned all the way up, because you see, men are simple creatures, and we want to do our best to please you. But when we go down this list and we're looking at onion on the list, and we're standing in the produce aisle in front of 17 different types of onions, we're going to call you, because we don't want to get it wrong. And the same thing goes for butter. And also for milk. We need to know, skim, half and half, whole milk, what exactly are you looking for? So if you're not going to make this list very detailed, you had better be ready to answer the phone. Otherwise, don't fault us when we get home with the wrong things. So can we all agree on approving this? Good. Let's all have a great year.
He forgot something. No, I think actually his wife turned off the phone, just like, no, you're supposed to know this. This was a test. No.
If nothing happens, I foresee a very difficult winter. And I don't have all the solutions, but I'm doing my best given the $1.5 billion budget deficit we have.
Every day they look out their window
$1.5 billion deficit.
And maybe they're questioning why they're paying taxes to the city of Toronto.
$1.5 billion in the deficit for a city?
Anything about this encounter.
How the fuck does that happen?
Seeing this tent city kind of grow over the past few months.
David Menzies for Rebel News here at Clarence Park Square in downtown Toronto. And folks, as you can see, this little parkette
I thought that was
has been
Victoria.
entirely taken over by squatters. and it's a really disgraceful situation. It doesn't
No, we
look
kinda
safe. It doesn't look clean.
And Saanich pushes them
all
out.
these
Like,
people
you find
in
little
these
pockets,
pricey
but
condo towers. Do you think maybe they're suffering from buyer's remorse? That every day they look out their windows and they see this where a park
Mhm.
should be?
Yeah.
And maybe they're questioning why they're paying taxes to the city of Toronto, given that the city doesn't seem to be doing anything about this encampment. Indeed, last summer, if you can imagine, a new
I thought
benchmark was
recently I
reached
read
vis-a-vis
it got
hobo entitlement, I guess. Check out
cleared
this
out,
report from the Toronto Sun. Quote, a work crew at
but it
Clarence
just
Square
got
Park,
shuffled around.
a little parkette at Wellington
Like, what are you
Street
gonna
and
do with all
Spadina
these
Avenue,
people?
said they have been installing new water mains to replace crumbling infrastructure for the past few weeks. Two of the workers said a few of the residents of the enclosures in the encampment have come over to voice their displeasure with the workers for doing their jobs and become violent and confrontational to the point they had to call the police so they could complete their work, end quote. Can you believe it, folks?
Yeah.
Presumably, the noise from the construction equipment was disturbing the sleep of the hobos here,
Yeah.
who I suppose like to get up at, the crack of noon.
Yeah, I live in the area just up the road. Seeing this tent city kind of grow over the past few months. It started off with a few people, and then now, it's huge. You can see it behind me.
Now, I have to tell you, as much as I want to hear the stories of the people here, it's pointless. That's because it's downright dangerous. Do you recall when my cameraman Lincoln J and I paid a visit to Trinity Bellwoods Park, just a few clicks away from here, back in September
Yeah,
of
you gotta
2020?
be careful filming.
Check out this footage.
Places like this.
I don't like myself being filmed. You don't have the right to actually smash that camera. Hey, right now. I wouldn't do that. I have the right to smash that. Hey, I won't do that. By law, I have the right to smash that.
You have the right to smash that camera?
Yeah, by law, you know I have to smash that camera.
What law are you quoting?
Holy crap. Holy crap. Jesus,
folks, what made the Trinity Bellwoods situation so egregious is that while this homeless encampment was being tolerated, elsewhere in the park, the city had painted so-called social distancing circles. And if you violated the etiquette of the circle, i.e. stepping out of it or having too many people in your circle, by law was going to give you a nice whopping $880 ticket.
Yeah, like we
Also,
really managed
the
this
city
pandemic
was
well,
fully
didn't we?
aware
Bravo,
that
bravo.
that
We
crack addict
really went it.
was in possession of a dangerous dog, and again, chose to turn a blind eye. Speaking of man's best friend, the city of Toronto became an international laughingstock last year when it erected a certain sign at an off-leash dog park at St. Andrew's Playground, not very far away from here. The signs warned dog owners to, quote, not allow your dogs to bark and disturb the neighborhood, end quote. Yeah,
In a
apparently
dog
the
park.
geniuses at the city of Toronto believe that dog
Don't these
owners
residents
are
feel great
so
about
many
paying
Dr.
taxes?
Doolittles, they can
Well,
talk
like,
to the animals and the animals fully comprehend English.
If I could parley with pachyderms, it's a fairy tale worthy of Hans Andersen or Grimm. A man who walks with the animals.
I'm sorry, if you have a husky, you are going to probably have, like,
I can't wait to start.
Now, we did reach out to the city of Toronto
yeah,
to get
if you
their
have,
take on this.
even my
Namely,
Chihuahua,
why is it that
he was
so
the
many
quietest thing. My
sections
mom was like,
of the
I've never met a
Trespass
Chihuahua like so
are not
quiet
being acted upon
until he
Well,
heard a buzzer,
here's
like
what the
like
city
an
said in a
apartment door
statement.
buzzer,
It's a doozy.
If a friend
Quote,
came
the
and
city
just
responds
knocked,
to encampments
no
by using
problem.
the skill sets, tools,
You know, he'd give me a
relationships,
heads
and
up, but
authorities
he
of
wouldn't.
multiple
If
city divisions
if I lived
and
in a
community
condo
partners
style
to respond
with
to the
a
complex
buzzer,
health and safety risks
he
in
would
and around
fucking
encampments,
go nuts, and I would
facilitate
just be like,
access
"Oh my
to
god,
inside
dude,
spaces,
just shut
removal
up,
of
shut
waste
up."
and
But
debris,
he was
and
traumatized.
ensure shared use spaces are accessible to all.
You know,
The City of Toronto contracts
like
park security
when I lived
who
in the
support
country,
community safety, specifically
knock on the door,
around
or
encampments.
you live in
A
the
team is
country. It's
currently
just like,
stationed
well,
at Clarence Square
you can
Park
pretty much
24/7
walk in
to
and,
report any emergencies to
you know,
911 and
like,
new encampments to city staff so that outreach teams can provide
you know,
support.
knock on the door. It's not
Streets to homes outreach
it's different in
staff and
condos,
community
and
partners
that buzzer
visit
would
various
just
sites
set
daily
him off.
focused on building
Otherwise, he was so
trusting
good.
relationships with encampment occupants to help address immediate health and safety
I miss
needs,
Susie.
assist with referrals to space in the shelter system,
I think I'd
and
be better
connect
with the
people
pet.
to supports and permanent housing.
And I think that's also
Across
why
the city's
I do have
encampments,
so
the
many
majority
stuffed
of tent
animals. Like,
reductions are a
it
direct
is a
result of city and
compensation.
community partner outreach
It
efforts
is absolute
as encampment
compensation.
occupants move to the shelter system or permanent supportive housing. From January 1, 2023 to December 20th, 2023, outreach staff referred approximately 1,477 individuals living outside into the shelter system. Of these, 841 people were from encampments. During the same time frame, the city and its partners also worked to help
I
208
just had a
people
good idea
living
for
outside secure
what I'm going to do
permanent
with an art
housing,
project.
with 93 from encampments. All members of the community are welcome to use the city's parks, but living in an encampment is a violation of city bylaws. Any decision to
I'm just
initiate
thinking
a
of like
trespass
doing it
enforcement
like so
begins only
my
after
table
outreach and
can be
engagement
converted
efforts,
into
including
a games
referrals
table
to inside space, have
and
been
make it in
unsuccessful.
felt.
End quote. I don't
So
even know
I'll
how to
have
make
like a
sense of that
backgammon
gobbledygook,
one,
folks. I really don't.
and
But
like
could
a
it be
chessboard,
one of the
a
reasons
checker,
why
a checker,
the city isn't doing anything about this
checkers
encampment
board, like
and so many other
maybe do a snakes and
encampments
ladders one,
around Hogtown is due
and
to
doing it
a
just in
ruling
felt and fabric,
by
and
a judge last year.
but
I'm
it's
speaking
deep
of
enough
Michael
that I
Valente.
could
He's a justice
keep
with the
it
Ontario
just strapped
Superior Court.
inside,
And he, last January, rejected a request for an injunction to dismantle a
and that's cool.
shantytown
Like that
in
would
Kitchener
like.
because there wasn't
I mean,
enough shelter
underneath,
spaces
like
for
I use
drug
it for
users
storage for
or
all my
couples.
artwork.
Essentially,
Which
Justice
apparently I
Valente
have a lot of artwork
ruled
over
that
my
the
life,
regional
but
municipality
I gotta
of
go
Waterloo
through it. I gotta
could
go
not
through it and
enforce
actually
laws
do a
pertaining
live
to
stream of just
trespassing
my
or
artwork.
public safety.
I know I've done
It was
some,
a ludicrous
but
decision, yet it stands. It has yet to be appealed, and I'm just wondering if one of the
it'll
reasons
be like
Justice Valente
it'll be like a
came
show and
to
tell,
this decision is due to the fact that, I don't know, I don't think
hi
Justice
Mom,
Valente
I made this in kindergarten
next
today.
door
Do you like it?
to something like
Can we
this.
put it on the fridge?
In the meantime, much
some are
to
good,
the
some are
chagrin
like,
of law-abiding,
and you know,
tax-paying
separate ones.
citizens,
Some
don't expect the City of Toronto to do
I
anything
should get back into
tangible
drawing.
to address
See
a
if I still
festering
got it
mess
in
like
me.
this and so many other shanty towns
And
around
I have
this
so
city.
much nice paper.
Right now, we
Like,
are
I wish I
tragically
didn't have to work,
witnessing Toronto
you know.
continue its
Or
downward
this was
spiral
my work, and then I could
into becoming
spend
San
extra
Francisco
time
North.
drawing
For
and
Rebel News,
doing
I'm
my
David
homework.
Menzoid Menzies.
Because I still like doing my course.
You know, folks, it seems to
I'll
us
never
that
be
there
a
is
cop.
just a
Like,
negligent lack of political
No.
will to fix
I
problems
know.
that plague
I'm
cities
taking
right
the
across Canada.
course.
We've started a petition to
And
address
right
this.
now it's
Please
like I
go
have
to
the exam coming up
fixourcities.com.
for,
That's
auto theft, and
fixourcities.com.
I'm like,
Put your name on that petition.
oh, I
and
think
send a
I'm going to do well in this one.
that
I didn't think I
something like
would,
this
but it's actually like
completely unacceptable.
I know more than I thought I did, just because I've had such shitty career staff over the years. I've actually had to learn how to break into them and hotwire them and boot them. And oh God, it was like this gold van me and my second husband had, and we literally had a coat hanger just because the doors like didn't work. And so we never had to worry about it getting stolen though, because like most of the time we were locked out. And also it was so damn ugly, no one would steal it. Like no one. Like it was like, oh God, the thing was a beast. I think we only had it like a few months, like maybe 6 months, before it just was like, it's not even worth it. It was good for his work, but God, I can't remember what we got after that. No, we had that one for a while, and then I don't think we had a vehicle. Well, he had his mom's van, and then she got a new one that was almost identical. And then one day I get this text, and he's like, like the van was dead. Like he's like, I made an oopsie. Like, do you think she'll notice? And she was in Mexico at the time, and I never really heard, like, I really never heard from him again. So maybe, like, she killed him, and that's why I haven't heard from him in a while. I wouldn't blame her. Like, no, bad jokes. Just bad jokes. No, he was so bad with vehicles. Like, there was no resale value on it.
Now this is how you talk to a Karen. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Can you tell me why you took her shoes?
She didn't have any money to pay me, and she didn't have a wallet or phone, and I needed to get paid, so I had to hold something in collateral, so I took her shoes.
Did you know it was raining that day?
Oh, dude.
You walked home barefoot.
Even better.
That's not my fault. Bitch, she should have paid me, because I'm not working.
Bitch.
Excuse me.
What?
I'm her mom. You don't call me that.
Well, you should have teach your daughter to bring money.
And he just did call you
to
that.
go get her nails done.
Yeah, but that's not my fault. And I need to get her shoes.
Yeah, it is your fault.
Wow.
Are you gonna pay me for what she owed me? That was $120.
No, because you called me a bitch.
Well, I'm not giving her back her shoes.
You know what? F you then.
Yeah, sorry. Teach you a lesson. Oh boy.
What's the most toxic thing you ever did?
I definitely my husband's relatives.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
Why?
I was dumb and young, and that's what I did when I was young and dumb.
It's my turn! You told me it was my turn. Damn, her husband got the Adam 22 treatment. I mean, and I don't want to be that guy, but is it really cheating if you married a porn star? I mean, at what point are you responsible for what you signed up for? I guess it just comes with the territory. Couldn't be me, though. Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect.
The girls pop their balloons to reject the guy.
Single man, reveal yourself. Hey, make some noise. Let me tell you something. Let me switch this up. I'm popping the balloon. First things first, it's called Take Me Out. You guys need to take yourselves out of this room and go apply yourself to something in life. Right? Because honestly, man don't want any girl who comes and does this on a Saturday. Go do something with your freaking life, you freaking low lives. This is what you're doing on a Saturday? Go make bread. Go get a job. Go do something with your life. Yeah, pop your balloons. It's cool. Pop your balloons. But at the end of the day, what I said was true. You man are here on a Saturday begging for attention of man you don't know. Do better. No, bro, you came in with your pockets empty and you're leaving with it empty. I came in with my pockets full and I'm getting paid to be here. Watch this now. Okay. Why did you pop your balloon for, Diggity?
It was a bit too much. Why did you come in with like?
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
You let me hear anyway. Next.
veteran and then side with fascist afterwards. How fucking sad and pathetic is that? What a waste of your veteran years!
Anytime I get not stood up, but a girl flakes on me, what I'll do is I have a folder on my phone called Fire. It's basically me with a bunch of other women, and I will post that night to show that woman that I'm with other women, so she gets jealous, and then she hits me up the next day because it's inherent biology. It works.
Are
it
you
works.
okay?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, are you well?
Oh, when they start asking, are you okay, who hurt you, or calling you insecure, you know you're on the right track. No, but seriously, it just seems like it's too much work. If you ask a girl out and they say they already got plans or they're busy and they don't immediately follow up with another time and day y'all can meet, she probably just don't like you, and that's fine.
Let the bitch walk.
Hi. What motherfucking tribe you from?
My mom is Nicaraguan, my dad is Saudi Arabian and Eritrean.
I knew it was something. Why you got them eyelashes like that?
It's Christmassy. Look. They're Christmassy.
No.
Broke ass nigga.
Man, she lying to me. I take tips. Man, I take tips like a mother. She lying to me. Man, she got me up. Nigga, I take tips. Shit, I get it off the floor of the dresser. I don't mind no hoe paying me. Man, please, this cigar money. Yes, you talking about it. I might go get it to another hoe tonight. Man, a tipping. Yes, you talking about. Thank you, baby. Yeah, no, them eyelashes got me. Man, I thought it was spiders or something. Man, them eyelashes got me. I couldn't really see them eyes. Man, she hiding them eyes, man. Shit, motherfucker cut them ties and, man, set the trash can on fire trying to that pretty motherfucker. Facts, I don't need no woman that's pretty. I need a woman with morals and character. If your hobbies is makeup and shopping, if you don't have any hobbies outside of your own vanity, you probably not the one for me. I'll take the $6.
There's only 3 things I care about. Heartbreaking, paper making, and ass shaking.
He's a 10, but he has an Android phone. What's his new rating?
A 3. That's a 0. That's horrible.
It's a 0. Our pictures for Instagram are gonna be terrible.
It's green text and I'm doing blue. I feel like it's a downgrade. iPhone all the way. Why are you having an Android? Go get your money up. Get out of the house.
If you don't have an iPhone, you're a nerd. And I'm not doing WhatsApp either.
Are you broke? Like, how can you not afford an Apple?
By the way, y'all, I started a Facebook page where I can post all my videos because you never know when you're going to get cut from YouTube. I'll leave a link in the description below. So if you like the content, go ahead and like the Facebook page and share some of the videos all over.
When we talk about the younger generation of women saying, well, we want men who make 6 figures and we want this, because they listen to all that social media with this.
Right.
But I have millennials and younger that work for me, and we had these discussions. And one of the discussions I had when they was like, well, I want a man who makes 6 figures. You know, they're like 25, 28 things. And I said, okay. I said, pull up labor statistics. I said, there are barely 18% of Americans. Now, mind you, it's like 400 million us, right? 18% of Americans that make 6 figures.
Yeah, that's hard
18%.
to come by. That's hard.
18% that make 6 figures. They was like, damn, that's it. But social media have you thinking 100% of black people make it.
Yes, and consistently.
Right, and then I said, okay, now take out how many of them are black people.
And how many are screen?
And then you're going to 6%, barely to 6% black people. I said, now take out how many of them are 25 to 35-year-old black men. Now, you might have 0.02 of that, right? I said, so because the rest of them either my age or older and married or divorced or older, period. Yeah. I said, so now, instead of you finding someone your age that is financially or fiscally responsible, okay, and y'all can grow together to the 6 figures, you looking for one that's going to come out the sky. So that's your percentage of athletes in there. And that 6 figures, that's your percentage of black men who went to college for certain things and starting off the jump. So you got to find one who's financially responsible, mentally responsible, spiritually responsible, and y'all grow together. Because the chances of you balling out with a 6-figure dude your age, 25 to 35, is very rare.
Very rare.
White women around here trying to find a bunch of them. Okay, so like it's 18%. That include old people.
Oh God.
More young women need to hear that, what you just said, because like I think they they have an
unrealistic,
Yeah.
view of what
And they put so many
have
unrealistic
access to.
expectations on themselves too, because they thinking
Yeah.
they need to be further than they are. I'm like, you 25,
Yeah,
and you
no.
got a degree, and you working. What this
It's all
social media
social
make
media.
them think
It's all
they supposed to
social
be.
Yes, because too many people live their lives through Instagram and reality TV, and if you wanted to see reality, you could just look out the window. And Instagram is just full of women catfishing and dudes acting rich. In fact, if you see a person that looks rich, statistically speaking, they're not rich. They're irresponsible.
Bruh, why are your ears so big?
Oh, okay. Well, you're not much to look at either.
Guys, it's
You got
literally
scared.
it's Thursday. What the fuck are you doing?
Girls' night.
Yes, can I come over? Let me see your.
I thought you were gay.
Of course, someone with no top lip would say that. Yo, listen though. What's the plan tomorrow?
When you're a father that has custody of his children and you're getting child support from the mother.
Excuse me, ma'am. I got this for you.
Gotcha.
How in the world could you possibly be assessing yourself at a 7?
I said 7.5.
Yeah, how?
I mean, other than being fat, like,
You mean the big thing? Like the literal elephant in the room, right? As it
I
were?
mean, but like, I date, like, people, I mean,
She's pulled some hot.
I'm dating celebrities,
what's
billionaires,
real.
millionaires,
I'm
like
not even
that.
trying to be a billionaire. Most of the dudes who are running around with fat chicks are ugly dudes. You know.
I don't know.
They have a
No, but
fetish.
in all honesty, I don't think she a 7 either. I think she ate the whole fridge. No, it's just a joke. I make fun of everybody. Black people, white people, Asians, Jews, Mexicans, spiders, snakes, everybody. There are some dudes that like bigger women. Now, I'm not saying it's a whole bunch of them, so you do want to watch the cheeseburgers, but they do exist. Let me know in the comments below if this video was a W or an L, and give me the HBO special as a Help Brother Out special. Hit the like and the subscribe button for more content. Till next time.
Bitches be crazy. I like that little one from JP. I think he has a good channel. Like things that were hidden are now in plain sight. What was once fiction is now fact. Conspiracy is now truth. Like things aren't like they're saying oh wow. This is a weird one.
Broke this next story. A man arrested accused of holding a pregnant woman against her will for years. And tonight, police have a new problem. They can't find the alleged victim of this man, Lee Carter. After our news team called with questions, officers rushed over and busted open the house in Southeast Houston. ABC 13's Pooja Lodia is live with the very latest. Pooja.
Eric, Houston police say they've been trying to get in contact with this victim for 2 days now. They worry she could be in danger after being locked up in this home here behind me for years. We have also learned that the suspect is a well-known Houston rapper with a large social media following.
Wow.
Police move in, smashing through a window and opening a door. They're looking for a woman they believe had been locked up here for years.
We were very concerned that there could have been somebody in there that needed immediate assistance.
Inside, they found a dog, an empty mattress, and a deadbolt that closed from the outside. The TV was still on.
The cops come banging on my door at one point, maybe almost a year ago now, claiming that someone had called from inside the house and was kidnapped or was not able to leave on her own. And right then, as the cops are standing at my door, a gal comes crawling out that window just there with the boards over it, just clawing her way out, pregnant, 8 months.
The man who owns
Wow.
the house, 52-year-old Lee Carter, was arrested at a nearby motel yesterday. The accusations against him are so concerning. A judge cleared the room today before reading aloud court documents and setting his bond at $100,000. Carter is accused of picking up a pregnant woman while she was panhandling in South Houston, then bringing her here. The woman told police Carter locked her up, raped her, and forced her to take drugs including pills and crack cocaine for 4 to 5 years. Court documents don't show if she ever gave birth, and if she did, what happened to the baby. Neighbors say they saw her sometimes.
He would back his car up to the shop, load her up, back up to the door of the front of the house so she could bathe.
Houston police confirm receiving 8 calls for service to the house in the past year. The woman said police took her to the hospital multiple times, but she said the suspect would always later pick her up and bring her back to the home. In April, the woman messaged police for help through his laptop. When they arrived, they say she was filthy and weighed only about 70 pounds. Carter was gone. He's a real estate broker whose attorney today said is currently working on his Master's of Business Administration.
It makes me sick as a human being. And I can tell you, as a police department, we are here for
Like,
the
what
citizens
the,
of Houston.
like,
We're here for
how
the
does this
community.
happen?
And, we're here to make sure that this individual and her family gets justice.
All right, Pooja, this bizarre story has so many questions, including the biggest one
No,
right
like,
now.
it
What
is
are police doing
bizarre.
to
It
try
is
and find
bizarre.
this
Like,
woman?
Well, that's what we're still trying to find out, Eric. The commander on scene said he wasn't even sure the last time police had been able to speak to her. And according to these court documents, she was in extremely rough shape when she was rescued from this home. And that is why police at this point say they are so concerned about her safety.
All right, Pooja Lodi, you got live for us right there. More details to come on this one for sure. Thank you.
okay, I don't know if I was just on a Texas theme that day.
A loose and fully loaded container barge drifting towards the Seattle waterfront.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
What is going on?
Caught the attention of many.
I think it's about to run into this.
Passengers on a nearby water taxi noticed the barge was drifting fast.
The barge with all the containers kept getting closer and closer to the city.
Captain Dan Crable of the King County Water Taxi jumped into action to keep it away from the waterfront.
Well, they just said, there's an emergency situation. We're going to be a little late getting in.
Video Patrick took shows those heroic moments. The water taxi pulling up right next to the massive barge. Whether you witnessed it from afar or up close and personal, everyone
This is
agreed.
amazing.
Captain Crable is a hero.
Yeah. Like, that could have gone bad. That could have been like millions of dollars in damage, if not like even like, to shut off a barge like a dock, a major waterway like that. It's millions of dollars to the economy, not just the repairs on the barge or, like the deck or dock. I love these ones.
And one Sunday morning, I happened to walk my dog outside, and we just see this little fur ball. There was a bunch of stray cats in our neighborhood. He was the runt of the litter, and he was left behind. Then immediately my dad instincts just kicked in. He was completely happy that he was found. I really became his mom. We'd have breakfast together, we'd have lunch together, we did everything together. I could not leave him alone, so I just had to take him everywhere. I took him to work with me. He stayed at my desk.
That is so cute.
Everyone in the gym was pumped. I would have him on my stomach or on my lap. It was both a combination of he just wanted to be involved and, this is playtime.
Kitty.
Leo is really affectionate. He became my emotional support actor. unofficially,
Aw.
while I was taking care of him, it was teaching me how to take care of myself. He really changed my life.
They are they take care of you. I mean, and if you have had a cat, you probably still hang your toilet paper the other way around. Friends come over, they're like, "Why do you hang your toilet?" It's like my cat had me well trained. Oh, this one was like,
Check out this video.
You standing right there?
Yeah.
Okay then. So how long have you been in America?
Near the VA.
You been in America? They flew you in?
Smart.
Yeah, they flew you in America.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm done. Look at him.
look at him. Hey, man, you just get here, I got a job for you. You're perfect for this.
These are not our people.
These people, they shouldn't be here. None of them should be here. Unless they're seeking asylum. These people ain't seeking asylum. They're just coming from a shithole. What's scary is they don't speak the language. They have no skills. I mean, they could probably go up on a tree, make a nice little hut. You know, take a spear, make a spear. I bet you some gonna be some crazy down there. They're gonna revert back to their natural habitat. Yeah. They're gonna make some spears. They're gonna just see a damn dog out there. Wow. I'm gonna go barbecue this bitch. Hey, is that my dog? You damn barbarian.
okay. Once again, fuck Trudeau. Yeah, I keep following this up. I think this is a beautiful statement.
Supposed to model healthy behavior. I'm gonna go grab my coat. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much.
Hey girl, you like my new Stanley? This is the Valentine's Day Stanley Quencher H2.0 stainless steel tumbler. I had to fight 3 girls at the Target to get
I don't
this.
understand
One of them
this
said
trend.
she was going to take me to court.
I don't
said, well,
understand
at least I won't be thirsty while sitting through the trial.
I just don't
Something about
understand this
drinking
trend.
water out of a $45 tumbler
There's
makes it taste so much better.
Well, no, we're done with that. C11's done. No, yeah, we're pretty much fucked. Yeah. Wow, how's this loading like this? Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I pulled up a lot on C11 and everything, and I'm like at the 6.5 hour mark. I didn't see anyone come up. Like Steve was going to, but it's late there. Maybe I'll do a panel earlier in the day. Like it would be noon my time. So that'd be like 3 on the east. Figure it out in between. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining me. Thank you. No, I like doing this. So just because you watch all this and then it's like, how do you deal with it? How do you unpack it? And like, how do you sort it out? And sometimes like I'll sometimes gap off and I'm watching TV, but I'm also like I'll have like this great idea for for our project I'm working on. So, I appreciate everyone being here. Love you. Sleep well. I'm going to sleep well. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed on that one.